Chapter 171. Titan's Adventure. Not only the visual effects are gorgeous and unique, the story is also compact and exciting. When the adventurers took turns to survive. Finally, the conspiracy of the IMC group surfaced. The adventurers in Miracle City were all applauded for this. Although they could not directly feel Cooper's will and emotions, they could not help but have a sense of mission. The evil IMC must be stopped. Harmony must be saved. Let them know how powerful the adventurers of Miracle City are. This journey, this adventure, this story will become a new legend written into the history of Miracle City. Feng Zhongmian exclaimed, indeed, this is another epic adventure. We will save the lives of tens of millions of people on Harmony as a proxy pilot. Mao Mingming said excitedly. Saving tens of thousands of people with a mortal body? This sounds too passionate and great. It's exciting. I like it. It's a legendary adventure experience. Although I have never been to Harmony, I feel that this world is vivid and real. After all, Captain Lastimosa and our protagonist Cooper are warriors who came out of there. The secrets of Miracle City are so vivid and textured. The adventurers believe that Cooper's story and the world he lives in are real, and the adventurers are just recreating his legend. There is about an hour left before the dungeon closes today. Boss Tianyun Ranger, hurry up and work harder to get the rest done. Exposing the conspiracy is not enough. The adventurer will scan the Holy Ark to collect data. Only in this way can the rebels find a way to stop it. How to collect the data of the Holy Ark? You can only scan it directly by approaching the Holy Ark. Ran Tianyun decisively used his time travel ability to kill back to the square, reunited with BT, and entered the pilot mode. Looking north from here, you can see the ruins of a multi-ring building. This multi-ring structure building was a facility for testing the Holy Ark in the past timeline. BT said, I have found the connection bridge controller of the wheel ring, and have marked it in your field of vision. Ran Tianyun was refreshed. Thank you, let's make a big fuss. He drove the mecha, came to the control room, activated the wrist device. The surrounding environment changed. Switched from the dilapidated and rainy ruins to the sunny square. At this moment, the test of the Holy Ark has begun, and because the base has been mysteriously invaded, there are a large number of IMC security forces, and even Titans guarding the scene. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Ran Tianyun launched a wave of bombs, and fired wildly with machine guns. His appearance and attack were too sudden. When countless missiles rained down, several Legion Titans and Death Gods had no time to react. They were bombarded before their shields were even opened. Boom boom boom. The explosions and flames continued. Large caliber armor-piercing shells rained down. One soldier after another was torn apart alive like fragile paper. This horrible scene made the adventurers outside cheer loudly. The rebels' vanguard Titan. How could there be a Titan? How did he get in? It's impossible. Fight back. Fight back. Don't let him get close to the Ark. The IMC soldiers couldn't figure it out. Such a big Titan. How did it get into Typhon? And how did it suddenly appear in this secret base? Fortunately, there was only one. Although the sneak attack caused a lot of casualties, our troops were still in an absolute advantage. Flashback. After finishing a round, Ran Tianyun jumped directly in time and left. He returned from the past to the present timeline of the ruined scene. He saw changes on the messy square. There were many remains of IMC and 2 scrap Titans. This was the result just now. While changing the drum to load ammunition, Ran Tianyun quickly moved to change position, activated the wrist-worn device again, and jumped back to the previous timeline again. Firepower burst, flashback, reload ammunition, go through quickly, burst again, flashback again, cross again, burst again, repeat this back and forth. Ran Tianyun started a guerrilla war. Under wave after wave of fierce attacks. 8 more Titans and dozens of soldiers were destroyed. This result was too brilliant to be described. It was simply a miracle. Ran Tianyun's hearty and refreshing feeling can be imagined. Even the onlookers were extremely satisfied. Too exciting, too refreshing. The show was so exciting that it couldn't be stopped. The IMC troops were very desperate at this moment. This Vanguard-class Titan was as elusive as a ghost and unpredictable. They obviously had overwhelming forces, but they were slaughtered like lambs to be slaughtered. More than a dozen Titans were blown up one after another, and hundreds of soldiers threw away their armor and weapons, completely unable to resist the invasion of the enemy. Although I can't stop. Although I still want to continue. But there is no time now. Ran Tianyun heard through the intercepted radio that the person in charge of this base is giving orders to ignore the safety protocol and force the test to start, so there is no need to fight any longer, and the task must be completed as soon as possible. Ran Tianyun logs out of the mecha, enter it, and open the connecting bridge. He then jumps out of the window, and is caught by BT in midair and stuffed back into the cockpit. The whole action is done in one go, and very tacitly. Start the Iron Pilot mode? Ran Tianyun rushed to the connecting bridge with full power, aiming at the running wheel ring device, but found that a group of troops and titans had gathered on the bridge. Damn! There are too many enemy troops. There is no way to kill them all. At this moment, there is no chance of winning by force. Ran Tianyun flashes back to the ruins world again. The base in this timeline has been completely destroyed, and the bridge that once connected the wheel ring device has long fallen apart. Ran Tianyun controls the mecha to run quickly with rocket boost, and then jumps and takes off to the sky above the collapsed connecting bridge. The body weighing dozens of tons was about to fall into the abyss. Crossing. The scene suddenly changed. I saw the originally collapsed connecting bridge restored under my feet. Ran Tianyun landed right in the middle of the connecting bridge, and used a machine gun to shoot at an enemy titan, blowing up its cockpit and core on the spot, and then picked up the opponent as a shield to block several missiles. Boom boom boom, missiles rained down. Flames shot up into the sky and explosions were everywhere. This exciting and passionate battle scene made every onlooker's blood boil. Go go go! Come on, Ranger! Ran Tianyun has entered a state of forgetting himself and the world, and his only goal is the core in the ring device. Even if there are thousands of troops in front of him, even if he is torn to pieces, he will kill him. At this time, a sharp explosion came from the wheel ring device, and the whole base shook slightly. Then alarm sounded in all directions, and IMC scientists shouted in fear on the radio. Not good. The energy of the Holy Cabinet has been overloaded. It will explode. All personnel evacuate immediately. What? The adventurers were all shocked. Such a critical moment. This wheel ring device is actually going to explode overload. The reason why this base was destroyed is probably due to the failed test this time. Now it is just a repeat of history. But Tianyun Ranger has not obtained the data yet. If the device overloads and explodes at this moment, all efforts will be in vain. Is it still in time? It seems that it is too late. Ran Tianyun also realized this. What to do? Should I give up? No, it's already here. I'm unwilling to give up. I have to fight anyway. Ran Tianyun quickly judged the situation. There are still 3 titans in front, plus more than a dozen IMC soldiers. It is impossible to kill them with only BT's firepower, not to mention that there is no time. Take a gamble. Let BT fire autonomously to contain the enemy troops. Take the opportunity to log out of the Titan and make continuous time jumps. This way, there is a chance to bypass the enemy and reach the Holy Ark. It is very dangerous to do this. After all, Rifleman Cooper is too fragile. Once he is out of the protection of the mecha, he will lose his life if he is hit by a stray bullet. It is not enough to describe it as a life or death. But there is no better choice. Ran Tianyun logs out of the mecha in a flash. Jumping up. Flashback. The enemies are gone. The entire connecting bridge has also disappeared. There is silence in all directions except for the whistling wind. There were hundreds of meters of abyss and ruins under his feet. Just as he was about to fall freely, he activated the wrist device again and traveled back to the battlefield of gunfire and rain of bullets, and his feet just touched the bridge. The jumping device was activated. Just as he was about to jump up, he activated the flashback again to leave the battlefield. The scene was switched several times in this way. One was a battlefield with raging gunfire, and the other was a silent ruin. He relied on his flesh and blood to jump back and forth in the abyss of gunfire and ruins. Too amazing. Too exaggerated. Too wonderful. Ranger Boss is awesome. The adventurers cheered. Only top-level operations, luck, and courage can achieve this wave of wonderful operations. It has reached the level of art. Everyone was shocked and impressed. Li Jianhan, this is too exciting. I can't imagine how happy Tianyun is now. Ren Wanqiong shouted loudly, Old Yun. Go! Gao Yu, go! Go, go, go! Ran Tianyun was about to pass through the battle zone. But then something unexpected happened to everyone. The energy of the Holy Ark, which was already at a critical value, finally reached a point where it was completely uncontrollable. An overwhelming destructive force suddenly burst out, and the ring device was instantly torn into pieces, and the connecting bridge began to collapse from the connection. Almost at the same time, Ran Tianyun activated the wrist-worn device. As a result, an extremely strange scene happened. Ran Tianyun did not flash back to the original timeline this time. The whole world suddenly stagnated as if it was stuck, and this stagnation was an absolute stillness at the time level. The adventurer can see it. Countless bullets tore through the air, but stopped in midair. Dozens of missiles also stopped in midair, with tail flames. A soldier was hit in the head by a machine gun armor-piercing shell, and his entire head exploded like a watermelon, but it remained in a state of being about to explode. The wheel ring device was torn apart by the Holy Cabinet, and the broken wheel ring stopped in midair, and the collapse and fragmentation of the connecting bridge had just begun. All the explosions, all the movements, everything were frozen. When the fierce and dynamic battlefield, it was suddenly frozen in a moment. It formed an absolutely still three-dimensional picture. This scene was undoubtedly very shocking, and it was definitely the top instant art. The visual impact of violent aesthetics was enhanced tenfold, making everyone stunned and intoxicated. Fuck. What happened? This is too gorgeous and shocking, wave after wave of serial bombing. My little heart can't stand it. The wrist-worn device on Ran Tianyun's left hand sparkled. Although he didn't understand why it suddenly got stuck and only he could move, he realized that this time-space device was on the verge of collapse. Once it completely collapsed, the time-space shuttle ability would be completely ineffective. There was no time. We had to race against time. Ran Tianyun didn't know what would happen after the time-space shuttle failed. He might be sent directly back to the original timeline, or he might continue to stay in this time and space, and be blown to pieces by the core of the Holy Arkansas. The former might have a glimmer of hope, but the latter would definitely die. But no matter what, since there is still a chance, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't give up, continue to carry out the mission. He passed through the dense static rain of bullets. He passed by Titans and soldiers one by one. Finally, he stepped on the torn bridge and the fragments of facilities, and came to the Holy Ark shining with thousands of feet of light. When the Holy Ark lost control, the ring facilities and the connecting bridge should have been completely destroyed within 0.001 seconds, but coincidentally, time just stopped at this moment, so there was this series of shocking performances. No doubt. This is the ultimate silence. And the ultimate explosive performance. Let this adventure be pushed to the climax. Ran Tianyun jumped and shuttled among the debris and wreckage, and finally successfully arrived at the center of the device. A small black hole-like energy ball wrapped in blue energy appeared in front of him. Is this the energy core of the ancient civilization called the Holy Ark by the IMC? Such a small energy ball actually contains the power to destroy the planet and distort time. It's incredible. While the adventurers were discussing, Ran Tianyun had already started the operation. The Holy Ark is a fiery ball of extremely powerful energy. It cannot be touched in any way, otherwise even steel will be vaporized in an instant. Ran Tianyun activated the scanning function. Various data were displayed on the helmet interface, like a waterfall. Scanning 5%, 100%, recording energy characteristics. Completed, recording emission characteristics. Completed, space-time resonance test. Completed, gravity field analysis. Completed, scanning completed. When all scanning work was completed, the wrist-worn device on Ran Tianyun's left hand suddenly exploded. The next moment, a dazzling light flashed, making him lose all consciousness, and the picture in the secret crystal also fell into darkness. What happened? Did it work? You will definitely be killed in this situation? No, maybe there will be a miracle. Look, there is another picture. A miracle really happened. The secret crystal was silent for 2 seconds. When the picture reappeared, Ran Tianyun was lying on the square covered with weeds and moss, and the ruins were everywhere, while BT was guarding beside him with a machine gun, like a loyal guard. I'm back? I'm really back. When the mysterious wrist-worn out-of-control device failed, Ran Tianyun and BT were automatically sent back to the original timeline, which meant that the bet was successful, and they were not destroyed in the explosion of the Holy Ark, which made him ecstatic. Pilot, well done, we successfully collected the data of the Holy Ark. BT said, just as Major Anderson discovered, IMC tried to use the power of the Holy Ark to attack Harmony, and we successfully completed the task. At this moment, Ran Tianyun couldn't help but show joy. Every adventurer cheered. Tianyun Ranger is awesome. Great. Very exciting. What a thrilling adventure. Enjoyable. Too exciting. I've never seen such awesome operation and mechanism. Thus, the fourth act of the Titan chapter, Cause and Effect, ended. The adventurers could feel that the story of the Titan chapter was already halfway through, so it seemed that this adventure was not too long compared to the other Secret Realm chapters. But, short and powerful. It was really exciting. Lord Chi proved once again. The Secret Realm of Miracle City has no limit. From the first Secret Realm, Doomsday Frenzy, to the second Secret Realm, exotic 10 kingdoms, to the third secret realm, Star Sea, all of them give people completely different surprises and shocks, and all of them are super masterpieces that can be called the best. The adventure is over. This evaluation, double armor up. You got the Ronin mech. Ran Tianyun's adventure has exceeded the time limit. But under the combat state, the secret realm will give some time as a grace period. Leave the battle at this moment. In the fourth act plot, this adventure has been settled. A harvest that surprised Ran Tianyun and all adventurers. This adventure successfully unlocked a trophy, and this trophy is nothing else. It turned out to be the Ronin Titan mech, and this will be the first set of mechs unlocked in the Star Sea Secret Realm Titan chapter. As for why the Ronin mech exploded, this is not surprising. After all, Ran Tianyun killed Ash, and then cleared the fourth act in one go, so he could naturally get a very high Secret Realm evaluation and unlock top equipment. Chapter 172. This adventure is very exciting. Cool mechanism, gorgeous performance. Let the experience and shock of the whole chapter reach a climax. Let the audience applaud and their blood boil. When the excitement could not be calm for a long time, another big news broke out, and all the adventurers were excited again and fell into ecstasy. Tianyun Ranger has a big product. It's Ronin Titan. What? Is it true? Did someone reveal the Titan mecha on the first day? Please take it out, so that we can all learn more. When the adventurers were attracted, Ran Tianyun showed the mecha. Ronin Titan is a light Titan in Titanfall, so it adopts a low, slender and streamlined structure to ensure explosive power and agility, which is significantly different from the heavy and huge heavy Titan. Of course, after it is produced from the secret realm to the real world, all extraordinary items or equipment will be corrected and balanced by the laws of the world. This ensures that the equipment or items conform to the physical principles of this world, and there is no conflict of laws. Because of this, there will be more or less magic changes. It is normal that some functions, and even characteristics are different from those in the secret realm, but the overall performance are similar. The Ronin mech is about 3.5 meters tall. There are two main combat weapons. One is a double-barreled shotgun folded under the right arm of the mech, and the other is a Ronin sword fixed behind the back. The basic paint of the whole mech is matte gray, with red stripes exuding a low-key, but domineering and sharp feeling. Ronin mech, green top rate equipment, attack 30 to 185, defense 20 to 125, maximum speed 300 km per hour, cultivation increase 8%, energy 30/30ths, durability 60/60ths. Additional skills: sword core, primary intelligence, phase raid, automatic repair, energy replenishment. As expected, it's a third level equipment. Baihajushar immediately commented, "This mecha belongs to the independent mechanical equipment. Its characteristics are very different from ordinary equipment, but it is undoubtedly of extremely high value." What is independent equipment? It is equipment that is independent of the user's ability system. The lethality and destructive power of this equipment mainly come from itself, and have little to do with the user's cultivation. There are pros and cons. The advantage is stability. Even if the user's level does not reach the equipment level, he can use this equipment and exert the basic attack power of the equipment. For example, even if a first-level person drives this Ronin mecha, he can rely on the performance of the Ronin mecha itself to collide with the third-level unit. And like the immortal slash of the Higanbana, this common equipment, not only can it have attribute bonuses for the user, its performance is highly linked to the user's cultivation. If the level is not enough, it cannot get the bonus, and even if you get this weapon, you can only exert a very small part of the power. But everything has two sides. The Ronin mech is indeed very stable, but because it is too stable and independent, it does not enhance the user, and the user's skills and abilities cannot be combined with it. Let's take the Immortal Slash as an example. Higanbana can use various Miracle City swordsmanship with the Immortal Slash. But if Higanbana opens the Ronin mech, the power of this mech comes from its own energy and performance, not the adventurer's or the user's mental power, and it cannot perform various skills, which is equivalent to the upper limit being locked. Of course, the Ronin mech also has an 8% cultivation increase attribute. This means that the higher the level, the more powerful it can be. In addition, this mecha has independent energy, skills, weapons, and even a primary intelligence system. Even if its intelligence level does not reach the advanced intelligence level of BT, it can fight on its own or perform various basic tasks. It is not only a special equipment, a special vehicle, but also a special type of soldier. With this point, the value will be multiplied several times. You should know that so far, there is only one third-level monster soldier in the entire Miracle City. Chi-Ji recovered the spirit of the 1,000-year-old shark spirit, and then spent a lot of mental power, and summoned a lot of soul crystals. However, this Ronin mecha does not need to be summoned. It can be used directly after it explodes from the secret realm. Its basic combat power has also reached the 3rd level 1-star strength. Its value can be imagined. This is the case for Miracle City, not to mention other dungeons. Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong, and other lords immediately realized the infinite value of mecha equipment. For all lords, mental power is the most precious basic resource. Because materials and soul crystals can be obtained through territory trade, but mental power can only be obtained through the operation of the dungeon itself. The latter cannot be traded and depends entirely on ability. The cost of summoning 3rd level soldiers is quite expensive. In particular, the consumption of mental power is a big burden for most 3rd and 4th level lords. Now there is a 3rd level special combat force that can be obtained without consuming mental power. The value of this type of soldiers can be imagined. In fact, similar equipment has existed in the past. The Ronin mecha is essentially a mechanical and puppet equipment. Since it has formed a specific classification, it means that it is also a relatively popular special equipment. However, such equipment or facilities, most of them are rare and rare quality. This means that it cannot be mass-produced, and it is something you can only encounter but not seek. The biggest advantage of the mecha in Miracle City is that it can be mass-produced. When Ran Tianyun successfully unlocked the Ronin mecha, Miracle City can directly purchase it through the secret store in the future, and the explosion rate of the 3rd level adventurer in the secret realm will also increase greatly, and it is capable of mass-produced and even exported. Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong, and other senior 4th level lords were very excited. However, Ran Tianyun did not take the Ronin mecha away, but handed it over to Miracle City in exchange for contribution points. It is not very kind to take advantage of the allies' territory as a lord, so he will hand over everything he has won, which can also bring goodwill to Chi-Ji, and it will be easier to talk about business in the future. In the future, if you want mecha equipment, you can apply to Miracle City for purchase through territory trade. The remaining time of this dungeon opening is in the countdown. Today's adventure is about to end. Lord's Mansion. Chi-Ji counted the income. Not bad, a new record. The net income of mental power alone has reached more than 30,000. This is still the case when several 3rd level equipment, 3rd level spirits, and a large amount of resources are produced. The biggest worry of other dungeon lords is that their mental power is not enough. Sometimes they need to save up mental power for 10 days or half a month to summon a high-level soldier. For Chi-Ji, the biggest worry is that the mental power income is increasing day by day, so that he can't spend it. According to this trend, Chi-Ji will be able to upgrade again in a short time. At this moment, the nominal level of the Miracle City territory is only the 2nd level, and Chi-Ji has already reached the 4th level. If he upgrades again, he will become a 5th level lord. And senior 4th level territory lords such as Ran Tianyun and Ren Wanxiong are only at the 5th level. Chi-Ji has been running the territory for less than 2 months, and his personal level can catch up with the achievements of these senior lords in 20 to 30 years. This speed can only be described as shocking. Of course, for Chi-Ji, improving strength and lifespan are secondary. He generally does not need to participate in battles in person, and there is no sense of urgency in lifespan. The reason why he plans to save resources to break through the level is mainly to buy one get one free, accumulating 2 spiritual sea awakening opportunities. Today is not only a big harvest of basic resources. The income of various materials, spirits, and equipment is also very good. Although the current development speed of Miracle City is already very fast, Chi-Ji is obviously not satisfied with it. He decided to further build the territory, on the one hand to increase the capacity of adventurers, on the other hand to increase the capacity of the secret hall, and in addition to developing more and more interesting secret content. In terms of territory construction, in addition to increasing various infrastructure, Chi-Ji also has to increase the capacity of secret crystals. Otherwise, according to the current development speed of the territory, it will soon be insufficient. Chi-Ji plans to upgrade the Dark City Secret Hall to the 3rd level, and at the same time build a 2nd Secret Hall in Miracle City. Although the cost of the 2nd hall and the upgrade fee will double, Miracle City can afford it with its current financial situation and income growth. In terms of Secret Realm planning, prepare to update more Secret Realm gameplay and content. The main factor restricting the development of new Secret Realms in Territory Secret Realms is that the Secret Realm Core and Inspiration Crystal activation times are insufficient, but there is no point in being anxious about this. But even if no new Secret Realms are opened, Chi-Ji can also add more games or gameplay on the existing basis. For example, After many days of operation, the competitive mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm has now attracted a group of very fanatical and loyal fans who are addicted to gunfights every day and have produced a lot of guns, C4 explosives, grenades, and other weapons for Miracle City. This shows that the gunfight competitive market is huge. Considering the increasing population, it is time to further expand the multiplayer online game-like gameplay. It is not possible to create a large-scale multiplayer online game with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. A battle royale with hundreds of people participating at the same time is not a problem at all, and this chicken-eating mode is one of the most classic gameplays in the previous life, and its mechanism charm has been fully verified by the market. Moreover, it does not take much resources. It is very simple to make. It can be launched to adventurers in the near future. Let adventurers further experience the fun of classic gameplay. In addition, under the existing Secret Realm foundation and framework, Chi-Ji still has a lot of places to innovate and liven up, but there is no time to think further and make detailed plans. Nancy Leah hurried in to report. Report to the Lord. Lord Ran and the other 3 lords are here. Tianyun territory is an important partner of the territory, and the other 3 territories are also large. Since the 4 lords have come to Miracle City, Chi-Ji, as a lord, naturally has to show some hospitality. Ha ha ha, thank you for your hospitality, Brother Chi. I had a great time today. Ran Tianyun walked into the reception hall with a red face and a smile. Frenzy and 10 Kingdoms are already wonderful, and I didn't expect that they can be further broken through and innovated. The secret realm of the Star Sea has exceeded my cognitive limit. It's so wonderful and so exciting. Ren Wanxiong, Li Jianhan, and Gao Yu followed closely behind. When the 3 lords first arrived at Miracle City, they were quite disdainful of Miracle City, and they spoke rudely and sarcastically. After all, it was just a second-level territory of decent size. They simply could not understand why Ran Tianyun wanted to please the Miracle Lord so much. But, in just one day, his mentality completely changed. Excited, nervous, uneasy, even fearful, with a sense of pilgrimage. This is a real great god. He will definitely become a legend. The height that Lord Chi-Ji can reach is unimaginable to these mortal lords, and it is possible to bring huge and far-reaching changes to the chaotic world and the land of order. Ren Wanxiong clasped his fists and said, Lord Chi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your secret works really opened our eyes. Li Jianhan also said quickly, Yes, I have lived in vain for decades. Today I know what a true secret masterpiece is. Gao Yu, the cold and beautiful lord, also looked in awe. It was only after I had the honor to read Lord Chi's works that I deeply realized that there are people who are better than you, and there are heavens beyond heaven. I have been just a frog in the well for many years. Facing these sincere flattery, Chi-Ji must be very happy in his heart. After all, these people are lords of the 4th level territory. Each of them is selected from thousands of miles in the dungeon. Even if they are placed in the land of order, they are elites with considerable social status. These people must be arrogant. But now, they were completely impressed in just one day, which was enough to show the charm of Miracle City. Chi-Ji said calmly, You are too polite, seniors. Although the 3 lords were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by the youth of the Miracle Lord. At such a young age, in such a short time, Miracle City has grown to this point. It is really too powerful. A dozen maids of the Flower Fairy clan and attendants of the Dwarf clan poured into the hall. They brought various specialties of Miracle City, such as red wine, white wine, beer and other drinks, as well as king crab, roast duck, wagyu, ham, caviar and other foods. This was a feast specially prepared to entertain guests. All the specialties used were specialties of Miracle City. When the 3 lords tasted various drinks and beverages, they all looked surprised. The quality of these basic materials is so high that even if the business of mecha and arms is not good for the time being, each person can earn a lot of profit by distributing a few basic materials. The reason why Chi-Ji hosted a banquet to entertain several lords. Naturally, he also wanted to cooperate with these lords. Miracle City has good products, but lacks a strong enough market. The 4 lords have a large population in their respective territories, and have also opened many high-quality markets. After some discussion, a preliminary cooperation plan was reached. Chi-Ji will continue to sell arms and food to Tianyun City, and at the same time cooperate with the other 3 lords in beverages, tobacco, and other materials that are easy to generate high added value. As for the specific categories, quantities and prices, each territory will send trade envoys for further consultation and negotiation. When the initial cooperation intention is reached, several lords are very happy. Chi-Ji can foresee, in the future, Miracle City's soul crystal income will grow by leaps and bounds. For the three lords Ren Wanxiong, Li Jianhan, and Gao Yu, they not only negotiated a good deal, but more importantly, they got on the express train full of opportunities in Miracle City. Among the four lords, the biggest beneficiary is Tianyun City. There are too many special products in Miracle City, and Tianyun City cannot operate all the goods well. The various firearms and ammunition alone have made him a lot of money in the process, so he naturally cannot be too greedy and eat alone. Only by establishing cooperation that maximizes the interests of both parties can this cooperation be maintained for a long time. This is also the reason why Ren Tianyun introduced the three lords to Miracle City. Although these three territories will take some of the lucrative cakes of wine and tobacco, it does not mean that Tianyun City has no benefits. After all, the three territories cannot directly enter the Miracle Territory. All their trade with Miracle City must pass through Tianyun City. In the future, Tianyun City can also make a lot of profits by collecting re-export tariffs after 3 rounds of wine. The relationship between the few people has become closer. When I heard that Qi Ji had been collecting the talent materials for awakening the Sea of Inspiration and activating the crystallization of inspiration, Lord Ren Wanxiong immediately said, "Lord Qi, what a coincidence, I have a first-level Spirit Sea Conch in my collection. This thing is no longer useful to me, so why not send it to Miracle City to let it play its due value?" "What? Spirit Sea Conch?" Qi Ji was delighted when he heard this. This thing is a rare talent material that can increase the awakening of the Sea of Inspiration. Its value is more precious than the Spirit Sea Pearl that simply activates the Inspiration Crystal. Of course, the price is also several times that of the same level Spirit Sea Pearl. Not long ago, Qi Ji saw it in the offline Lord auction market. A first-level quality Spirit Sea Conch can be sold at a high price of more than 100,000 soul crystals. This is definitely not a super luxury item that ordinary lords can afford, so Qi Ji can only regretfully give up. He never thought that he didn't buy it in the offline market, but Lord Ren Wanxiong of Fengyun City had won. Of course, good brothers should settle accounts clearly. Besides, it is just a cooperative relationship. Qi Ji would not take Ren Wanxiong's precious materials for nothing. In the end, after some discussion, the two sides purchased the spiritual snail at a price of 100,000 soul crystals. This is 40,000 to 50,000 soul crystals cheaper than the offline auction market. Lord Ren Wanxiong must have made some concessions. However, in the offline auction market of the Lord, all goods will have a high premium. Generally speaking, buying a first-level spiritual sea conch with 100,000 soul crystals is still a normal price. Qi Ji could not afford so many soul crystals. He could only plan to pay in batches within 7 days. Lord Ren Wanxiong was very straightforward and directly gave the spiritual snail. He was not worried that Miracle City would not be able to repay this debt, but had the opportunity to let Lord Qi owe a small favor, the value of which might be higher than the value of the material itself. Okay, Lord Ren is so straightforward, then I won't be polite. This scene made Lord Gao Yu and Lord Li Jianhan very jealous, and even scratched their heads. Of course, they were not jealous of Qi Ji's ability to get a rare talent material at such a favorable price and relaxed conditions. Rather, they were jealous of Ren Wanxiong's ability to take this opportunity to curry favor with Lord Qi. Don't underestimate this small favor. In the future, maybe because of this small favor, Lord Qi will take some care of Fengyun City during the economic and trade cooperation between the territories, so that Huanyue City and Wanjian City will be separated. Now the two lords only hate that they did not collect 1 or 2 talent materials. After returning this time, it is necessary to mobilize all connections and channels to find ways to collect materials or drawings that are useful to Miracle City or Lord Qi Ji. I must do my best to gain Qi Ji's friendship and favor for the future of the territory. This can be said to be crucial. Qi Ji's dinner was very successful. The 4 lords were all senior lords, each with rich diplomatic experience and emotional intelligence, so they chatted happily, and the atmosphere was very good, allowing Miracle City to further open up channels to the outside world. After the dinner, the 4 lords said goodbye and left. They had stayed in Miracle City for a day, and there were a lot of affairs piled up in the territory at this time. Taking advantage of the closure of Miracle City, they hurried back to deal with them. At the same time, several lords also had to hold a core team meeting, discuss and study opportunities from Miracle City with their think tanks and ministers. After the 4 lords left, Qi Ji was the first to take out the Spirit Sea Conch that he bought on credit. Spirit Sea Conch, first level, grade top grade, rare talent material, can get an additional opportunity to awaken the Sea of Inspiration, But each level of conch can only take effect once. What a good thing. The Spirit Sea Pearl can only be used to activate additional inspiration crystals. The Spirit Sea Conch awakens the Sea of Inspiration once, which can condense new inspiration crystals and gain an opportunity to activate the inspiration crystals, which is basically equivalent to a complete awakening. Of course, this additional awakening produced by using materials. The quality will naturally be worse than the awakening effect brought by upgrading, or certain luck, and special blessings. Anyway, it is an extra opportunity. Even if it is a little worse, it doesn't matter. Chi-Ji has no shortage of inspiration materials at all, and it won't be long before he will impact the 5th level, and then he will definitely get a large number of top-level materials at one time. So, whether the quality of the extra inspiration crystals this time is good or bad, it is equivalent to giving it away for free. What he actually cares more about is that he can get another activation opportunity. He blew the Spirit Sea Conch without hesitation, and then he felt that the Sea of Inspiration was boiling violently, and 3 inspiration crystals were condensed from it one after another. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you got the inspiration crystals Grand Theft Auto, Dark Dungeon, and Plants vs. Zombies. Chi-Ji saw 3 crystals. I couldn't help but feel my eyes light up. Although I didn't have high expectations for the materials of the awakened spirit snail, it didn't look as bad as I imagined, and the quality was still quite good. Chapter 173. This Awakening. Obtain 3 inspiration crystals. Grand Theft Auto, Dark Dungeon, Plants vs. Zombies. Although the quality cannot be compared with the Breakthrough Awakening, the scale of materials is relatively small, but it is only relative to Chi-Ji, and compared horizontally with other lords and territories. Less? Of course not. Even more amazing. 1 is enough for an ordinary lord to eat for a lifetime. And he can become a genius lord in the eyes of other lords. Chi-Ji did not expect this relatively low-quality awakening, but he still awakened as many as 3 crystals at once, and they were all quite classic games. The largest one is undoubtedly Grand Theft Auto. Although Chi-Ji did not activate the crystal, he could preview the material situation in it. He suddenly felt bright, good crystal. Before obtaining the crystal, he didn't care much about pure urban crystals. Because theoretically, using materials from the Prototype and Resident Evil series, you can also create an urban world out of thin air, but it is still difficult to create a super realistic urban atmosphere with rich details. The plot of the Blacklight world adds up to 21 days, and most of the plots of Resident Evil take place within 1 day, and are basically in a state of collapse. And we really want to pursue the ultimate authenticity. We want to create a super realistic modern city with a full sense of life, exactly the same as the previous life of Blue Star. Then every character in this city cannot be repeated. Each character must have his own growth experience, trajectory, personality, habits, occupation, etc., and must be organically combined with the huge city to run for a long time without bugs. The difficulty and workload are exaggerated. Any metropolis has millions of people, although Prototype and Biohazard have rich urban materials. To truly polish a realistic and ultramodern city, even Chi-Ji would have to spend at least several years and a lot of mental energy. This is obviously not cost-effective. So the inspiration for Grand Theft Auto. The most surprising thing for Chi-Ji is that this series has many ready-made large city resource packages. For example, New York, Liberty City, Miami, Vice City, Los Angeles, San Lorenzo, San Francisco, San Fierro, Las Vegas, Las Venturas, and Leonidas, Florida, that appeared in the 6th generation. There are dozens of cities of all sizes. The cost of putting in a package is only about 500 to 1,000 mental energy. In the process of forming each of Chi-Ji's inspiration crystals, not only will the work itself, derivatives, mod, and other materials be integrated, but also the hidden plots and content will be supplemented and made real. Therefore, even the materials extracted from 2D games will be made real, and supplemented with corresponding details. However, different inspiration crystals. The focus of automatic optimization is different. The GTA series is a pure urban world view without extraordinary power. Because the original work is known for its ultra-high degree of freedom, a large number of details, and realism, after the formation of inspiration crystals, it is further strengthened and supplemented around authenticity and details. Put in a St. Louis city. Not only is the cost extremely low, there is no difference from Los Angeles in the real world. There will be no duplication of characters, and millions of people basically have real-life trajectories, just like a huge open sandbox that can run for a long time without bugs. This will be a place where the pure urban world view is infinitely restored. Even Chi-Ji would find it hard to find fault. This world will have its own news, culture, entertainment, and political situation. Once adventurers enter it, they can freely taste delicious food, play video games, watch original movies automatically derived from this world, or start a business, open a store, speculate in stocks, commit fraud, rob a bank, etc. Of course, they can also play several protagonists of GTA. Thus, they can experience immersion and feel the real life in a pure urban environment without extraordinary background. It's a bit interesting. You might as well use this as a basis. Create a secondary secret realm with leisure as the main focus. In the future, other urban slow-paced leisure materials, or materials with no magic and no extraordinary real urban themes, such as some criminal investigation, love, and business can be sewn in. Chiji's sea of inspiration includes not only various games but also film, television, animation and other materials. So there is still a lot of potential pure urban content in the future. Although it sounds like the secret realm with a sense of reality and leisure seems to be too slow and boring, in fact, every kind of secret realm can find an audience. Some adventurers like to fight and kill. There are adventurers who like leisure travel. Only by finding the most comfortable and suitable secret realm for themselves, they can quickly gain cultivation growth and thus break through the level. Of course, the output of extraordinary resources in pure urban secret realms is definitely not enough. If everyone goes to leisure secret realms for vacation in the future, how can the resource income of Miracle City be guaranteed? Although adventurers who like passion, fighting, excitement, and exploring the unknown always account for the majority, and the possibility of everyone lying flat is almost zero, Chiji can still make some designs in advance. For example, providing value-added services. Contribution points can be exchanged for money in the secret world. In this way, even for a better quality of life, adventurers will also find ways to earn more contribution points. In fact, similar value-added services have been available in Miracle City. At present, in secret realms with a strong sense of life, such as the Sui and Tang dynasties, adventurers can spend contribution points to exchange for a certain amount of silver. The premise is not to destroy the balance. Miracle City can recycle contribution points, and adventurers can get a better experience. This can be regarded as a two-way rush, each taking what they need. Why not do it? Chiji plans to make a leisure urban secondary secret realm based on Grand Theft Auto. As for Dark Dungeon and Plants vs. Zombies, of course, they are also two very good materials. The former is a very classic Cthulhu-style game, with very curious monsters, content and stories, and very interesting mechanisms. It is one of Chiji's favorite Cthulhu games in his previous life. It is worth doing. However, the style and worldview of this work are not in line with the current main secret realms. In addition, the original game is a 2D horizontal turn-based game. Although the materials are automatically optimized after the crystallization, how to remake it to fully show the characteristics and charm of the game requires further thinking and planning. There is no need to rush this game. And there is no need to say more about Plants vs. Zombies, the most famous and well-known game among these three crystals. Although Plants vs. Zombies is very classic, and the gameplay is also very interesting, but the volume and elements are not enough, it is not suitable to open a new secret realm alone. In the future, it can be launched as an activity chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm, or sewn into a secret realm dedicated to tower defense games. If there are many secondary secret realm cores in hand, it can also be made into a secondary secret realm alone. At this point, Chiji's goal for the next stage of secret realm production is very clear. Nowadays, the Frenzy Secret Realm and the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm are close to full capacity operation, and there are not enough new materials, so no new chapters can be added. Only gameplay innovation can be made based on existing materials. The 10 Kingdom Sui and Tang chapters are enough to explore for a while. There is no rush to update. Chiji will update the Frenzy Secret Realm with a Battle Royale mode in the near future. In addition, he plans to obtain a first-level dungeon. When the secondary core purchased from the offline market is sent to the territory, he can immediately create a first-level secondary secret realm with a casual urban style. At this moment, the dungeon has been closed. The hotels and taverns in Miracle City are still bustling. The tavern is almost full, and adventurers are discussing content related to secret realm adventures while drinking, and the classic adventures are being replayed in the tavern crystal. Wonderful! Cool! Gorgeous! Many people watched the fourth act cause and effect again. The adventurers' flashbacks between the two timelines are so impressive that it makes people's scalps numb. In the end, the arc core overloaded and exploded, causing time to stop. The spectacle is even more amazing. Cooper and BT work so well together. Although the first mecha has been released in Miracle City, The intelligence of this mecha is non-ideal. I don't know if we can have an intelligent mecha like BT. Will the resistance succeed in the end? With the protagonist Cooper, how can it not succeed? I don't think so. After all, IMC is just a company in the Star world responsible for mining on the edge of the galaxy. Who knows if there is a bigger force behind it? A private mining company actually has such a large army and weapons that can destroy a planet. I feel that the scale of the world of Shanghai is a bit outrageous. It's so curious. Big guys, work harder. Let's work together to reveal the worldview of Shanghai's secret realm. Cheers to Shanghai. Cheers to Titan. Cheers to BT and Cooper. Praise Miracle City. Praise Ji Lao Tse. Today, Titan became the most popular. But this does not mean that other secret realms are not popular. For example, many people are watching the adventure of Bianhua through the Tavern Crystal. Qin Jingqiu, played by Bianhua, bravely broke into the camp of the Sui army. With her superb swordsmanship and mysterious Taoist magic, she defeated many Sui army soldiers along the way, and finally defeated a captain who turned into a demon, and successfully rescued a group of boys captured by the Sui army. This process was also very exciting, and many people applauded. After the mission was successfully completed this time, Chen Jingqiu, Bianhua, and Xiaoxue were invited to the Tuoba tribe and received a high-level reception from the Tuoba clan. They experienced the scenery and life outside the Great Wall in the Sui and Tang dynasties. They saw the vast grassland with endless herds of cattle and sheep and the yurts of nomadic peoples. What a beautiful scenery outside the Great Wall. Various special foods, grassland folk customs, and shaman culture are also eye-opening. Bianhua is awesome. He was able to break into the heavily guarded Sui army camp by himself and rescue so many children from the army. If it were me, I would have died many times. What's wrong with these Sui soldiers? Why are there so many demon officers in it? Is the Sui dynasty in this world controlled by demons? I think it is very likely. These Sui soldiers captured children just to feed Princess Dugu. Maybe the Master Yuan, who was born with demon pupils, is the biggest demon. It's so terrifying. Fortunately, Qin Jingqiu has obtained the support of Zhang Lai, the leader of the Tuoba tribe. They have found out the Sui navy responsible for transporting the Shenong Ding. I hope the process of seizing the artifact will go smoothly. I don't think it's that easy. Yuan Tu also wants this ding. Maybe I will meet him head on this time. The Sui and Tang chapters, and the Titan chapters of Miracle City are the latest content. Every time there is a breakthrough in progress, it will naturally attract a lot of attention. This does not mean that other secret realms such as the End Arena, the Frenzy Competition, and Biochemistry, Black Light, and Ashina are not hotly discussed. Everyone, we have established the final arena, the first team to participate in the King of Fighters tournament. We hope that everyone will pay more attention and support us, and give us more suggestions and help. Wow, someone is participating in the King of Fighters tournament so soon? Come on, Big Brother! Break through the arena. Big Brother Wunchuan's sniping skills are too strong. These gun battles must be studied carefully. There is another breakthrough in the Ashina chapter. Someone has played the Shura ending. As long as you agree to help your adoptive father Owl and betray the Son of God, Hirata Kuro, you will trigger the Shura ending. This ending can be passed without going to the Palace of Origin to challenge the Sakura Dragon, but you need to kill Yongjin and the old version of the swordsman Ashina Ishin. Is it so perverted? Even such a gentle and beautiful lady like Yongjin can be killed. Interesting, I'd like to give it a try. Several adventurers who were interested in Ashina Shura's ending immediately used the Tavern Crystal to call up the relevant clearance records, and then began to study with relish. Nancy Leah walked into the tavern. It's so lively. The adventurers are really energetic. She came to a corner. Seeing Iris, Luke, and Jinba. The three native adventurers were about to stand up with respect. Nancy Leah said, "You don't have to be restrained, just be natural, I don't want others to know my identity." "Yes." Iris immediately whispered, "Lord Nancy Leah, according to your instructions, we have sent our people to Qianhu City, I think there should be results soon." "Thank you for your hard work." The three tribal leaders obviously knew Nancy Leah's identity. Of course, they only knew the true identity of the race, but did not know the specific origin. Even so, with the high elf bloodline, it was enough to make these tribal natives respectful. And Nancy Leah asked the Lord for consent. Let Iris and others send a team to Qianhu City to contact the tribesmen. Qianhu City is located in the west of the Evernight Forest. The area where it is located is a 4th level area. It is also one of the very few large forest cities that have not surrendered to the Evernight Dragon King and have not been conquered by the dark species. This city is 600 miles away from the Dark Valley. It is also the largest city within a radius of 1 or 2,000 miles. Nancy Leah has a tribe of elves living in seclusion here. She plans to guide this tribe to migrate to Miracle City to join the Lord. This will not only enhance the strength of Miracle City, but also allow the tribe to achieve better development. And there will be no contact in the past. Just because the time is not right. It is quite appropriate to come here now. Nancy Leah is looking forward to meeting her tribe members. She is also looking forward to the elves enjoying Miracle City and growing in Miracle City. As time passed, there was 1 or 2 hours left before the city was opened. Suddenly many adventurers who were resting received an alarm, which made them jump out of the hotel or tavern. No, there is news from Black Wind Canyon that an invader is approaching the Dark Valley. What? Someone is looking for trouble. Is it the Dark Race? Haha, no matter what it is, grab some weapons. The adventurers organized their men at the first time. They wanted to see what kind of guy was so bold to try to invade Miracle territory. However, when they saw it clearly, all the adventurers were confused. Mao Mingming, what's going on? This shouldn't be the dark species. Feng Zhongmian said, I don't think so. If it's the dark species that are attacking, they shouldn't be so weak. This army has only a few dozen people, most of whom are first-level 2-star zombies. The leader is a fat human. When he saw the murderous Miracle City troops, he quickly revealed his identity. Don't get me wrong. Don't do it. The fat man quickly raised his hands. I have no hostility. Bianhua asked loudly, Who are you? Why are you here? The fat man quickly cleared his throat and said, I am Pang Dehai, the Lord of Jinxi City. What, Lord? Everyone stared at each other. Other human lords nearby? Although in the Chaos Continent, human lords often meet each other in the process of development, this is the first time Miracle City has encountered other lords so far. I didn't expect it. It would be like this. The crowd didn't lower their hostility after hearing this, because human lords are not completely friendly to each other, especially when the two sides' territories are bordering. It is common for wars to break out for the sake of grabbing territory. Mingwei Xiaoxue, what do you want to do? Pang Dehai immediately explained, I heard that there is a second-level lord here. I came to offer my city for surrender. Offer the city? Follow? The young adventurer was confused. Bai Hejusher explained, human lords often clash and annex each other. The annexed party usually has two choices. One is complete destruction, and the other is to choose to surrender. Blackstone Hammer King, surrender? Is it reliable? It's hard to say. Every lord has dignity and ambition. Once you choose to surrender to another lord, it is equivalent to giving up the ownership of the territory and willingly becoming a vassal who can no longer grow. Sanju said, this is unacceptable to most lords unless... Unless what? There is no other way to survive. The adventurers guessed correctly. Pang Dehai is the lord of Jinxi City. He has been the lord for exactly 1.5 years, but he can no longer survive. Pang Dehai himself is already at the second level. His territory is still at the first level. Although Pang Dehai has not been a lord for a long time, he has already felt exhausted and almost desperate. Since he built the city and became a lord, he has been threatened by the dark species and is in fear all the time. At the beginning, the two sides fought against each other and had some success. The first-level dark dungeon could not be conquered after a long time, so it asked for help from the second-level dungeon behind it. With the arrival of a large number of dark reinforcements, the gap between the two sides widened. Several months passed. The dark species frequently attacked repeatedly. Jinxi City was exhausted from dealing with it, and had no ability to develop. Pang Dehai's territory was not developing but regressing, and the troops in his hands were getting fewer and fewer. Seeing this, the adventurers no longer trusted Jinxi City, and several adventurers, who had signed contracts, with great difficulty directly terminated the contract and ran away. If this trend continues, Jinxi City will be destroyed 100%. Pang Dehai was almost desperate in the face of such a situation, because he had no resources to build an expensive teleportation station, which meant that he had no qualifications to retreat, and could only wait for death in the increasingly dilapidated dungeon. This was the cruel reality. Pang Dehai began to regret why he had to be a lord. He knew that 8 or 9 out of 10 new dungeons would end up like this, but he still had a fluke for a vague dream of being a great lord. This time, his life is at stake. However, just when Pang Dehai was almost in despair, he suddenly heard that a territory had suddenly risen in the north. This territory had not only been promoted to the second-level territory, but also annexed the Thunder Swamp. It is now a quasi-third-level territory. Pang Dehai found a life-saving straw. So there was this scene of surrendering the city. Not long after, Pang Dehai entered Miracle City. Chi-Ji personally met this downtrodden lord. In fact, Chi-Ji was also very surprised to encounter such a thing. After all, he had never met a human lord before, and he had heard of many bloody fights between human lords. I never thought. It was the first time I met a fellow tribe. The other party actually took the initiative to surrender. Chi-Ji asked, "Have you really thought it through?" Pang Dehai said bitterly, "I dare not hide it from you, boss. All my belongings are only these dozens of zombies. Even if you are unwilling to take over Jinxie City, I dare not go back now." So miserable? Pang Dehai's dozens of zombies. Chi-Ji naturally saw them. They were all first level 2-star, with a few first level 3-star. Such a force was indeed not enough to defend the city. If the dark race attacked, the territory would be destroyed. It was under this desperate situation. The Lord wanted to surrender to Chi-Ji and try his luck. Pang Dehai knelt down and begged, "If you are willing to take me in, I will do my best to serve you." Chi-Ji fell into thinking. If he agreed to Pang Dehai, Jinxie City would become the territory of Miracle City. This Pang Dehai would become a subordinate lord or a secondary lord of Miracle City. Everything in Jinxie City would belong to Miracle City, and Pang Dehai would only retain a small amount of management rights and a little dividend. If Chi-Ji was dissatisfied with him, he could even cross the river and demolish the bridge, completely expel him or even kill him, so as to completely control the territory of Jinxie City. However, there are benefits to peacefully annexing the human territory in this way. So all the facilities, resources, and even the secret realm core of the occupied party do not need to be dismantled and can be directly used by the occupier. To put it simply, Chi-Ji does not need to buy a secondary secret realm core specifically. The Jinxie City territory core will be directly downgraded to a secondary secret realm core. According to Chi-Ji's knowledge, the territory uses abandoned cities to build secondary secret realms, which not only requires resources to rebuild and purchase secret realm cores, but also has a limit on the number that cannot exceed the number of main secret realms, and seize the core of the same clan and build a secondary secret realm. Although this kind of core cannot be directly upgraded, at least the number is not limited, but it only requires the establishment of a secondary lord, which is not a bad thing in general. After all, as the territory expands. Originally, some subordinates were to be in theft to manage local cities. Chi-Ji just wanted to create a leisure secret realm, and someone set a pillow when he was sleepy. However, Chi-Ji did not agree to let Pang Dehai take over Jinxie City immediately. Because according to Chi-Ji's knowledge, the formation of the core of the secondary territory is related to the territory level. In other words, the higher the level of the territory, the higher the level of the secondary core formed. If the territory is a second-level territory when it is annexed, and the territory core is not lower than the second level, when it is annexed, a second-level secret realm core will be directly formed. So Chi-Ji has a better idea. At this moment, the dark forces threatening Pang Dehai are mainly a first-level dark underground city, and a second-level dark underground city behind it. If Jinxie City can counterattack and take down this first-level city, then Jinxie City can advance to a second-level territory. Wouldn't it be possible to produce a larger second-level core if it is converted into a secondary territory? The destroyed first-level underground city will become a waste city, and there will be a first-level secret core that will arrive soon. In this way, under one annexation, 2 secret cores can be obtained at the same time. In the future, 2 secondary secret realms can be created. One of the first-level secondary secret realms is enough to create a leisure city secret realm, and the second-level secondary secret realm formed by Jinxie City can completely create a higher-level secret realm. This is great. After Chi-Ji finished thinking, let Pang Dehai stay in Miracle City for a day. It is definitely too late today, and it will not be too late to take specific actions tomorrow. Is this lord so cautious? Even if the city that was given to him for free did not accept it immediately, I am afraid he wants to investigate to understand the risks of this matter. Pang Dehai was anxious. But there was no better way. About an hour later, the tide of chaos rolled in, submerging the entire chaotic world once again. For the adventurers of Miracle City, happy and joyful times are coming again. Chapter 174. Will Miracle City take over this mess? Pang Dehai was very nervous when he left the Lord's mansion. When he passed by the Lord's gate, it just started and 5 figures walked out. Not only has Miracle City been built to such a scale in a short period of time, but even the territory gate has been built. There is also a territory with established diplomatic relations. Huh? There are 4 humans. Human adventurers cannot use the territory gate. The humans who walked out of the gate are most likely visiting lords. How could there be 4? When Pang Dehai's eyes finally fell on the beautiful Lord Gao Yu with a cold temperament, his confused expression gradually turned into shock and disbelief. Gao Gao. Senior Gao Yu, why are you here? The four lords looked at Pang Dehai. Who is this fat man with a sad face? Li Jianhan was puzzled. Lord Gao Yu, do you know him? Gao Yu said directly, I don't remember. Pang Dehai said quickly, I am also from the 65th city. We are from the same Lord Academy. Although Senior Gao Yu has never seen me, I have heard of you and admired you for a long time. After hearing this, several people understood. Pang Dehai and Gao Yu came from the same Lord City, and the Lord Academy where they received Lord education happened to be the same. Among the four lords, Lord Gao Yu and Lord Li Jianhan are relatively young, and the two of them can become fourth-level territory lords at such an age. Their achievements must have attracted much attention in their respective lord lands. Lord Gao Yu is one of the best lords of the same class in the academy. Even if the time scale is extended to 10 years, 15 years is still the most outstanding alumni representative. It's not surprising that Pang Dehai has seen Gao Yu in some promotional materials or activities. Unlike Ran Tianyun, the three lords did not deliberately change their appearance. After all, even in Tianyun City, few adventurers have seen their true faces, let alone Miracle City. Gao Yu has never seen this little transparent person. She just asked, why are you here? Pang Dehai sighed with embarrassment. Alas, I'm ashamed. I've embarrassed my senior sister and the academy. He explained the situation, and the reason for coming here. Another lord who can't make it? The four lords didn't find it strange at all. After all, among every 10 new lords, at least 9 can't make it through the rookie period. It's normal to be eliminated, and only a few can stay. Ran Tianyun said, then you are really lucky. Pang Dehai didn't understand. The territory that he worked so hard to build collapsed. It would be fine if the other party didn't comfort him, but he actually said that he was lucky. Are you sure he wasn't being sarcastic? Gao Yu nodded and said, if you are lucky enough to work for Miracle City, the achievements you can make in the future will not be worse than if you were an independent lord. So strive for and seize this opportunity. This made Pang Dehai even more confused. A secondary lord is a lord in name, but in reality, he is a vassal. This kind of lord has no qualifications to expand territory, no right to build and command the territory, and even the qualifications to create secret realms will be deprived. The upper limit is completely locked. How can there be a future, however? On the other hand, the four are all honorable fourth-level dungeon lords. How could they appear in a second-level dungeon like Miracle City? Although Miracle City has risen very fast, it is completely incomparable with them, and it is even more impossible to have the opportunity to establish diplomatic relations with such a territory. The four lords ignored the rookie lord and continued their previous conversation. Ren Wanxiong laughed and said, I also learned the skill secret crystal of the adventurer's clone technique. Today I came to Miracle City to personally learn the secret realm of Lord Qi. Li Jianhan, what a coincidence. I also came to learn today. Gao Yu, same. Ran Tianyun looked surprised. These guys actually learned the 4th level Lord Skill Adventurer clone technique. I spent 2 days and 2 nights, and finally paid a premium of about 50% to buy this secret crystal. These 3 guys got the secret crystal in just 1 night? Such a fast speed is either extremely lucky, or at least the premium is more than 1 or 2 times. They are all ruthless. But for the Miracle City secret realm, it is completely understandable. Pang Dehai had been completely left out. The 4 lords didn't take him seriously, but he learned from the 4 lords that they came to Miracle City for the secret realm of Miracle City. What a hell! They have at least 4 main secret realms in their own territory. How could such a lord come to a second-level dungeon in Miracle City to brush the secret realm? If you don't see it yourself, you won't believe it. Time is up. The city is officially open. It's full again. Adventurers are pouring in. The total number of human adventurers and alien adventurers in Miracle City has reached 3,900, and the number of people in Dark City has increased to 600 to 700. The total number has exceeded 4,500. At this rate, it will exceed 5,000 in 2 or 3 days. What happened? What happened? Why is it so exaggerated? Pang Dehai's dungeon has been in operation for a year and a half. Although the territory core has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the Adventurer Hall has also been upgraded to the 2nd level, even when it is most popular, it only receives more than 400 adventurers a day. This is the result of daily accumulation. Recently, the dungeon is in a precarious situation, and is in danger of collapse at any time. This has caused adventurers to lose confidence in Jinsei City. The daily reception has dropped to less than 100 people, and the remaining adventurers are not supporting Jinsei City. Either they are newcomers who enter randomly, or they want to take advantage of Jinsei City before it goes bankrupt to get some wool. When has Pang Dehai ever seen such a hot scene in front of him, with nearly 4,000 people, but the city is full in seconds? This scene is extremely rare even in a 4th level territory, let alone a 2nd level territory. This miracle city is not ordinary. When I followed the crowd to the hall, I was shocked by what I saw. This time, it was not just the rookie lords, but also the 4 senior lords and adventurers, because they found that a new 3rd level hall appeared near the secret hall of Miracle City. Another hall? And it's a 3rd level hall. The secret hall is very expensive. Especially for the additional hall, not only the construction and upgrade costs are doubled, but also the crystal deployment costs are doubled. Ordinary lords don't have such a big hand. Too powerful, the old thief Chi is really rich. Where is this? Isn't it just the 2nd hall? If even a dungeon like Miracle City can't afford to build a 2nd hall, I think other lords in this world should give up. Yes. Praise Miracle City. Long live Lord Chi Chi. The secret crystals in Miracle City are actually enough. When the adventure was just halfway through yesterday, nearly half of the adventurers had already exhausted their energy, and there was no need to queue up for the subsequent secret crystals. Although there are hundreds of people added today. But I believe there will not be a shortage. However, who would complain that there are too many crystals, and the secret hall is too big? The 2 3rd level halls can deploy up to 3,000 secret crystals. Chi-Ji did not fill them all up at once. The current total number of secret crystals in Miracle City is 2,000. Although the 2 secret halls are a certain distance away from each other. But the different secret halls in the same city are interconnected, which greatly facilitates adventurers to move around and visit each other. The more people there are, the more lively the secret hall will look. The more secret crystals. Chi-Ji will appropriately relax the time charging standards. In this way, the soul crystal income remains unchanged, and there is an opportunity to create more spiritual power income. Brothers, 2 or 3 big guys cleared the 4th act of Titan chapter yesterday. We must work harder today, and catch up as soon as possible. My level is not high enough to drop the Ronin mech. I hope I can drop a robot. Go, I want to drive the mech, I want to fight BT, and kill people. Tianyun Yoshia was the fastest among all the adventurers to pass the 4th act of Titan chapter. However, after he successfully passed it yesterday, no less than 30 adventurers reached this level, and several adventurers led by Baiha Jishur have reached the end. I have to hurry up. Otherwise, the old man Baiha will definitely catch up with me. Ran Tianyun had a little competitive spirit. After all, since he had already condescended to challenge the secret realm with this group of stinky adventurers, as a 5th level cultivation lord and a 4th level dungeon master, how could he lose to this group of adventurers? Go, 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 just do it. Ran Tianyun activated the secret realm crystal and quickly chose the Star Sea secret realm to enter the Titan story again. The theme of the 5th act of the Titan is Signal Tower. The Lord of Tianyun City once again played the role of a rifleman, acting as the Iron Pilot Jack Cooper. Although he was a weak mortal body, he felt a strong sense of pleasure and anticipation when he woke up. Because he played Cooper. Ran Tianyun has all the memories and emotions of Cooper. He has never met this rebel fighter from Harmony Star, but he knows him better than anyone else in the world. He is like a confidant, and his second life. At the beginning of the 5th act, Ran Tianyun is in Iron Pilot mode. This tens of tons of steel body is climbing a 1,000-foot peak. At the same time, BT's voice came from the helmet without any emotional fluctuations, but it made people feel gentle and full of security. I miss this iron buddy very much after not seeing him for a night. Ran Tianyun. Hello, BT. Hello, Iron Pilot. Although Major Anderson is dead, as long as we can reconnect with the fleet, we can complete this mission completely. The interstellar signal station ahead can be used. Jumped. The rocket booster was launched. The steel body landed on a wide mountain road. Ran Tianyun boarded the mecha for reconnaissance. There was a huge signal facility on the top platform of this mountain, with an altitude of thousands of meters. Intelligence shows this facility has been occupied by the rebels. Now the rebels on Typhon rely on this signal station to communicate with the space fleet. Such an important facility cannot be avoided by the IMC. At this moment, we can clearly hear dense gunfire and explosions coming from the direction of the signal station base, and the air is filled with dim yellow poisonous gas. BT, the fog contains chemicals that are lethal to organisms. Ran Tianyun didn't care. No problem, anyway, my pilot helmet has an air purification function. BT, no, we can't take any risks. If you die, how can we complete the mission? You are safe enough to stay in the cockpit. These words warm the adventurer's heart. It feels that this machine is becoming more and more humane. Listen to you. Ran Tianyun then returned to the cockpit and turned on the pilot mode, and immediately launched an attack on the base of the signal station. He saw that there were small robots called stalkers everywhere outside the signal station base. A fierce battle cleared the trouble. Ran Tianyun successfully entered the base and met with Captain Cole of the rebels. This unit was the landing combat unit from the USS McCarran, but Ran Tianyun was not recognized because he was wearing pilot equipment and a pilot helmet. After some communication, he learned that the signal station had been destroyed. Only a high-energy arc gun could restart the power supply. There were 2 such devices, one of which was obtained by the rebels and was destroyed, and there was another one inside the base, but this area was very dangerous, with traps and robots in hostile mode everywhere. Captain Cole sent out several agile suicide squads of the resistance army, but they all failed. Ran Tianyun said directly, "I understand, give me some time, I will go and get the arc gun back." Captain Cole, be careful, it's very dangerous here, we have lost too many brothers, whether we can repair the signal station depends on you. Just as Captain Cole reminded, the environment here is extremely harsh, and there are exposed circuits everywhere, forming deadly traps. If you accidentally step on them, you will be killed instantly by strong currents. In addition, the internal environment of the base is complex. There is no way to go, or even no foothold. Adventurers can only use the jumping device jet backpack of the Iron Pilot to shuttle between the huge base devices in a way of flying over the eaves and walls, and shuttle through various supergiant gears, giant fans, and reactors. It can be said that traps are everywhere. Every step is full of danger. If it were just that, it would be fine. There are also a large number of robots wandering around here. These robots can use lasers to throw grenades. It is quite difficult to deal with them even in a normal environment, let alone in such a complicated place. Even Ran Tianyun went through a lot of torture. He died 3 times before finding the right path in the maze-like environment. Ran Tianyun finally got the high-energy arc gun from an engineering robot, and returned to the base smoothly. All the resistance soldiers showed respect and admiration and saluted. "I admire you. Too awesome. This is not something that ordinary pilots can do. Sir, you are indeed a top pilot." When he was a deputy pilot, and was worshipped by the resistance soldiers, Ran Tianyun also felt a little proud. He felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in using Cooper and BT. After using a high-energy arc gun to enter the reactor and restart the power supply, the interstellar signal station still cannot be started because the module in the signal station was destroyed by the IMC. Next, you need to climb onto the signal station to replace the module. Ran Tianyun drove the Iron Pilot to a base platform without saying a word. Wow! The scenery here is so magnificent. You can't see such a scene anywhere else. At this moment, near the secret crystal of Tianyun Ranger, nearly 100 adventurers have come to learn about the latest plot of the Titan chapter, and they are all shocked by the environment where Ran Tianyun is. Ran Tianyun and BT stand on a large platform with a wide view. Through the secret crystal, everyone can see that a super-large planet occupies half of the sky in the east. It is the satellite that was shattered by the Holy Ark, and it is now in a state of fragmentation and disintegration. Fragments continue to enter the atmosphere of Typhon. Dazzling meteors are drawn in the blue sky. Below this platform is a 1,000 feet high sky, thick clouds piled up like the sea, revealing a series of isolated mountain peaks, and a giant satellite dish signal station is built between the peaks. How to get through here? It seems there is no way. When all the adventurers were confused, BT said, "My scanner found a working connection lock module, 628 meters northeast." BT continued, "The analysis results show that throwing is the only way. I can throw you over." Everyone was stunned. It's a distance of several hundred meters. Throw it directly over? Are you crazy? Cooper is just an ordinary person of the first level and 1 star. And there is a bottomless abyss below. If there is a slight deviation, it will be like a flying man in the air, falling thousands of meters and turning into a pool of meat. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel sour. BT has squatted down and stretched out a hand. Ran Tianyun, your plan is too crazy. Although he also complained, he stood directly on BT's hand without any hesitation, because after so many battles side by side and entrusted with life and death, he trusted the Steel Brother very much and absolutely believed in his judgment. Iron Pilot, I am a machine, I will not go crazy. BT raised Ran Tianyun with one hand and pointed at the target with the other hand, indicating the landing direction for Ran Tianyun. At the same time, the scanner and processor started working quickly. Wind force 3 knots, wind direction 274, expected throwing distance 185 meters, throwing weight 89 kilograms. Trust me. Ren Tianyun was very nervous. But he felt inexplicably relieved when he heard the last 3 words. When the hydraulics of the Vanguard Titan were activated, and it suddenly made a throwing motion, he felt like he was launched like a cannonball, and such an experience was too crazy for a mortal. Ren Tianyun could clearly feel Cooper's heartbeat accelerating. This also gave him a strong excitement and stimulation. When his feet landed on a huge vertical baffle, he activated the jumping device and slid down the wall for a while, and finally landed smoothly on the platform of the signal station. Good. Well done. Great cooperation. Rongxia Boss and BT are getting more and more tacit. Ren Tianyun was also very satisfied with this wave of operations. BT is indeed a reliable buddy who never fails at critical moments, so people don't have any worries. At this time, the conversation of the top hunters came from the wiretap channel. Brisk, radio that damn pilot wants to repair the signal station. It's all up to you. Kill him. Richter, radio I'm Richter. All security units, go to the signal station immediately and find the guy for me. IMC Commander, radio received. March immediately. BT, be careful, IMC soldiers are trying to surround you. Ren Tianyun was not afraid but happy. Haha, it's a good time to try out new weapons with him. Suddenly, several soldiers rushed out from the corner. Ren Tianyun was ready to launch a high-energy arc gun. A blazing and dazzling electric current shot out from the weapon. This current seemed to have an automatic tracking function. It instantly hit and penetrated the body of the soldier in front, and then bounced to the second and third soldiers behind. There was no time to scream. Several soldiers turned into charcoal on the spot. The Blackstone Hammer King exclaimed, "Fuck, the whole body is completely carbonized. Is this weapon so powerful?" Nancy Leah commented, "This power is not inferior to the top 3rd level lightning spells." Ren Tianyun said, "According to BT's introduction, this high-energy arc device can generate up to 5 megajoules of energy each time. Not to mention 1 or 2 ordinary soldiers. Even if 10 or 100 stand together, I think they can be burned and killed instantly. Terrible. What a powerful weapon. What grade is this thing? If it is 3rd level, it will be awesome. If this thing explodes, it will definitely be a killer on the battlefield. Another piece of equipment that makes people covet." The adventurers were all amazed by the terrifying power of the high-energy arc gun. The onlookers were very satisfied, not to mention Ren Tianyun, the actual user. Ren Tianyun was holding the arc gun and killing people everywhere. Every time he fired a powerful and dazzling electric current, he could turn one or even several enemies in front of him into charcoal. It's really a great killer. With this weapon, plus radio eavesdropping, Ren Tianyun controlled the movements of the IMC security team, shuttled through the cloud sea above 10,000 meters, and constantly jumped between platforms. Wherever he went, he was invincible. This series of attacks can be called a gorgeous action drama. Let the adventurers exclaim that it was exciting and eye-opening. Ren Tianyun quickly climbed up the signal tower and assembled the new model to complete the task. But at the moment when the signal tower started, a violent shock caught him off guard and made a mistake. Not good. A cry of surprise. Ren Tianyun lost his balance, falling from high altitude into the abyss. At this time, a strong and powerful mechanical arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed it, and BT's gentle voice sounded again. "I got you. Well done." Ren Tianyun raised a thumb according to Cooper's habit. BT saw the thumb. He was obviously stunned for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about the meaning of the gesture. Then the other hand also raised a thumb. Ren Tianyun entered the cockpit. "I feel my blood boiling now." "BT, according to my scan, your life signs do not have any abnormal temperature. Do you want me to investigate this blood boiling problem?" Ren Tianyun explained, "BT, that's just a metaphor, which shows that I'm killing enemies fiercely." "BT, understood, I've added to the vocabulary. I've been excited several times in the past 24 hours. The adventurers kept talking. "Awesome. This is too thrilling. Ha ha ha, BT is so funny, he can give a thumbs up." Fortunately, BT responded in time, otherwise the ranger would be in trouble. "BT is really interesting. Listening to his dialogue is so funny. How can this guy be serious and humorous? I really want to have a cute mecha like BT." So far, most of the plot of the 5th act has been completed. In this act, the adventurer not only carried out 2 super dangerous tasks, but also cooperated more closely with BT making people feel that the relationship between the two is more tacit and close. Next, it's a boss battle. The leader of the Predator Corps finally discovered that the radio channel was eavesdropped. Therefore, Richter, who must be one of the hunters, was sent to lead several Titans to personally kill this extremely tenacious rebel. This battle was quite difficult. Here, Richter was one of the top hunters, who had joined forces to kill Captain Lastimosa. He was armed with a heavy modified Titan of unknown model, and his skin was thick and his flesh was very difficult to fight. Ran Tianyan failed 3 times in succession, and finally took advantage of Richter's lack of mobility, and successfully defeated him with a laser cannon of the Ion Titan module, thus completely ending the plot of this scene. Finally, mission completed. Ran Tianyan and BT successfully contacted the rebel fleet through the interstellar signal station. They uploaded the data information and intelligence of the Holy Arc Energy, and completed the special operation task of Protocol 2. The screen flashed. Time went straight to the next day. The adventurers were surprised to find that several large interstellar motherships appeared above the interstellar signal station. At the same time, a large number of transport landing ships arrived nearby. A heroic red-haired woman walked up to Ran Tianyan. Sarah Briggs, one of the high-level commanders of the rebel army. Sarah walked up to him. Titan BT-7274, according to the intelligence information you provided, your pilot Lastimosa has been killed. BT replied, correct, Captain Ty Lastimosa has been killed, and the one connected now is the acting pilot, Rifleman Jack Cooper. Sarah's face was full of disbelief. What? Lastimosa transferred you to a rifleman? BT, yes, this was the best choice at the time. Sarah, understood, we will transfer you to a qualified pilot. When they heard this, the adventurers were furious. Fuck, this woman is such a piece of shit. We fought for the resistance, but she looked down on us just because we are riflemen. We can't lose BT. Cooper can't lose BT either. This is too unreasonable. It's normal, after all, pilots are the top soldiers, and riflemen are the lowest soldiers. This high-level commander must not know that Lastimosa violated the rules to train Cooper. Ran Tianyan's mood also sank at this moment. Although he believed that with his current ability, he would never lose to any pilot, he could still rely on his own ability and pass the assessment through formal channels to become a real pilot. But he didn't want any other Titans. BT is unique, facing Sarah's order. BT replied, objection, Cooper is my pilot. Our combat effectiveness score now exceeds 90% of pilots. Request authorization to maintain the current connection. Sarah was stunned when she heard this. I didn't expect this Titan to refuse her order. She shook her head. BT, you should know that this is not in line with discipline, but you should be glad that we have no choice at present. Grant authorization. She patted Ran Tianyan on the shoulder. Cooper, it seems that this machine approves of you. Ran Tianyan said loudly, report to the commander, BT is not a machine, but my comrade in arms and iron brother, who has gone through life and death. Sarah was slightly stunned. As a top pilot as well. She seemed to understand why this rifleman had achieved such an achievement. Okay. Sarah took the information from the assistant and glanced at it. Fortunately, we have your ARC scan data. We have locked the IMC's Typhon base through energy characteristics. You will make an exception and join the Rebels' Predator Titan Corps. Get ready for a final battle with the IMC. This will be a rare grand scene. Time is running out. Go immediately. Chi-Ji nodded with satisfaction when he saw this behind the scenes. Many adventurers have entered this chapter. The speed of the secret realm is in line with expectations, or even slightly higher than expected. Today, there is a high probability that the Titan chapter of the Star Sea secret realm can be opened, and Ran Tianyan is currently the fastest. The next part to enter is the largest and most intense decisive battle in the entire Titan chapter. Chi-Ji has made some optimizations and mechanism innovations specifically for this part. This will definitely be an explosive and exciting link. Chapter 175. The Titan chapter begins the final battle. Hundreds of adventurers came to watch upon hearing the news. The rookie Lord Pang Dahai was also squeezed in the crowd at this moment. When he saw the adventure scenes of 4 senior lords and some adventurers in Miracle City, his whole person fell into a state of resetting his 3 views, short-circuiting his brain, and losing his ability to think. Is this really a secret realm? But is this right? It's totally unreasonable. Where is there such a secret realm in the world? They clearly traveled into different worlds. No wonder the adventurers in this dungeon are so crazy. Even goddess lords like Senior Sister Gao you are attracted. With such an incredible secret realm, no one can resist it. Without waiting to think about it, Ran Tianyan entered the new plot. He turned on the Iron Pilot mode and waited in the transport plane. This transport plane has 2 rows of Titan airborne waiting areas. Each row has 10 Pioneer-class Titans. It is said that there are 5 such transport ships in total. Each Titan is a killer weapon, and its comprehensive combat power is not inferior to that of an infantry battalion. The Titans deployed in this battle alone are equivalent to the strength of 100 battalions. How extravagant? What a big deal! This must be the biggest scene so far, and even in the entire Titan chapter. The rebels can gather so many Titans in one battle, and the number of Titans in the IMC is probably no less. This is the appearance of the decisive battle, which can be described as terrifying. Of course, the number of Titans in the original work is only about 10, not so exaggerated. It is Boss Chi who greatly increased the battlefield area and the number of Titans in order to pursue a larger scene and better visual effects, just to create the most shocking and exciting mecha battle. If the 4th act cause and effect is the pinnacle of operational sense and mechanism innovation. As the final battle of the Titan chapter, hundreds of Titans will fight on the same screen, which will fully satisfy people's extreme fantasy of mecha wars, and the mechanical violence aesthetics will be fully interpreted in this process, and the plot, emotions, and scenes will also be pushed to the climax. At this moment, the battle is about to break out. Everyone can feel the tension and killing. Sarah is making the final call through the radio. Everyone listen. IMC will launch a time-space folding weapon. Its power is enough to remotely destroy an entire planet. But if there is no Holy Cabinet as energy, this weapon is meaningless, and we have locked the location of the Holy Cabinet. The next thing to do is to take it away before the Holy Cabinet leaves the base. This battle will determine the survival of hundreds of millions of people. All Titans are ready to airdrop. At this time, Ran Tianyun received a prompt from the Secret Realm. This level can open multiplayer connection. Do you want to match teammates immediately? The adventurers also saw this prompt. What do you mean? It seems that you can form a team in this level. What? Form a team? Just like the team level in the Frenzy Secret Realm? Really? In a role-playing story game, you can also form a team with other adventurers? This situation seems to have never happened in the past. What's the fuss? Now all 100 Rebel Titans are Vanguard class, and they all look similar. It makes sense to have a multiplayer linkage. Never underestimate Qi Laoziai's ability to make things happen. Wow, amazing, this battle is worth looking forward to. It would be great if I could challenge it with my companions. Lord Qi is too strong. Ran Tianyun is the only one who has reached this level so far. Now I can't find anyone to form a team, so I can only challenge it alone. After making a choice, the transport plane arrived immediately. Open the airdrop cabin and release Titan as soon as possible. Bang! Leave the cabin. The tactical screen shows a shocking bird's-eye view. At this moment, I was in the sky and there was a large piece of gray-black land with no grass under my feet. This land is made of rugged rocks. There is a heavily guarded base in front. From a height of 400 or 500 meters, you can see a gray spaceship parked in the base. It's the Tianlongxing, the spaceship responsible for transporting the Holy Ark. It's also the core target of the Resistance Army's campaign this time. Ran Tianyun is currently in mecha mode. His body weighing dozens of tons falls from hundreds of meters high. The destructive power generated can be imagined. However, when he is about to land, the rocket jet starts the reverse thrust to dissipate some of the power. Boom! Even so, a big hole was still smashed on the ground. At the same time, Vanguard-class Titans fell from the sky, boom boom boom, like a rain of steel, making big holes one after another, when dozens of Titans knelt on one knee one after another, densely falling in front, behind, left and right. Each fall and landing was full of shocking power. Too many. The Vanguard-class Titan core landed and assembled in a few seconds. 100 steel giants acted at the same time. This scene was unprecedented, spectacular and luxurious. At the same time, every adventurer in the hall heard the magnificent and exciting BGM. The decisive battle has begun. So many vanguards. Such a luxurious lineup. Lord Qi is so good at making things happen. Ah! So strong. Just seeing the scene makes my blood boil. It's really exciting. So many steel mechas are dispatched at the same time. It's simply the ultimate romance of men. Old Thief Qi is awesome. The big scene in Miracle City never disappoints. Only Lord Qi Ji can make such a scene. Before this, adventurers have been fighting alone all the way. The rebels in the same camp are generally ordinary infantry. Have you ever had the experience of joining the Titan Corps for collective action? When everyone thought that this must be another story of a lone hero saving the world, an unprecedented and unimaginable large-scale Legion battle suddenly hit them. No psychological preparation. Who can resist this? Every onlooker was excited and shouted for fun. Sarah personally drove a red Vanguard Titan and appeared in the Titan core and shouted, "Predator core! Attack!" Such a shocking and immersive war scene made Ran Tianyun completely immersed in it. He felt that every drop of blood in his veins was burning wildly. He had never seen such a powerful scene. The adventurers also shouted loudly, "Attack! For harmony! Come on, Ranger! Go! Go! Blow up the damn IMC!" The Rebel Titan Corps released a group of bombs at the same time. Thousands of small missiles flew together, like the brightest and most dazzling meteor shower tearing the sky, leaving dense tracks in an instant, pouring down on the enemy positions like a storm. Scream, explosion, sea of fire rolling. Every moment is shocking. Every screenshot is enough to become a famous scene. Adventurers have never seen such a gorgeous and suffocating strike effect. Missiles swept the ground and destroyed the outer defenses of the IMC base, a large number of anti-aircraft guns, and the rebel fighter formation took the opportunity to break through the airstrike and tried to directly destroy the Draco. It's not that easy. The IMC base responded immediately. Hypersonic anti-aircraft missiles and lasers were continuously fired into the sky, instantly destroying more than half of the rebel fighters. At the same time, hundreds of Titans rushed out to form the first line of defense. IMC has been alerted in advance. The base has a very strong close defense capability, and fighters and missiles cannot get close. There is no shortcut. This is a tough battle. The Titan Corps advanced under the cover of fighters. Various radio signals continue to appear in the communication channel. IMC Titans have arrived at the front. The top Predator Corps is ready. The Reaper anti-Titan robots have all been deployed. All defense systems have been activated, and all troops have entered the combat zone. Come on! Pilots of the rebels! Let's have a luxurious barbecue party. The IMC Titans are numerous and diverse in type. The heavy armored Legion Titans are at the forefront, followed by the powerful Titans and Ion Titans. A dozen Polaris Titans are flying in the back row to try to suppress the air. An epic mecha battle. It's about to happen. The pilots of both sides are fighting fiercely on the open battlefield. Every pilot driving a Titan is a top elite, and every Titan is a super efficient killing weapon, so for a while, all you can see are mechas, bullets, missiles, and lasers. The intensity of the war was beyond cognition. The adventurer felt that he was not witnessing a battle. He was watching a magnificent performance of iron and fire. He did not feel the bloodiness of war, but only the purest violent art. The casualties on both sides increased rapidly. One Titan after another was blown up. Titans were knocked down every minute and every second. Ran Tianyun shuttled through the hail of bullets, explosions, and flames. Kill another one. Awesome. Ran Tianyun used machine guns and cluster missiles to attack in turn, destroying 3 enemy Titans one after another. Such an exciting battlefield made him completely immersed in it, and shouted with excitement. But just as he was about to follow the troops to continue the charge, hundreds of missiles rained down like raindrops, causing interference. In the chaos, he was hit by an Ion Titan's laser cannon and was killed instantly. The challenge failed. The whole battle lasted only 3 or 4 minutes. Even if you have perfected your relationship with the characters and mechas, and even if your skills are superb, it doesn't make much sense. In such an intense and complex battlefield environment, you will be killed in seconds if you are not careful. Failed. Ran Tianyun left the secret realm with a look of unwillingness. However, although the attack failed, he still felt very satisfied, and felt that he had experienced an epic battle. Tai Xian suggested, "It is best not to rush too far in a battle of this scale, otherwise once you are concentrated by several Titans, the probability of survival is too low." Time Traveler said, "The casualties of the rebels under the strong attack are too great. Even if they can enter the base, more than half of them will be lost. The number of IMC Titans is greater than that of the rebels, and the subsequent battle will definitely become extremely difficult. Cat Ming Ming, what should we do?" Pig King, "This level seems to be quite difficult." At this time, Ignis suggested, "I think it is best to use the Ion Titan component in this kind of battle, because the Ion Titan's laser core has strong enough destructive power. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can instantly destroy multiple Titans." Yes. First find a way to weaken the enemy's output, to ensure that our manpower can continue to fight. Ran Tianyun also realized that the enemy is outnumbered in this battle, and we can't act recklessly. Otherwise, even with an excellent Titan commander like Sarah, it would be too difficult to kill through the enemy in this environment, so he fully adopted everyone's suggestions and formulated a new set of tactics. The second challenge. First replace BT with Ion Titan components. The Ion Titan split gun and laser cannon have extremely strong long-range output and explosive power. Ran Tianyun did not charge recklessly, but kept a distance and fired long-range shots and kept observing. Whenever the laser core was ready, he would step forward and launch the laser cannon to output to the enemy's weak points, and then continue to retreat to the team. This is much easier to fight. Destroyed 6 or 7 Titans in succession. Finally, under Sarah's efficient command, the rebels destroyed nearly 100 IMC Titans in one go, and the rebels lost nearly half of their Titans. Generally speaking, this stage was successful. After breaking through the first line of defense, successfully entered the base, Ran Tianyun felt that the difficulty increased sharply again. First of all, the base environment was very complex. IMC still had dozens of Titans, plus a large number of infantry and anti-Titan robots. The rebels had a very difficult time advancing in this environment. Ran Tianyun killed 5 enemy Titans in a row. However, he was surrounded by the firepower of 5 or 6 Titans and died in regret. Failed again. This level is so difficult. It's not that easy to get into this base. Hey, look, the old Dean has cleared the 5th act, and he has also entered the 6th act final battle. An adventurer has caught up with the latest progress. The situation of Baihajusher in soloing the 6th act is similar to that of Ran Tianyun. Such a large-scale mecha battle is difficult to get in without a strong and cooperative teammate. Ran Tianyun then found Baihajusher and invited him. Lao, the single-player mode of this battle is very difficult. If you want to clear the Titan chapter within today, I think we should challenge it together. Baihajusher is a person who likes to challenge the limit. It's just that the energy for adventure is limited. At present, everyone, including himself, wants to know whether the Resistance army succeeded in the end, and whether the protagonist Cooper and BT saved the entire Harmony planet. So he only thought about it for a few seconds. I agree, but it's probably not enough with only 2 of us. According to the information of this level, a maximum of 8 adventurers can form a Titan tactical team. Then let's wait a little longer. The 2 of them discussed it. They decided to wait a little longer. It has only been 3 hours since the dungeon opened today, so there is plenty of time. There are currently more than a dozen people who have entered the 5th act. It won't be difficult to form an 8-person team after waiting for an hour or 2. There are 500 or 600 people in Miracle City challenging the Titan chapter at the same time. At this stage, the adventurers who can catch up with the progress are those who have a very good degree of running in with Cooper and the mecha. Each of them is equivalent to a top-notch pilot. If 8 people can join forces, they will be able to pass the level easily. In this regard, other adventurers, all of them were looking forward to it. Because Ran Tianyun and Baihajusher could enter the base by participating in the battle alone, if the 8 top adventurer Titans united, they would definitely be able to sweep the base, leaving many shocking scenes. So far, it has only been 3 hours since the dungeon was opened. Today, the adventurers have made great gains. Not only did they enter the final battle in the Star Sea Secret Realm Titan chapter, but the adventurers in the Frenzy Secret Realm and the 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm also made a lot of gains. For example, the Angry Chicken unlocked a very good loot when he cleared the Black Light chapter. Black Hawk helicopter, unarmed version, white grade top grade equipment, maximum speed of 250 km per hour, maximum mileage of 1000 km, cultivation enhancement effect of 5%, fuel 30/30ths, durability 35/35ths. Additional skills, fuel replenishment, automatic repair. This is a bare metal version of the Black Hawk helicopter. In other words, only the various functions of the Black Hawk itself, without rockets and machine guns installed, otherwise it must be a 3rd level equipment. And this Black Hawk is slightly higher in quality than the Hummer, but it is still a 2nd level equipment and has not reached the 3rd level. This is why only the 2nd level Angry Chicken can unlock it. No doubt. In terms of strategic value, both the Black Hawk helicopter and the Hummer are extremely high. The value of the helicopter is even higher than that of the Hummer car, and the drop rate will be lower. This is the first air vehicle in Miracle City so far, and it has the value of large-scale popularization and production in the future, in the secret realm of the 10 Kingdoms. In just 3 hours today, 2 rare named souls were produced one after another. One of them is the Insect Warrior, undead half-soldier produced by the Wool Warrior. This is a 1st level named soul, and it is also the spirit that many big guys want to get out. After all, the immortal half-soldier is the only perfect insect possessor. No one expected that all the big guys failed to produce this soul, but finally let the Wool Warrior get it out. Although this Wool Warrior is one of the first adventurers to challenge the Ashina country, but he has only advanced to get the immortal slash. For so many days, The Wool Warrior has spent most of his time brushing small monsters and practicing with the immortal half-soldier in the dilapidated temple. The repeated sparring has made the relationship between the Wool Warrior and the immortal half-soldier better and better, and they can talk about everything, because he regards the immortal half-soldier as a friend. So when the Wool Warrior feels the pain of this friend, therefore, he embarked on the road to find the immortal Slash and complete the liberation for him. Probably because of the repeated sparring experience and the long-term relationship, the spirit explosion rate increased, allowing the Wool Warrior to obtain this valuable first-level named soul. The second named soul is Soft Sword Dr. Yongjin. Since someone discovered the Shura ending yesterday, today, many adventurers have started the Shura ending line. Among them, an adventurer named Greenskin Bully tried it. This Greenskin Bully is not an ordinary person. He is a very powerful third-level adventurer, so he defeated Yongjin in one fell swoop, but was finally defeated by the old Manison. For this result, the Greenskin Bully was not satisfied. Although it was very unexpected and lucky to explode a Yongjin named spirit, because the Greenskin Bully is not an adventurer of the main genre, and Yongjin's skill type and characteristics do not match it, the Greenskin Bully did not want this spirit. The fertility sacrifice was started. The eternal true spirit was abandoned in exchange for a high-quality fertility mark. In this way, the Greenskin Bully will have a greater chance of exploding the spirit of the owl or the old sword saint. Don't even want to play the named soul. This move caused quite a stir in Miracle City. The adventurer codenamed Greenskin Bully became famous because of this. Chi-Ji also received the first named spirit since the opening of Miracle City. For him, it was also an unexpected thing. The Eternal True of Ashina Country is average in strength, just a second-level 5-star existence, and the named soul cannot be summoned directly through the monster camp. This kind of spirit is very special. If you don't use it as a contracted spirit, but want to summon it, you need to first build a rare facility called Named Temple, and a rare material called Heroic Soul Stone, to summon this special spirit in the territory. Although it is very troublesome. But it is different from ordinary monster soldiers. This unit, which uses the raw materials of named souls for special summoning, is an individual with soul wisdom and thoughts, and is no different from a normal local citizen. Not only is it absolutely loyal, but it also has a high upper limit. Of course, named souls also have different qualities. Since summoning named souls is very troublesome and costly, not all named souls are worth summoning and necessary. At this moment, in the secret hall, the adventurers' adventures are still going on. Baihajusher and Ran Tianyun stopped their adventures, and went to help guide the adventurers who were playing the fifth act, hoping to get together an 8-person team as soon as possible, so the onlookers, who originally watched the two people's adventures also dispersed at this time. Rookie Lord Pang Dahai. He still had a sense of unreality until this moment. Although he had been watching the secret realm in Miracle City for 3 hours, he always felt that it was all like a dream. But Pang Dahai knew that this could not be a dream, because with his poor cognition and imagination, it was impossible to construct such amazing content and creativity even in the craziest dream. And at this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the words of Lord Gaoyu and Lord Ran Tianyun. If his territory could be incorporated into Lord Chi-Ji, if he could become a local manager under Lord Chi-Ji, then it would be equivalent to keeping a golden thigh. Even if he lost all the lord rights, he would not necessarily be worse than other lords. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. Pang Dahai had already fallen into despair and had no choice, but now fate has opened a new door for him. As long as he can join Chi Jilling, no matter how harsh and extreme the conditions are, he must agree even if he has to be a dog for Miracle City. This will be the most important and last chance in his life to change his fate. Pang Dahai continued to walk in the secret hall, and the contents of various secret crystals in all directions were constantly emerging in front of him, and one of the crystals immediately caught his attention. Its user is Miracle City's current strongest contract adventurer, Bianhua. This Bianhua did not rush to challenge the Xinghai secret realm. She continued to explore the world of the 10 Kingdom Sui and Tang dynasties. At present, there are only about 100 adventurers who have entered the 10 Kingdom Sui and Tang dynasties, and the content is still relatively rare. At this moment, Bianhua has made the deepest progress in exploration. After Chen Jingqiu, played by her, came out of Fuma Mountain. After the Yueha River God Festival, he visited the beautiful Lei Xiaza and rushed to the border town of Heishan, where he met the ambitious and generous Zhang Lai and the beautiful and hot Tuoba Yue. Then he bravely broke into the Sui army camp, killed a large number of mysterious demon soldiers, rescued the trapped children, and lived in the Tuoba tribe for about a week, and finally learned the whereabouts of the artifact Shenong Ding again. After Yuan Taisha transported the Shenong Ding away, he was going to keep it privately. But for some reason, the Sui Emperor Yang Guang learned about it. Because it was rumored that the Shenong Ding could refine the elixir of immortality, Emperor Yang Guang was very angry about Yuan Tuo's private collection of the Shenong Ding. On the one hand, he sent his trusted eunuch to take over the Shenong Ding, and on the other hand, he ordered Yuan Taisha to come in person to apologize. In other words, Shenong Ding has fallen into the hands of the court. This tripod was transported southward from Zhujian, along the Yongji Canal, also known as the Grand Canal. It is very likely to arrive in Daliang in the next 2 days, because the emperor of the Great Sui dynasty is on an eastern tour recently, and his dragon boat fleet has just arrived in this area. In other words, to take back the sacred tripod, the adventurer must immediately set off for Daliang, find the dragon boat where the emperor is and blend into it, which is undoubtedly a difficult and challenging task. After all, the one to be faced this time. But the emperor of the Great Sui Empire, Yang Guang, must be surrounded by many masters, and is very strict. The mysterious Yuan Tuo may also be present, and this man who can destroy thousands of troops with one sword and easily defeat Mr. Gong Shan, the first descendant of Digu in the world, is definitely the #1 boss in the hearts of every adventurer who pays attention to the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties. His cultivation must be no less than the 4th level. He also has the Xianyuan sword, the most powerful ancient artifact. The adventurers really couldn't think of how to deal with this person, and were preparing to make a long-term plan for this matter. However, Higanbana got a message from Zhang Lai. After Tuoba Yer overheard the whereabouts of Shenong Ding, she was worried that Zhang Lai would not allow her to participate in the operation, so she ran away from home one day in advance and went to Daliang. According to the letter left, this girl not only claimed to take back the tribe's treasure Shenong Ding, but also wanted to take this God-given opportunity to assassinate the Dog Emperor and avenge the children of the tribe, who died in the hands of the Sui people over the years. Faced with such news, both Higanbana and Zhang Lai were shocked. What the hell? Tuoba Yer wanted to steal back the Shenong Ding, but she actually wanted to take the opportunity to assassinate the Sui Emperor Yang Guang. Is this little girl so brave? She is really not afraid of death. The adventurers complained. Higanbana had no choice at this moment. Zhang Lai took Xiaoxue with him as soon as possible and embarked on a journey southward. The biggest difference between the adventure in the Sui and Tang chapters and other story chapters is that not only the span of time and space is very large, but the protagonist is not fighting alone, and there are always several companions around him to help. After a period of training, Yu Xiaoxue, who was brought out from Yuehe village, can now skillfully use various healing, recovery spells, and earth-based attack spells. As for Zhang Lai, who has just joined the team, as the current leader of the Tuoba tribe, his military strength is even more impressive. He has the super strength of the 3rd level and 4 stars, and he is brave, resourceful, and experienced. With the help of these two companions, Higanbana believes that even if he faces the invincible Yuan Taisha, he has the ability to retreat unscathed. After Pang Dehai learned the cause and effect of the story beside the secret crystal, he immediately became curious about the plot of the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 kingdoms. Although what he is most interested in now is still the mecha showdown in the Star Sea secret realm. But right now, Tian Yun Yoxia and Bai Hejusha are looking for teammates, and they can't fight for a while, so you might as well watch here for a while to understand the subsequent plot of adventurer Higanbana and get to know more about this vivid and lively exotic empire. Chapter 176. Near Daliang City. The dragon boat fleet is lined up on the river. Exquisite pavilions, carved railings and jade bricks, and golden tiles sparkle in the sun. Ordinary ships are 10 feet long, with double-layer attic structures, exquisite and luxurious, and there are dozens or even hundreds of them. The dragon boat flagship is even more than 100 feet long, no different from a luxurious palace, tall and majestic without losing its elegance and luxury. Countless small boats are busy shuttling back and forth around, transporting daily necessities, and singing girls and beauties for the huge fleet. The productivity of the real ancient dynasty could not create such a magnificent fleet. But this is not an ordinary ancient dynasty after all, but a world with extraordinary power, various spells, and demons and monsters. Naturally, productivity cannot be equated with a world without extraordinary power. The Ashina kingdom can build Ashina castle in the deep mountains. What's so strange about the Sui dynasty of China building a dragon boat the size of an aircraft carrier as a water palace? However, although the scale is large, the style is very strong. The entire dragon boat and the accompanying boats are very design-oriented, full of the heritage and essence of the architectural art of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Bianhua looked at the dragon boat fleet from the top of the mountain. They were all stunned by the fleet they saw. Is this the patrol fleet of the Sui Emperor? It's too big. Bianhua couldn't help but sigh. She has been in this world, and this country for some time. Whether it is Yueha village or Heishan town, the people's lives are not good. That's why, when facing the huge and luxurious dragon boat, the contrast formed will be particularly strong. The Sui Emperor traveled with nearly 100,000 people on a trip, and looted thousands of beauties and countless treasures along the way. How can he not perish with such extravagance and abuse of national power? Hearing Zhang Lai's words, and seeing the luxurious dragon boat in front of him, every adventurer can feel the strong contrast. The national strength of the Great Sui dynasty is obviously still strong, but the people are in trouble and demons are rampant. It is a very strange era that is both extremely powerful and on the verge of destruction. Xiaoxua said, Sister Yura is very likely in the dragon boat now, but how can we find her when the dragon boat fleet is so large? Yura came here to take back the sacred tripod and assassinate the Sui Emperor. Zhang Lai said, but the sacred tripod is too heavy to move. She will definitely try to assassinate the Sui Emperor to cause chaos, and then look for an opportunity to transport the sacred tripod away. Higanbana, the dragon boat fleet is in order and there is no chaos, which means that the assassination has not started yet. We can first find the sacred tripod and take it away, and then sneak to the vicinity of the Sui Emperor to investigate Yura's whereabouts. Yu Xiaoxua asked, but the dragon boat is heavily guarded. How can we get in? I have an idea. An inspiration came to Higanbana's mind. She immediately said with great interest, we have found many soldiers and officers who said beauties to the Emperor along the way. Xiaoxua is a beauty, and I can also pretend to be a woman. Then Brother Zhang Lai can pretend to be a Sui army and lead us in. Good idea. Yu Xiaoxua is beautiful. As for Chen Jingqiu, played by Bianhua, because he is too young, only 17 years old, it is not appropriate to disguise as a soldier, but Chen Jingqiu has fair skin and beautiful appearance. If he changes into women's clothes, it will not be difficult to pass. As for Zhang Lai, there is no way. This guy is 9 feet tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face, and a big beard. If he disguises himself as a woman, the Emperor will probably be scared to jump off the boat in the middle of the night. The three of them did what they said. The first thing was to go shopping. Why could Higanbana stay in the world of Sui and Tang dynasties for so long and never get tired of playing? She would always finish the main line of Sui and Tang dynasties before going to other secret realms, and even sometimes she would take Xiaoxua to wander around when there was no update. There are many reasons. One of the reasons is that she has money. Miracle City has opened the function of exchanging the currency of the secret world. At present, each contribution point can be exchanged for 10 taels of silver in the world of Sui and Tang dynasties, which is equivalent to the income of an ordinary family for 1 or 2 years. Higanbana only exchanged 500 contribution points casually and greatly improved the experience. She can enjoy local food in various villages, towns and cities, buy all kinds of interesting items and materials, or be generous to satisfy her heroic addiction, so as to fully experience the customs of this world. Higanbana quickly dressed Chen Jingqiu as a cross-dressing boss. Don't say it. Hey, don't say it. Chen Jingqiu's women's clothing really looks like this. Ha ha ha, the boss of Bianhua is awesome. He can come up with such a genius idea. It's so interesting. Other secret realms give people a feeling of being too serious, and only secret realms with a strong sense of life, like the Sui and Tang dynasties, can come up with so many interesting tricks. The adventurers were all amused by this wave of operations. At this time, Zhang Lai found a set of armor of a lieutenant officer of the Sui army. The three of them entered the dragon boat through the fast channel dedicated to offering beauties. The whole process did not arouse the suspicion of the outer troops, and then they launched an investigation inside the dragon boat, and soon found the ship transporting the Shenong Ding, and found the Shenong Ding stored separately in a cabin. Found it. The 5 great artifacts of Qin, Ding, Yin, Mirror and Shi. Among them, the Kunlun Mirror is in Fumo Mountain. If we get the Shenong Ding, wouldn't we only need 3 more? But except for the 1,000-year-old shark spirit in Yueha village, we didn't fight a single hard battle. Why do I feel that things are going too smoothly? As the adventurers were discussing, Zhang Lai suddenly said, this ding is not right. Higanbana also looked suspicious. Shenong Ding is an ancient artifact. How come it looks so new? Xiaoxua touched it curiously. One of the ears of the big ding fell directly to the ground with a thud. Yu Xiaoxue thought she had broken the Shenong Ding, and she hurriedly said helplessly, I didn't mean it. Don't be nervous. How could the Shenong Ding be destroyed so easily? I don't think this broken ding is the Shenong Ding at all. But I don't know where the real Shenong Ding is. Zhang Lai said nothing. He caught an old eunuch and brought him back. He was the chief steward in charge of transporting the ding. The three of them quickly tortured him to get the truth. It turned out that the real Shenong Ding was robbed by a group of unknown bandits halfway. The old eunuch was afraid of the emperor's punishment, so he collected bronze artifacts along the way and imitated this fake tripod to get away with it. Had it been robbed again? It's really endless. Higanbana lost some patience and asked loudly, Where is the person who stole the tripod? The old eunuch said, Please spare me, my old servant doesn't know either. I only know that the other party calls himself the Demon King of Chaos, and his weapon is a pair of huge axes as big as wheels. The Demon King of Chaos? He's just a bandit, but he's so arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't get any more useful clues, Higanbana asked, What should we do with this old eunuch? Zhang Lai sneered. Since he can't provide useful information, he is worthless. Kill him and be done with it. The old eunuch was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Of course, Higanbana didn't care about the life of a mere old eunuch. Not to mention that she killed many people in China, she herself was also a decisive character. It was just at this moment that she felt a little compassion for Chen Jingqiu. Huh? Chen Jingqiu is kind by nature. He seems unwilling to attack people who have no grudges against him. Of course, Higanbana can ignore Chen Jingqiu's ideas and act completely in her own style. However, since she chose to play this character, unless it is particularly necessary, it is better to act according to the character's temperament, which will be more conducive to the development of the plot and the relationship between the characters. Zhang Lai, brother, can't you do it? Higanbana, I don't think it's necessary to kill people. Then do as you think. Zhang Lai grabbed the old eunuch's clothes and scolded, Your life today is given by you. You should know what to do, right? The old eunuch hurriedly said, Yes, I have never seen the three heroes, and I will never reveal a word to the outside world. If you break your oath, you will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Get out. The old eunuch rolled and crawled out of the room, but soon after he walked out, he heard a sharp shout. Someone come! There's an assassin! An assassin is coming in! When Higanbana heard this voice, immediately felt Chen Jingqiu's embarrassment and guilt. This simple prince, who was only 17 years old, was still too naive. Zhang Lai said with a smile, My dear brother is Empress Chen's man, and he may do great things in the future. Remember, a real man has his own ways and his own ways, but if you want to accomplish great things, you must be decisive and not be too soft-hearted and suffer the consequences. The teachings of the elder brother. Let Higanhua admire and be confused. She said bluntly, It is not difficult to find that the elder brother has the ambition to compete for the world these days. If so, why do you still teach me these? After all, if I restore the country one day, it will not be a good thing for elder brother Zhang. Hearing this, other adventurers also became curious. Zhang Lai has great ambitions and great talents. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He is half Han blood, but he can become the leader of the Tuoba tribe. He is actively winning the hearts of all ethnic groups on the grassland. He must have seen an opportunity, and is ready to do something big. And Chen Jingqiu is the remains of the Qin kingdom, and the only bloodline of the Qin kingdom's royal family. In theory, Chen Jingqiu is his potential opponent. Hearing Higanhua's words, Ha ha ha, my dear brother has a good vision. I do have the ambition to compete for the world, but it is not easy to overthrow the Sui dynasty. How can there be an opponent if I can't even defeat this common enemy? Hearing Zhang Lai's words, other adventurers were thoughtful. Zhang Lai's power is mainly in the northern grasslands. Qin is a country in the south. If both sides attack Sui at the same time, the Sui dynasty will definitely not be able to take care of both sides. First destroy Sui, then fight for the world. Is this Zhang Lai's idea? I think Zhang Lai doesn't care about Chen Jingqiu at all. After all, anyone can see that this guy is not suitable to be an emperor. If the Sui dynasty is overthrown, if Chen Jingqiu doesn't become emperor, will Zhang Lai be the new master of the land of China? I think it is very likely. This guy is not old, but he is very powerful, and has the appearance of a heroic hero. There should be no one more suitable to be an emperor in this era than him. The adventurers discussed it. Zhang Lai was a charismatic character. Everyone was interested in his future development and ending. At this time, the secret realm was in chaos, and many Sui army soldiers came, and the three were in a very dangerous situation. Zhang Lai said at this time, "My foolish brother will deal with the Sui army, and at the same time set fire to various places on the dragon boat to contain the secret guards around the emperor. You can take the opportunity to get close to the emperor and look for Yu's trace." The adventurers discussed it. "I see. Is all this part of his plan?" Zhang Lai's move is not only to teach Chen Jingqiu a lesson, but also to create chaos to attract the masters around the emperor. This way, he can lure the tiger away from the mountain, so that the big brother Bianhua can take advantage of the opportunity to get close to the dragon boat. "This big bearded man is really thoughtful," Bianhua said, "but this will be very dangerous for brother Zhang. Don't worry, I have my own way to get out of this. Once you find Yu, you must not fight and must retreat quickly," Zhang Lai said with a serious expression. Although the emperor is stupid, the foundation of the Sui dynasty cannot be underestimated. There are several secret guards, who are so unfathomable that even I am not sure to deal with them, not to mention the invincible Yuan Tu. Understood? Of course, Bianhua did not dare to be careless. After all, even China has a Jiang clan, and the inner court has a special force like the Guan clan. How much more than 10 times the size of the Shenzhou Sui dynasty is the inner court? There must be countless masters around the emperor when he travels. Even if some of them are led away by Zhang Lai, we can't be careless. The three of them acted immediately. Zhang Lai is indeed a top master of the 3rd level and 4 stars. After some operations, many places caught fire quickly. Many Sui army masters rushed to support, and Higanbana used the Giga Taoism to take Xiaoxue into the Dragon Boat Palace. Compared with the other side of the flower, it has also become stronger. Chen Jingqiu has the Chen Kingdom's national treasure, the Demon Refining Pot. This item can extract essence from various natural treasures, demons and monsters. When the corpse of the 1,000-year-old shark spirit is refined for cultivation, the strength that can be exerted now is infinitely close to the 3rd level, and the Giga Taoism is becoming more and more proficient, so it is naturally able to sneak into the Dragon Boat Palace during the chaos. When hiding on the beams of the hall, using Taoism to hide the breath of the 2 people. The other side of the flower observed the scene of the Dragon Boat Palace. Too exaggerated? The adventurers were all amazed. The area of the Dragon Boat Hall is comparable to that of a sports field. The pieces of gold bricks are covered with dark patterns. Various beasts from the classic of mountains and seas are fired on each brick surface. The Xieji, Zhe, Bifang and other evil-repelling auspicious signs outlined in red gold are looming. 8 bronze crane incense burners are breathing out the camphor mist. 12 golden dragon pillars rise to the sky, and the 5-clawed golden dragon is lifelike with its teeth bared and claws dancing, and its eyes are piercing as it overlooks the world. 81 gilded palace lanterns, the lampshades are all made of ancient shoe silk, and the flames burning inside are not ordinary candles, but eternal lamps made from the fat of mermaids in the South China Sea, which illuminate the whole room like a golden cave. In the middle of the hall, on the luxurious and huge dragon throne, there is a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, with a burly figure and slightly fat, who is half drunk. He is accompanied by many beautiful girls, and musicians on all sides play the pipa and pluck the strings of the harp. Hundreds of dancers sing and dance gracefully, and the music is endless. This scene is really extravagant to the extreme. How can the adventurer not be surprised? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes along the way. It's not hard for me to believe that this isn't a ship. A palace on the water is so luxurious and gorgeous. I can't imagine how magnificent the imperial palace in the capital must be. It's so cool to be the emperor. By the way, where is Tuoba Yu? It's not advisable to stay here for long. After using Giga Taoism to enhance her perception, Bianhua could sense that there were several powerful auras hidden in the hall. If she started fighting, she would definitely suffer. She searched the entire hall, but couldn't find Tuoba Yu. There was a commotion outside. It has affected here. Many guards ran out to check. At this time, a maid came in from the side hall with a wine pot. She walked respectfully to the emperor above. "It's Yu." Bianhua recognized her at a glance. This person was Tuoba Yu in disguise. She obviously wanted to take advantage of the laxity of the hall to attack the emperor. "Stop!" A captain of the Imperial Guard stopped in front of her. He shouted angrily, "Who told you to come up?" Tuoba Yu quickly knelt down and whispered, "I am here to serve His Majesty." The captain of the Imperial Guards hadn't spoken yet. Yang Guang's eyes fell on Tuoba Yu. He became interested. "Raise your head, let me take a good look." "Yes." Tuoba Yu raised her head. Yang Guang's eyes lit up immediately. She was indeed a beauty of national beauty, and he didn't wait for him to ask about her origins. Swoosh, Tuoba Yu drew out a knife, and the murderous aura suddenly burst out. She swung the knife with lightning speed, and the target she slashed was the captain of the Imperial Guards, who was blocking her. Too fast. The explosive power was too strong. The captain of the Imperial Guards didn't expect a young woman to have such strength. It was too late to resist in a hurry. The long halberd in her hand was directly shaken away, and then her neck was cut by a sharp knife. This person, like Yor, is a second-level 5-star strength. Tuoba Yor sneaked up and killed the biggest threat. The other guards were all worthless. Tuoba Yor went deep into the tiger's cage, and the blade was as violent as thunder and lightning. 3 or 2 moves. All 6 guards were chopped down. The whole process was neat and tidy without any delay. The adventurers watching the show outside cheered loudly. Beautiful. Yor has good swordsmanship. Although Yor's cultivation is slightly inferior to Chen Jingqiu's, I feel that Yor's close combat ability is much stronger than Chen Jingqiu's. Chen Jingqiu has a good talent, but he is too lazy in his daily practice. Haha, speaking of talent, I think Xiaoxue is the strongest. She has never practiced before, but now her strength has reached the level of second level 3 or 4 stars. Our Yor is not bad in talent either. If she had the assistance of a magical artifact like the demon refining pot, her cultivation would definitely be far above Chen Jingqiu. While Yor and Xiaoxue's fans were arguing, Tuoba Yor had killed all the guards on the scene. She immediately shouted, "Dog Emperor, give me your life." Facing the murderous Tuoba girl, Yang Guang only narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not lose his composure at all, and the wine glass in his hand did not even tremble. It can be seen that although this emperor was stupid and tyrannical, he was by no means the incompetent person people imagined. His eyes were sharp and slightly playful. My little beauty's swordsmanship is not bad, but there are so many people who want to kill me. Why do you think you can do it? Stop talking nonsense. Die! Tuoba Yor shouted. She thought of the Tuoba people who had died in the past few years, and the countless innocent children who were captured by the Sui army. At this moment, her eyes were red and her anger reached its peak. All her strength was concentrated on the next sword. Huge blade light. More than 10 meters long. Like a huge streak of silk sweeping towards the great Sui emperor. This attack was not only the strongest attack that Tuoba Yor had tried her best, but also reached an extraordinary level under the dual blessing of anger and murderous aura. Even a third-level strongman might not be able to block it. However, at this moment, a figure in a yellow-brown robe, like a ghost, appeared out of thin air in front of the imperial desk. He used only one finger to directly shatter the blade light in front of him, instantly making Tuoba Yor's full-strength attack vanish. Tuoba Yor's face changed drastically. Who is it? This is a young man about 30 years old, with a heroic spirit, a cold face, a pair of red and blue eyes, and a golden ancient sword on his waist. Although it looks calm and there is no breath exposed, it is like a calm sea, which can set off storms at any time, so it still gives people a strong sense of oppression. Yuan Tua, the Great Sui Dynasty. It's you? Tuoba Yor's face turned very ugly. The world is invincible, Yuan Taisher. The demon pupil is not dead, the Sui Dynasty will not perish. This is a nursery rhyme that is now known to everyone in the world, and the young man in front of him is the legendary Yuan Taisher. I didn't expect him to appear here in time, and I didn't expect that he could break his strongest attack with just one finger. Tuoba Yor knew that he was definitely not Yuan Taisher's opponent. But the emperor was already in front of him. How could she be willing? Tuoba Yor forced her true energy to circulate, jumped to the pillar next to her, and then suddenly used the force to ricochet, and rushed towards Yang Guang again, but before she could get within 3 feet of the emperor, a violent breath burst out. It was like a real tidal wave. It bounced Tuoba Yor away on the spot. Tuoba Yor fell to the center of the hall, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. How hateful! Yuan Tua said calmly, "Don't waste your energy. With your cultivation, you can't shake a finger of the seat." At this time, Yang Guang ordered, "Catch him alive." Tuoba Yor had fallen into despair. Since there was no way to assassinate the dog emperor, it would be better to end her life, so as not to fall into the hands of the Sui people and be humiliated. But at this moment, a burst of purple smoke burst out, instantly enveloped the entire hall. Higataoism? Yuan Tuo's eyes narrowed. This assassin has an accomplice, and he is the descendant of the Giga lineage. Almost instantly, 8 masked figures flashed. The first time to protect the emperor of the Great Sui Dynasty. These 8 people are obviously the secret guards around the emperor of the Great Sui Dynasty. Higanbana knew how terrifying Yuan Tua was. He was definitely a 4th-level power, and the 8 secret guards around the emperor were all top-level 3rd-level masters. If they acted rashly at this moment, they would surely die. Then, there was only one way left. Higanbana opened the demon refining pot she carried with her. She released all the demons she had defeated and subdued along the way. In an instant, demonic winds rose in all directions, and various resentful souls, flying-headed barbarians, green malaria ghosts, zombie tree spirits, and other monsters were released. Most of these demons could not be controlled without being refined, but in this situation, there was no need to control them. Letting them play freely was enough to create chaos and attract attention. What's going on? When he saw the scene of the demons dancing wildly, Yang Guang finally felt a hint of threat. Although the hall has various evil-repelling arrangements that can suppress the power of evil spirits, there are too many demons and monsters. Yuan Tu was also slightly surprised to see this situation. He did not expect that the assassin this time had such means, so he slowly pulled out the golden ancient sword from his waist. The next moment, the golden sword light bloomed, like billions of invisible flying needles, instantly covered every corner of the hall. This light not only evaporated the Ghost Valley mist, but also tore dozens of powerful demons into pieces in one breath. In just 3 or 2 seconds, these demons and monsters were all wiped out. But when everything returned to calm, Tuobayuer, who had fallen to the ground, disappeared. The assassin took the opportunity to escape. "Your Majesty, it's not good. The thieves set fire, and the fire is spreading here. Go and put out the fire." The scene was in chaos. "Yuan Tu, I'm here to protect your Majesty, and you guys go chase the assassin." 8 Ziwei secret guards immediately set out. They launched a pursuit of the fleeing Higanbana, Tuobayuer, and others. Each of these secret guards has the strength of a 3rd level 1-star, and they are top-notch masters even in Shinjo. Yuan Tu did not leave, because he felt that the assassin this time was not ordinary. If the tiger was lured away from the mountain, there would be a backup plan, and the Emperor's safety would not be guaranteed. But as long as he is here, no one in the world can kill the Emperor. Higanbana used the demon refining pot and Gigataoism to cover and rescue Tuobayuer. The 3 were attacked by several Ziwei secret guards during their escape, and this was a difficult boss battle. The strength of each of these Ziwei guards was not inferior to the 1,000-year-old shark spirit, and was even more difficult to deal with. A difficult deal. Higanbana was accidentally hit by an arrow. Fortunately, Zhang Lai arrived in time to defeat the secret guards and evacuate in time. The screen went black. Higanbana woke up. It was 2 days later. The 4 hid in a dilapidated temple. Zhang Lai was relieved to see that Higanbana was fine. He taught her a lesson in a stern tone. Because of your recklessness, you almost caused a disaster. This time, I will take you back to Dianling no matter what. Brother-in-law. Okay. Tuobayuer knew that he was in the wrong, and did not refute. Xiaoxue continued to treat Higanbana at this time. Higanbana was also in shock. I didn't expect that the secret guards around the Emperor were so powerful. I feel that any one of them has the ability to kill me. Zhang Lai asked, "Brother, the tribe has an urgent matter, and I must go back immediately." "What are your plans now?" Higanbana didn't think much. Of course, continued to look for the sacred tripod. Since the nickname of the bandit leader is found out, it must not be too difficult to find. In any case, we must heal the sword wound of the master as soon as possible. Wait! This won't work. Tuobayuer stood up again at this time. The sacred tripod is the treasure of our tribe. How can we entrust it to a few outsiders to find it? Zhang Lai's face sank. You just agreed to return to the tribe, and you regret it so soon? Tuobayuer said, "Brother-in-law, I will never do anything reckless this time. I also want to contribute to the search for the sacred tripod. Yura is not a bad person. Her strength is also quite good. Higanbana doesn't know the true strength of the Devil King who stole the Shenong Ding, but he must be quite capable to have snatched it from the Sui army." At this moment, the most reliable Zhang Lai is leaving the team and returning to the tribe, so having Tuobayuer join the team seems to be a good helper. That's it. After some discussion, Zhang Lai left the team. Tuobayuer joined the team. Higanbana decided to rest for a while. Then he took Xiaoxue and Yura to find the devil. It's really interesting. Pang Dehai had watched for more than an hour without realizing it. The powerful Sui Empire, the luxurious dragon boat fleet, the mysterious and powerful Yuan Taisher, and the final escape from the chase and battle, the strength and means of the Emperor's secret guards, all made him feel eye-opening. Whether it is the battle, the characters, or the world view, they are all very exciting. The story of the Sui and Tang chapters is completely different from the painting style of the Titan chapters, but it is also a very interesting world that makes people want to explore. The Great Sui Empire is full of historical heritage, and this heritage is reflected in various details. It is impossible to create such a delicate world with pure fiction. I really don't understand how the Lord of Miracle City did it. Pang Dehai was very curious about what kind of adventure Chen Jingqiu would have with the two girls next, but just as he was watching with great interest, he suddenly heard someone shouting. The Titan team has assembled. We will definitely win this decisive battle. When he heard this, Pang Dehai's spirits were lifted again. Has the Titan team assembled? Although Pang Dehai wanted to know only about the next adventure of Higanbana, he thought that the decisive battle in the Titan chapter was not to be missed. He had to reluctantly stop paying attention to the progress here for the time being. Chapter 177. Attracting everyone's attention, the adventurer team has finally assembled. In addition to Ran Tianyun and Bai Hejusher, the two big guys who took the lead in promoting the progress. There are also Feng Zhongyan, Mingwei Xiaoxue, Sanju, Pancher, Black Stonehammer King, and Nancy Leah. Sanju and Pancher are both experienced old adventurers. They caught up with the latest progress by their own ability. Although the other four also performed very well, they caught up under the guidance of Ran Tianyun and Bai Hejusher. People who pay attention to the Titan chapter. At this moment, they all feel excited. One by one, they prepared Coke and popcorn. This super large-scale mecha battle is an unprecedented scene. Now that the 8 best adventurers have joined forces, people have a stronger sense of expectation and hope to see a wonderful mecha drama. Come on, big guys! This will definitely work. The 8 adventurers held a pre-war meeting. First determine the Titan components and tasks to be used by each of them. Multiplayer mode matching completed. Nancy Leah turned on the pilot mode. She appeared in the rebel transport plane. She could see rows of Titans that were about to join the battle lined up in front of her, and 7 adventurer companions were on standby. Commander Sarah's voice sounded on the radio. Arriving at the drop zone. All Titans, prepare to drop. The next moment, the drop pod opened. Nancy Leah was thrown into the gray-black vast land. Nearly 100 other Titans also left the transport plane and bombarded the battlefield like iron cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The Titans smashed a big hole in the ground. It started. Nancy Leah was excited. She saw outside her secret crystal. Dwarf Arno, Flower Fairy Iris, Dwarf Kimba, Dog-Headed Man Luke, etc. For alien races in Miracle City. Hundreds of people gathered. Here to cheer for Nancy Leah. Nancy Leah participated in the Mecha War for the first time. This epic and magnificent scene, the shocking war lineup, made her feel unprecedented passion. She could feel the firm will and indomitable courage of the rebel Cooper, and this was exactly the willpower she needed. She hoped that in the future when facing the Eternal Night Dragon King, she could also restrain the fear in her heart and charge fearlessly like now. The rebels took the lead in launching a wave of missile strikes and air strikes. At this time, the IMC Titans responded quickly, and hundreds of Titans of various models arrived at the front line at a rapid speed. Mecha War. It was about to start. After Nancy Leah quickly hid behind a boulder, she took the split gun and launched a unified attack, activated the laser core to release the laser cannon, and took the lead in killing a powerful enemy Titan with powerful firepower. At this time, a voice came from the radio. Miracle Team rated according to the plan. While the enemy's firepower is tied down, we only have one chance to break through. Nancy Leah's laser core was offline, which was equivalent to the ultimate move falling into cooling. She decisively gave up continuing to attack from the front, and immediately raided the left wing to meet up with the other 7 adventurers. Good luck. So far, the adventurers are still there. Bai Hejusher shouted, act according to the plan. Sanju, Pancher, and Feng Zhongyan were the first to go out. The 3 of them used powerful Titan components and arrived at the tactical position at the first time. Then they deployed particle shields to attract firepower for the other 5 adventurers and provide cover. The IMC commander immediately discovered and sent out Titans to block the attack. Although the 3 adventurers opened the particle shield in advance and used bunkers to resist, casualties were inevitable under the dense firepower, and Pancher's particle barrier was quickly broken. Suddenly a laser cannon swept in. The bunker shattered and hit the defenseless Pancher wherever it passed. The cockpit of the mecha was directly shot and exploded, and Pancher became the first adventurer to die. Team member -1 died before the mission was accomplished. The cruelty of the battle can be imagined. It doesn't matter. In the multiplayer online mode, the team wins and loses mode is adopted. As long as the final battle result achieves the goal, everyone can pass this level. It's nothing more than a matter of score. When the enemy's most violent counterattack passed. Attack! Keep attacking. The other adventurers rushed forward. Nancy Leah ran at full speed and sprinted with rockets to reach the designated location. At this time, she heard the prompt from BT, laser core connected. Nancy Leah launched the laser cannon, and when a red laser swept through, 3 enemy titans were directly scrapped and exploded into a huge fireball on the spot. Cool, it's not over yet. Ran Tianyun and Baihe Jusher also used Ion Titan components. The two also released 2 huge red laser cannons, plus other adventurers' guns, and destroyed 5 more titans in one breath. This wave of raids successfully destroyed 8 IMC titans at the cost of 1 mecha. Such a battle-loss ratio is undoubtedly a big profit. At this time, the IMC Titan commander realized that the threat from the flank was increasing, and immediately transferred 2 heavily armed Legion Titans, plus 7 or 8 powerful Titans and Ion Titans to respond. Another batch is coming. Xiao Hei Mingyu, we will cover you, and it's up to you next. Ran Tianyun, Baihe Jusher, Nancy Leah, Feng Zhongmian, and Sanju dispersed and fired wildly to attract firepower. At the same time, Blackstone Hammer King and Mingyu Xiaoxue launched a surprise attack. The two used Ronin Titans. Although the armor was thin and the skin was fragile, it had strong explosive power, and could quickly harvest once it broke into the enemy formation. Sword Core, activate. Blackstone Hammer King and Mingyu Xiaoxue had already prepared. They rushed out quickly from 2 directions, launched a phase surprise attack, and rushed into the enemy Titan, with a Ronin sword in their hands wrapped in lightning. Go to hell! Blackstone Hammer King jumped up suddenly, swinging the sword into the cockpit of a Legion-level Titan. This Legion-level Titan with thick skin and strong firepower was paralyzed before it could react. The Blackstone Hammer King swung his sword at another Ion Titan, and before the latter could open his shield, he wrapped the lightning Ronin greatsword around him, and instantly cut out a huge, molten cut. Boom! The Titan exploded directly. When the flames bathed his whole body, the Blackstone Hammer King shouted, "Awesome!" He continued to swing his sword like a mad dog. He chopped down several more Titans before being taken away by a concentrated fire. On the other side, Mingwei Xiaoxue was invincible after opening the sword core and broke through several armors. Well done! All troops, attack! The adventurer team's attack was very effective. This wave of attack destroyed more than a dozen IMC Titans, which not only caused huge losses to the rebels, but also completely disrupted their battle formation. Sarah seized the opportunity. She immediately ordered all Titans to attack. Under this wave of steel torrent offensive, the IMC Titan core was directly defeated. The rebels only suffered a quarter of the loss, and successfully attacked the IMC base. Kill! The 6 adventurers continued to charge, faced with a large number of anti-Titan death robots and fortifications. The adventurers still charged like mad dogs, and lost 2 teammates in the process, but successfully took over the periphery of the base. The Draco is on the upper level. Teams 1, 2, and 3 stop the enemy. Other pilots follow me. Get moving. Quick, quick! Nancy Leah followed Ran Tianyun, Mingwei Xiaoxue, Baihe Jusher, plus 8 rebel Titans, and Commander Sarah on a huge elevator. Cooper did a good job. You can get the pilot certificate. Sarah praised the adventurer. The simple part is over, and the next is the real hard battle. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. What do you mean the simple part is over? What do you think the previous round of battle is the simple part? Before the adventurer could react, the elevator arrived at the upper level of the base, and as soon as it appeared, it was immediately blocked by the fierce gunfire of 20 or 30 IMC Titans. The Draco is refueling. The spaceship is about to take off. Everyone, charge, we must intercept it. The 4 adventurers and 8 rebel pilots continued to fight bravely. Nancy Leah first shot and blew up a beast Titan, then activated the laser core to launch the laser cannon, and blasted 2 enemy Titans in one breath, but was bombarded by a group of bombs at the same time and exploded on the spot. Depend on everyone. We must win! Nancy Leah shouted before going offline. Sword core activated. Mingwei Xiaoxue, under the cover of his teammates, launched another wave of violent raids, and finally destroyed 3 enemy Titans and tore a hole, but was destroyed by a thermite attack from the Flame Titan. There are only 2 adventurers left. There are only 3 other Titans left in the rebel army. Although the loss is very large, the enemy Titans were successfully eliminated. Sarah shouted, "Forward, keep moving forward, we must stop the Draco from taking off." At this moment, at least 1,000 adventurers are paying attention to this extremely difficult battle. When they see the adventurers fall one after another, their hearts gradually rise to their throats. So cruel, so fierce, at this moment, the situation is becoming more and more thrilling. Old Dean. Ranger boss. Now it all depends on you. Come on! Come on! Miracle City will win. Ran Tianyun and Baihe Jushi sprinted with all their strength and killed the enemy crazily, getting closer and closer to the Draco. Almost. Push harder. No. The engine started. The Draco is about to take off. Seeing this, Ran Tianyun had to take the risk and charge hard, but he accidentally stepped on a trap and was destroyed on the spot by the enemy's powerful firepower. There is only one adventurer left. After Baihe Jushi activated the laser core to destroy the enemy's last Legion Titan, he sprinted at full speed and finally successfully arrived under the Tianlong star. This huge spaceship was like an iron curtain covering the top of his head. At this moment, various lights were on, and it was slowly rising. It's the Holy Ark. Baihe Jushi saw from a distance. The top hunter Sloan escorted the Holy Ark storage device into the spaceship. Sloan stood on it and looked at the rebels with a mocking face, and then said to the mercenary leader by radio, "Brisk, this is Sloan. The Holy Ark has been safely boarded. See you later. As for these annoying rebels, I will let Viper take over and deal with them." As he spoke, the landing capsule closed. "Don't go. Stay." Baihe Jushi fired wildly at the spaceship. But this little firepower was not enough to threaten this huge spaceship. The adventurers could only watch as Tianlong slowly rose into the sky, quickly accelerated, and disappeared into the horizon. It's over. Almost caught up. There is at least one top hunter in Tianlong, with a large number of troops and even titans. I think even if we catch up, we can't be their opponent. The gap in the strength of the two sides is too great. Did we still fail at the last moment? This mission is too difficult. Sarah shouted at this time. It's not over yet. Prepare to land the spaceship. We will catch up. At this time. Received a prompt. The sixth act of the Titan chapter was successfully cleared. The other adventurers were stunned when they saw this. Why did they successfully pass the level even though they didn't stop the spaceship to take back the Holy Ark? I see. No wonder it's so difficult. This level's mission is not to take back the Holy Arkansas. As long as the adventurers reach the designated location within the specified time, they can pass the level. There are 8 levels in the Titan chapter. This is only the 6th one. If we take back the Holy Ark so quickly, how will the next 2 levels unfold? Great, there are still battles to watch, and we can continue to kill enemies. Go, go, go! Kill, kill, kill! Come on, big guys! Let's see who gets the first pass first. The 6th act is passed. The 7th act begins. After a short cooperation between the adventurers, everyone returns to the dungeon. The 8 adventurers have also changed from cooperative teammates to competitors. The first pass achievement will undoubtedly be born among these 8 adventurers. The Titan storyline has already reached its most tense and exciting climax, and now there is the suspense of the first pass competition, making the next adventure even more exciting and eye-catching. Grumpy Chicken, Brother Hammer, stand up and get the first pass. Pig King shouted, you already have the first pass of the Black Light chapter. If you get another Titan chapter, you will be famous. Higanbana, come on, brother. Iris, come on, Ba Xiuya. Renwanxiong, Sky Cloud Ranger. You can't lose to these adventurers. Go, go, go! The finale of the Titans chapter is just around the corner. Save Harmony Star and defeat the scum of IMC. We will witness this heroic adventure and the end of the epic battle together. At least 1,000 or 2,000 people in the entire hall were watching this battle, and everyone was as crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and all kinds of shouts of tsunamis came one after another. Pang Dehai felt that he was lost in this atmosphere. Not to mention him, a rookie lord. Gao Yu, Renwanxiong, and Li Jianhan were no exception. Who would have thought that an adventure could make the onlookers so excited? At this moment, Ran Tianyun entered the 7th act. He found himself holding a single-soldier anti-aircraft rocket launcher, appearing on the firing deck of a spaceship, surrounded by large and small fleets, mountains, forests, lakes and rivers passing quickly below. Opening lightning strike. As grand as always, as shocking as always. I am Commander Briggs. IMC is taking the Ark to the weapon device of the folded spacetime. All ships move at full speed, and they must be defeated at all costs. Over. Various replies came immediately from the radio. The rebels invested all the elites of Typhon and made a desperate attempt. Ran Tianyun also quickly entered the combat state. He held an anti-aircraft rocket and fired several missiles, shooting down several fighters escorting the Tianlong. The rebels were about to take advantage of the victory. However, the rebel pilots screamed in fear from the radio. What monster? He's too fast. Does anyone see what it is? I was hit, and I'm about to crash. I'm about to crash. A red flying titan that he had never seen before appeared in Ran Tianyun's vision. This titan looked relatively light, with a powerful engine that could fly quickly and flexibly in the air. Not only that, it had very strong firepower and could release dozens of missiles at a time. But in a moment, 3 more rebel fighters were accurately shot down. The adventurer had never seen such a titan mecha. It's actually a flying titan. This style is different from other titans. It's fine that he can fly. This speed is too fast. The rebels are trying their best to catch up with the Draco in front. At this moment, the height from the ground is about 10,000 meters, but the mountains and rivers are passing by at a very fast speed, which is enough to show that the current movement speed is very exaggerated. Cat Ming Ming, too outrageous. This special titan can not only catch up with the fleet, but also flexibly shuttle between the rebel warships, like a bee to release high explosive missiles. Time Traveler commented, among the 6 common models of IMC Titans, the only one that has the ability to fly is the Polaris Titan, but the Polaris's flying ability can only gain air superiority for a short time, and it is definitely not as fast as this Titan at supersonic speeds. At this time, Sarah shouted on the radio, "It's Viper. This Titan is not made by IMC. It is very advanced and difficult to deal with. First, hold it back and find a way to land on the Draco." No wonder it looks completely different. This Titan is not from the IMC group, but is produced by other forces in the Star World. Judging from its performance, its technology is probably 1 or 2 generations ahead of IMC. Obviously, this is a foreshadowing. You can also see it from this detail. There are many powerful forces in the Star World. IMC is nothing in the entire galaxy. And this galaxy is probably just one of countless galaxies. The adventurer dared not think about how vast the potential space of the Star World is, because if he thought too much, he would feel that his brain capacity was not enough. The individual anti-aircraft rocket in Ran Tianyun's hand locked onto Viper. The anti-aircraft missile was discovered and shot down just after it was launched. Then more than a dozen high-explosive missiles attacked and hit the spacecraft. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship lost balance and almost capsized. Ran Tianyun and BT were thrown out of the battle deck. The man and the mech were about to fall from a height of 10,000 meters, and a rebel fighter quickly took measures to catch them with extremely fast reaction and highly precise operation. Cranky Chicken, awesome. Lone Wolf, such a fast and complex battlefield, and he can still react quickly. The operator of this fighter must be an ace pilot, very powerful. Lonely Swordsman, it can be seen that it is not just Cooper, there are many powerful people in the rebel army. This is not a battle of one person, but a war of the whole rebel army. The most urgent task is to land on the Draco. How easy is it to get close to a large spaceship traveling at high speed? The Draco has a very powerful close defense system, which can form powerful firepower in parallel and in front, and the rebel ships and warships have no way to get close. Shoot it down directly. This is also impossible. The Draco is too big. The rebel firepower simply cannot shoot it down in time. The only part of the firepower network formed by the Draco that cannot be covered is the rear, and this is also the only flaw that can be broken through, but the IMC has several fighter formations and warships to escort. In such a high-speed and fierce combat environment, how easy is it for the rebels to break into it? After some research, they finally decided to use the old method. Human throwing. This time, the throwing is undoubtedly more than 10 times crazier than the last attack on the signal station. BT not only had to be thrown on a high-speed cruising fighter, but also had to throw the target on another rebel fighter, and then use this fighter as a springboard to force his body into the weakly defended tail deck area. Too crazy. Can this work? Not only the adventurer was stunned. Ran Tianyun thought it was too exaggerated. But BT's next words dispelled his concerns. Believe me. Okay. Ran Tianyun chose to believe in his old friend unconditionally. At this moment, various missiles were flying in the air, and the fighters of both sides were entangled in a fierce battle, and fighters were constantly shot down. The rebels created a short opportunity for Ran Tianyun, and he immediately stood on BT's hand. After some calculations, the latter suddenly threw Ran Tianyun out. This is 10,000 meters high. When the adventurer flew out, in front of him was an endless mountain, forest, and river. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a rebel fighter quickly approached and caught Ran Tianyun at a precise time. Ran Tianyun ran on the fuselage with great force the moment his feet landed, then jumped again and activated the jetpack. Fired in the air. Shot and killed several IMC soldiers. Ran Tianyun landed accurately on the combat deck at the stern of the Draco. Continued to shoot. Shot and killed several more soldiers. killed several robots. All the adventurers applauded when they saw such a thrilling scene. Such an exaggerated battle is simply a super blockbuster, which makes people sweat and their blood boil. Next, another wonderful single-soldier invasion. Ran Tianyun went deep into the ship alone and killed a large number of IMC soldiers, making all the close and anti-aircraft guns on the stern deck silent, allowing an elite rebel group composed of pilots to land at the stern. Well done, Cooper. Let's fight our way out. Each of the troops is a master soldier. They then adopted a series of dazzling tactics, quickly advancing from the stern deck all the way to the bridge control room. Ran Tianyun pulled out the data knife and stabbed into the console. Successfully implanted a large number of viruses in the control system of the Draco. Sarah said excitedly, Cooper, you have completed the task perfectly. The Draco is descending. Please take out the Holy Cabinet and evacuate as soon as possible. Is it going to succeed? This series of operations is so cool. It really deserves to be the strongest elite of the Resistance. BT shattered the glass of the bridge control room from the outside. Ran Tianyun immediately entered the cockpit and turned on the iron pilot mode. The signal of the Holy Ark was in a cargo hold at the front. Just as Ran Tianyun was driving the BT on the surface of the spacecraft and heading towards the Holy Ark at the fastest speed, the adventurers in the hull suddenly felt that the BGM became excited. Gao Yu, the atmosphere is wrong. Li Jianhan, the battle is not over. Ren Wanqiong, be careful. There may be trouble. When Ran Tianyun was about to open the cargo hold, where the Holy Ark was stored, a red mecha figure suddenly flew out from the front. The adventurers were naturally familiar with this guy. It was the flying titan codenamed Viper. Viper, Voodoo 1, please rest assured, Viper is in place. Viper then said to the adventurer, I control the sky, and you have no way to escape and nowhere to hide. Your journey has ended here. Another difficult boss battle. Because this titan codenamed Viper is too advanced. His speed is so fast that it is difficult to catch, making the adventurer very passive and uncomfortable. Ran Tianyun died 3 times before he gradually understood the rules and attack rhythm of the Viper. He realized that although the Viper was very advanced and powerful, it was also because of this that the pilot was very arrogant. He couldn't attack fiercely right away. Otherwise, he would definitely fall into a disadvantage. Ran Tianyun then focused on evasion and defense, thus consuming the Viper's remaining ammunition, which made him fall into anxiety and anger, and it was in this state that he revealed his flaws. The burst core was activated. A cluster of missiles hit the Viper. Although the Viper was very maneuverable, its defense was not very good, and it immediately lost its balance and fell down. Just when everyone thought that the Viper had been defeated, something unexpected happened again. This guy restarted the engine in midair. He flew out from the other end and attacked BT fiercely. The two mechas fought fiercely on the deck. Finally, BT tore open the cockpit of the Viper. Ran Tianyun took the opportunity to log out of the mecha to make up for the gun, and then he successfully killed him completely under the extreme state. BT, are you okay? Ran Tianyun found that BT had lost an arm, and his balance was seriously affected. This was obviously a serious injury. BT, my left arm was seriously damaged, but I can still function. After that, he opened the entrance to the cargo hold. BT, this ship is falling at a high speed. Now we can only rely on it. One person and one machine successfully killed the Holy Ark containment device. This thing looks like a 3-meter diameter iron football, and the Holy Ark is in the center of this containment device. When BT tore open the iron sheet, a sphere with a blue glow appeared in front of him. Finally found it. This is the mission target. The Holy Ark is not in the activated state. It doesn't matter if you touch it with your bare hands. Cooper, I need your help. No problem. Ran Tianyun immediately got into the Holy Cabinet. He could feel that although it was in a dormant state, the strong radiation emitted by the Holy Cabinet was still very strong, causing serious signal interference in his pilot helmet. Without thinking too much, take out the energy core. Put it directly into BT's cockpit. At this point, the adventurer's mission was completely completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This extremely thrilling adventure can finally end here. Warning. Altitude 6,000 feet. Warning. Altitude 5,000 feet. The system of the Draco was constantly sounding alarms. The spacecraft had completely lost control and was sliding towards the ground at an alarming speed, and a devastating hard landing was about to occur. BT said, Cooper, hurry up, time is running out. But just as the words fell, a violent explosion suddenly broke out in his cabin. Ran Tianyun was knocked to the ground by the shock wave, dizzy and unable to stand up, And at this moment, the spacecraft was still descending rapidly. It was obviously too late for him to escape, but BT still had the ability to evacuate in time, and the mission could still be completed. BT, hurry up! But BT did not leave. He just grabbed the iron shell that contained the Holy Cabinet. First put Ran Tianyun in it, and then used his body to protect the gap. This broken robot tried to protect its pilot with its last ability. Ran Tianyun was stunned. What are you doing? BT, Protocol 3. Ran Tianyun, don't worry about any protocol at this time. Get the Ark out first, this is our mission. BT, no, I won't lose another pilot. Both Ran Tianyun and the adventurers. When they heard this, they all stayed where they were. This is not what an absolutely rational machine would say at all. Ran Tianyun, or Cooper in his body, was in a very complicated and shocked mood at this moment. Although he had already regarded BT as an iron brother emotionally, his reason kept telling him that this was just a robot after all. All his actions and decisions were derived from the underlying instructions and codes. It stands to reason that there would be no real emotions. However, at this moment, Ran Tianyun was sure. BT wanted to protect himself from the bottom of his heart. This machine may really have a soul, and when the story developed to this moment, its connotation and shock rose to a higher level. BT, prepare for impact. With a bang, a violent explosion sounded. The Draco had obviously landed hard on the ground. The impact and explosion were so fierce that Ran Tianyun felt his eyes go black and he lost consciousness. What happened? Are the Ranger and BT still alive? This BT chose the latter between completing the mission and protecting the pilot. Is this the constraint of Protocol 3, or did he break through the setting of the machine and have a soul? Oh my god, it's so touching. The 7th act of the Titans chapter has ended. Next, the adventurer will come to the 8th act, which is also the last level of this secret chapter. The entire Titans chapter will usher in the final finale. Chapter 178. This final plot has a very fast and tight rhythm. Ran Tianyun, Bai Hejusher, and Feng Zhongmian entered the final scene at about the same time. The other 5 adventurers were all exhausted in the process of boarding the ship or dealing with the Viper Titan boss. It seems that the first pass achievement will be produced among these 3 people. Everyone in Miracle City is nervously paying attention to the subsequent development. Ren Wanxiong, Li Jianhan, Gao Yu, Ignis and others are supporting Ran Tianyun, while Bianhua, Lonely Swordsman, Wanchuan Sanren and others are cheering for Feng Zhongmian, and Bai Hejusher also has the Lao Tula team and a group of students from the Adventurer Academy cheering. At the same time, people have ignored. This is a secret dungeon. Everyone is concerned about the fate of Harmony Star. Everyone is concerned about whether Cooper and BT can complete the epic mission. The plot of this story and the direction of the fate of the characters have deeply touched the hearts of Miracle City, and they are also proud to be witnesses of this legendary adventure. I don't know how long it has been. When Ran Tianyun regained consciousness, he found that he was no longer on the Draco spacecraft, but was transferred to the interior of a base. There was a man and a woman not far away. The woman was Sloane, the top hunter who had transported the Holy Ark to the Draco. Although the other person was meeting for the first time, the adventurer had heard his voice from the radio many times. This person was Brisk, the mercenary leader of the top hunters. The good news is that he did not die during the hard landing of the spacecraft. The bad news is that he seems to have been captured by the enemy. What made the adventurers even more worried was BT. He looked seriously injured. His legs and left arm were gone. His torso was broken and sparking. He was suspended in the air by 4 steel ropes. Although he looked functional, he was no longer able to fight. What should we do? Cooper has been captured alive. BT is no longer able to fight. Can he still complete the mission? The adventurers were discussing. Blisk was communicating with a holographic projection. The person on the other side was General Mad, the military director of IMC. General Mad said in a deep voice, "Your problem is none of my business. After you deliver the Ark according to the contract, IMC will transfer the remaining balance to you." Blisk, "Okay, coward, prepare the money I want, and I will deliver the goods as agreed." The call ended. Blisk came to BT. "Hey, Titan, open the hatch and hand over what I want." BT, voice command. Cannot be recognized. Sloane, let me tear it up directly. No, the Holy Cabinet is not stable, and violent impact may cause an explosion. Blisk suddenly looked at the adventurer. Hey, our great hero finally woke up. Let's talk about the terms. Ran Tianyun, I don't know what we can talk about. Kane, Ash, Richter, and Viper. You killed so many of my capable subordinates, and I should have shot you right now. Bliss pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ran Tianyun's forehead. But I'm giving you a chance to live now. As long as you let your Titan open the hatch, I spare your life today. How about it? Isn't it a good deal? So that's it. Although BT was severely damaged. But the Ark was still in its cockpit. This thing was very unstable, and Bliss didn't dare to take it out rashly. So he took BT and Cooper to the base of the space-time folding weapon. I say it again, let your Titan open the damn hatch. Ran Tianyun smiled coldly. Okay, BT, wait until they are all dead, then you open the hatch. Bliss was furious. He dragged Ran Tianyun to BT's visual sensor, pointed a gun at Ran Tianyun's head, and said to BT, listen, no matter how badly you are damaged, at least you can still count. I will only count to 3. If you don't open the hatch, I will make your pilot's head explode. 3. Ran Tianyun, BT, don't listen to him. 2. The pilot's helmet received an encrypted message. The message only had one sentence. Cooper, believe me. 1. Brisk was about to pull the trigger when he heard the sound of the hatch opening behind him. When he turned around, he immediately saw an energy ball with a blue glow. He was overjoyed. He was about to take out the Holy Ark. But a strong sense of crisis suddenly enveloped his heart. Brisk quickly laid down as a reflex. BT's right arm swept the sneak attack and missed. He immediately opened the left shoulder cannon and fired a sweep. Brisk rolled away like a loach, and only a few unlucky IMC soldiers were beaten into pieces. At this time, Sloan rushed up in a Titan, took out the Holy Ark with his left hand, and put the machine gun into BT's cockpit with his right hand, and then fired mercilessly and fiercely. The violent armor-piercing bullets tore half of BT's torso, almost turning it into a pile of scrap metal. No! Ran Tianyun's eyes were about to burst. Neither he nor Cooper could accept this scene. An unprecedented feeling of anger and despair surged into his heart. Of course, not only him, but all the spectators outside were in shock and rage. This was not because the adventurer made a mistake and lost synchronization. It was an irreversible plot kill. BT was completely destroyed. Brisk, go, there is no time, take the damn Holy Ark. Understood. The 2 top hunters left the hangar. As for the rebel pilot who fell to the ground and his life or death was unknown, Brisk did not check his life or death, because it was not important to him, as long as he could get the Holy Ark and complete the mission. How much threat could a pilot who lost his Titan pose? The hangar door was closed. Only the adventurer and the scrapped Vanguard Titan were left. Li Huiyulu's eyes were red. What should we do? It's all over now. Mao Mingming also clenched her fists. We have gone through so much trouble to get back the Holy Cabinet, but in the end, we still can't keep it. No hope. BT has been destroyed. Cooper alone can't deal with a few top hunters anyway. He can't even escape from this place. When Ran Tianyun gradually regained consciousness, he immediately staggered to BT. BT, how are you? When facing the completely scrapped Titan, a strong sense of sadness arose spontaneously. He had tried his best, but in the end, it would end in failure and tragedy, however. At this moment, Cooper, I can't complete the task, but you still can. BT made a sound. My core component is still intact, you need it now. Raised his hand with difficulty. Removed his core. The Titan instantly lost all consciousness and systems. Ran Tianyun was stunned for a moment when he saw the 1-foot-long, thigh-thick component in BT's hand, and then the relevant memories and knowledge appeared in his mind, giving him a glimmer of hope again in this desperate environment. So that's it, as long as the core is still there, BT will not die. Ran Tianyun said to the adventurer outside, the Titan shell can be replaced, and this core is the consciousness body. As long as it is taken out, there is hope to revive BT. When they heard this, everyone felt that the clouds had been cleared, and the sun had been shining. In other words, there is still a chance for a Jedi counterattack. Ran Tianyun opened the core component, and removed a fist-sized core data ball from the middle. In addition, he found 2 things on the left and right of the core component. A data knife, a pistol, and a matching magazine. This is not an ordinary pistol. These are 2 emergency equipments left by Captain Lastimosa. Although Captain Lastimosa was not able to use them before his death, they can play a vital role for Ran Tianyun now. When you are at the end of your rope, you may think there is no way out. When you are at the end of your rope, you may find a way out. Ran Tianyun immediately regained his spirits. He first inserted the data knife into the hangar console, and hacked into the system to open the hangar door. The 5 IMC soldiers guarding the hangar were alarmed, and they were shot in the head in an instant. Each shot hit the center of their eyebrows accurately. Blackstone Hammer King. What's going on? Feng Zhongmian was also surprised. This bullet can turn? Ran Tianyun didn't aim at the soldiers who appeared, but fired 5 shots in a row in the general direction, and the bullets hit their heads. Several of the soldiers had already made tactical evasive actions. But the bullets hit the target as if they had eyes and could think. Ran Tianyun said, "This is Captain Lastimosa's secret weapon, an intelligent pistol with automatic aiming and automatic tracking functions. As long as there is enough ammunition, it is enough for one person to be invincible." Really? There is such a powerful weapon. A magic weapon for single-soldier combat. Why didn't you take out such equipment earlier? I guess the intelligent bullets are very precious, so they can only be used at critical moments. It seems that the teacher has helped the students again in the dark. It made everyone feel a sense of fate. Ran Tianyun's heart became more determined at this moment. At this moment, he held the BT core in his left hand, and the last hope of his teacher Captain Lastimosa in his right hand. This battle must not be lost. First contacted Sarah through the radio to determine the current position. At this moment, he was not in any other place, but in the IMC's spacetime weapons base. Sarah and the rebels were attacking frantically from the outside. But there was no possibility of breaking through in a short time. At this moment, the IMC had obtained the Holy Ark, and they would soon launch the spacetime folding weapon. The main force of the rebels had no time to stop them. Now Ran Tianyun had become the only chance to turn defeat into victory. Sarah decided to go all out, use all firepower to provide cover for Ran Tianyun. Ran Tianyun swept all the way with his smart pistol, shooting and killing 50 or 60 IMC soldiers one after another, and finally came to an open area in the base, which was the airdrop site designated by Sarah. "Sarah, Cooper, get ready, this is our last Vanguard." Boom, a loud noise came from the sky. A brand new Vanguard Titan was airdropped. "Sarah, the Titan was successfully delivered, and it's up to you next." Ran Tianyun excitedly installed the core in his hand into the core component of the Titan, and saw that the core was immediately activated successfully. The Titan's visual sensor was turned on, and first scanned the pilot in front of him. Then, a familiar voice. Let all the adventurers who were watching this battle cheer. "Hi, Jack. BT is resurrected in full state." Ran Tianyun felt tears welling up in his eyes. "BT, I'm so glad to see you back alive." At this time, Sarah's voice came from the radio. "Cooper, BT, we will open fire to cover you. Please make sure to stop the spacetime folding weapon from launching and take back the Holy Ark." Received. "BT, let's fight our way out." Ran Tianyun entered the cockpit and activated the Iron Pilot mode again. Li Jianhan, the road turns around. Survive in a desperate situation. Awesome. Ren Wanxiong couldn't help but sigh. It's so exciting with twists and turns. Gao Yu also agreed. Even if we put aside the production level of The Secret Realm, it is a top masterpiece just from the story itself, and it is an unparalleled work of art. Rongxia boss is so handsome. Hurry up and fight. Ran Tianyun's fighting spirit is high and his operation is like a god's help. He drove BT to attack with all his strength. With his own strength, he defeated 10 IMC Titans one after another, and finally broke into the core control room of the spacetime weapon and encountered Briggs and Sloan again. At this moment, the mercenary transaction has been completed. Brisk received the final payment as he wished. The Holy Ark has also been installed in the launch system. The IMC base intelligence system immediately issued a prompt. The energy system of the spacetime folding weapon has been connected, and the aiming feedback is being activated. Harmony Star, coordinates 264.588, loaded, ready to launch. No, the weapon is activated. The principle of this spacetime folding weapon is actually not complicated. It consists of a launcher and an activation device, in which the activation device can wake up the Holy Ark, and then use the launcher to hit Harmony Star, like a fatal bullet that will inevitably hit regardless of time, space, and distance. This bullet is so powerful. It is enough to ignore the distance and instantly smash an entire planet. At this moment, the activation device is starting, and it is still not too late to stop it now. When Ran Tianyun came to the spacetime weapon device, he encountered the last boss battle here. The opponent was Sloan, the top hunter who destroyed BT not long ago. Just in time to settle old and new grudges together, Ran Tianyun directly fought with him. Sloan was driving a modified Ion Titan, and his piloting skills were obviously stronger than those of other top hunters. He had almost no shortcomings, which was a great test of the adventurer's skills. But the adventurer who could kill here in a short time. Whether it was the running in with BT or the running in with the pilot Cooper, it was at least a perfect level, not to say that it had reached the pinnacle. After a hard fight, finally won. So far, the final battle part was over. Ran Tianyin died several times before and after. This is enough to show that the difficulty of the 8th act battle is not low. It is difficult for ordinary adventurers to pass this level without spending 5 or 8 days. Although Ran Tianyin successfully won the last boss battle, the tension at this moment has not weakened, but has become stronger, because during the battle, the base intelligence system is constantly reporting the progress. Phase 1. Completed. Phase 2. Completed. Phase 3 of the folded spacetime weapon. Calculating the space folding projection. The spacetime folding weapon is approaching Phase 4, and the power of the ring device has reached 97%. Warning! The energy of the jet tail flame will reach a fatal level, and the operation of the electromagnetic forces including Titan will be seriously suspended. Please leave the base immediately. The moment when Ran Tianyin defeated Sloan. The spacetime weapon is close to launching. Every audience member's heart was raised to their throat because of this. Mao Mingming, Ranger, find a way to stop the weapon from launching. Ren Wanqiong, hurry up. It's almost too late. We must race against time. Come on, Ranger. It's just a little bit. Sarah, Cooper, the time-space folding weapon is about to be launched. Now is the last chance. Find the Holy Cabinet. Ran Tianyin came to the launcher at the critical moment and found the box where the Holy Cabinet was stored. At the same time, the last broadcast and prompt appeared. The folding time-space weapon is ready, and the Holy Cabinet is being deployed for launch. The moment Ran Tianyin opened the box, a piercing roar came, and the image on the tactical screen was directly distorted. The violent energy impact directly lifted BT and fell heavily on the ground. Sarah, what happened? Sarah, Cooper. BT. Got it, please reply. Various noisy electronic sounds and system alarms kept ringing in my ears. After a few seconds, BT's voice finally rang in my ears. The only difference from usual was that his voice was full of stuttering at this moment. BT, Cooper. The energy pulse of the transmitter overloaded my main internal system. BT, restarting the system. Repairing the visual system. BT, warning. Enemy Titan detected. When Cooper and BT were unable to move, a Titan slowly walked in front of them. The cockpit of this Titan opened, and the person riding in it was none other than Blisk. This old thing is still alive. At this moment, BT has lost the ability to move. If he wanted to kill himself, it would be easy. Hi hero, we meet again, but you are lucky today. Although it is easy for me to kill you now, I have completed the contract, and I never work for nothing, so I will not kill you. Here, take it, this is what you deserve. While speaking, Bliss took out a card from his pocket and placed it in front of Ran Tianyin, on which the Predator's logo and contact number and other information were clearly drawn. At this time, Mad's voice sounded, Blisk, what are you doing? The Vanguard Titan is still there. Blisk sneered, Mad, this is no longer my problem. Who made our contract end? I still have to meet other wealthy customers. Our transaction ends here. After speaking, close the cockpit. Blisk left directly. This scene stunned everyone in Miracle City. Why didn't this interstellar mercenary leader kill Cooper? This guy only wants to make money. He gave Cooper a business card before he left. Does this mean he hopes Cooper can join his interstellar mercenary group in the future? Cooper killed so many of his capable subordinates. This shows that he recognizes Cooper's strength. It seems that this guy is also a character. Do you think that if the expansion pack of the Titan chapter is released in the future, is it possible that the resistance will eventually fail, and Cooper will eventually join the resistance and hang out with this Brisk? Awesome, it's not impossible for this to develop. While everyone was discussing, BT has restarted most systems. Emergency restart completed. Starting backup energy. Auxiliary power system is online, reconnecting the nervous system. Ran Tianyin immediately asked, BT, are you okay? BT, Cooper. My automatic navigation system can no longer be started. Now I can only turn on the Iron Pilot driving mode. BT, and according to my calculations, the only way to stop the spacetime weapon now is to enter the launch bay. Use my reactor to destroy the stability of the Holy Ark's energy. Ran Tianyin was refreshed. In other words, we still have a way to destroy it. BT, yes, but if we want to destroy the Holy Ark, we must cooperate. The current situation is clear. The spacetime folding weapon is about to complete the startup and is entering the launch phase. At this moment, the Holy Ark has been fully activated. There is no way to seize it, only to destroy it, and BT's autonomous navigation and action capabilities have been lost, so he can only rely on Cooper to operate to enter the Holy Ark reactor. This means BT and Cooper must be prepared to sacrifice. Ran Tianyun doesn't care, he is just a temporary passerby. As an adventurer, he has never been afraid of death. As for Cooper, Ran Tianyun can feel it. There is no fear in his heart. The warrior faced such an ending calmly. At this moment, Ran Tianyun remembered Cooper's inner monologue at the beginning of the Titan chapter. Although I am still a long way from becoming an iron pilot, when I become an iron pilot, I hope to live up to the name. Cooper. You did it. You are a great iron pilot who deserves the name. Ran Tianyun couldn't help but say, BT, Cooper, although we have never met, I am very honored to witness and experience your legendary story. Next, let me accompany you to finish and witness the last journey of this hero's journey. This scene is very tragic. It made many viewers burst into tears. White Deer, Li Huiyulua and other female adventurers sobbed. After reporting to Commander Sarah, Ran Tianyun immediately climbed to the entrance of the launch device, only to see that the Holy Ark had been transported to the huge wheel-shaped facility, which was now fully activated and releasing powerful energy. Don't worry, BT, I'm not going anywhere, I'm here, we will definitely complete the mission. Got it, Cooper. Ran Tianyun did not hesitate. He jumped to the center of the reactor without hesitation. However, at this moment, BT made a sound. Protocol 3, protect the pilot. Ran Tianyun was ejected from the cockpit just before falling into the reactor, and a powerful giant hand grabbed him. What's going on? Trust me. When this gentle and calm voice sounded in their minds again, Ran Tianyun and Cooper immediately realized something and couldn't help but shout. BT. The next moment, BT exerted force suddenly. Ran Tianyun was thrown out of the reactor. Everyone could only watch BT fall into the reactor alone. A burst of extremely dazzling and blazing white light burst out from the reactor, instantly covering the entire field of vision, making people's brains blank. Various memories continuously emerged in the mind. This is the experience of fighting side by side, and sharing life and death all the way. I am BT-7274, a Pioneer-class Titan. This was the first time they met. Well done, our combat efficiency score has improved. This was the first time they defeated the IMC Titan. Cooper, I think we should not take shortcuts in the future. This was BT's reflection after he made a wrong decision to fall into the factory, and was almost captured. Believe me, this is the first time that the signal station uses the human throwing tactic. Objection, Cooper is my pilot. Our combat effectiveness score now exceeds 90% of pilots. Request authorization to maintain the current connection. This is BT's refusal to execute Commander Sarah's order to replace the pilot. This journey is not long. This adventure is not long. But this robot has established a deep bond with Cooper, and even the adventurer. Ran Tianyun has also regarded BT as his good brother from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to die generously with his brother at the last moment, but BT did everything possible to leave him the hope of life. Although Ran Tianyun's heart was filled with sadness, but he obviously couldn't give up the opportunity that BT had fought so hard for. When the core of the Holy Ark was completely out of control, the energy that exploded swept the world, and the entire base collapsed and overturned in an instant, shattered and lost gravity, as if it was instantly dragged into a different time and space. Ran Tianyun quickly traveled through the pieces of debris. Finally, he came to the evacuation point set by Commander Sarah. A spaceship was already waiting there. Ran Tianyun jumped and rushed to the spaceship, and was about to miss it. I caught you, Iron Pilot. Sarah grabbed Ran Tianyun's hand in the air, quickly dragged him into the cabin of the spaceship, and then ordered, "Go!" The spaceship immediately closed and used space jump technology, and at the same time Ran Tianyun was exhausted and lost all consciousness. When he woke up a few minutes later, the spaceship had appeared above Typhon. When looking at Typhon through the porthole, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The huge Typhon planet was torn apart from the middle. The violent force formed after the Holy Ark went out of control was tearing the entire planet apart, and the planet was completely destroyed. A shocking scene. When Ran Tianyun lost his mind, Sarah's voice sounded in his ears. Cooper Pilot, many people owe you a life, and BT. Ran Tianyun did not speak. This adventure has ended. He could not describe the complex feelings at the moment. Sadness, joy, loss, excitement, and exhilaration. All kinds of feelings. Sarah, bark, set the coordinates to Harmony, take us home. The next moment, the picture fell into darkness. A green planet appeared in the universe. Hundreds of rebel warships were heading towards the planet. Cooper's voice sounded again. This time it was not controlled by the adventurer, but more like the pilot broke the dimensional wall and talked to the adventurer who played himself. The destruction of Typhon saved Harmony. The rebels call this their headquarters, and tens of millions of people call this their home. Commander Sarah said that I would be officially enlisted in the Marauders and assigned a new Titan. But the technology department would first clear my neural connection with BT. I don't know what it would feel like to have a new Titan, but I quite like the old one. This is Pilot Jack Cooper, call over. The screen moves gradually from Harmony, returning to the porthole of the spacecraft. 3 pieces of equipment appear in view. A data knife, a smart pistol, and a pilot helmet. So far, all the plots and adventures of this chapter have come to an end. Chapter 179. Rantianian exits the secret realm. The adventure is over. You have cleared the Titan chapter of the Starsea's secret realm. You have unlocked the Titan's Fall achievement. You have obtained the Savior of Harmony Star badge. This adventure evaluation. AA. You have obtained the High Energy Arc Gun. Rantianian did not get the legendary title of the Titan chapter, because Baihajusher had already completed the clearance 7 minutes ago. The first pass achievement of the Titan chapter was finally won by Baihajusher. Renwanxiong said, Lao Yun. What a pity. No, this soul-stirring, epic and great adventure itself is priceless. Rantianian looked frank. Lord Chi-Ji redefined what a true masterpiece of the secret realm is for us. Cooper and BT have left a permanent mark in my life. I think I will never forget this epic journey in my life. He did not seem to have any regrets. He felt from the bottom of his heart that compared to this great story itself, all the honors became insignificant. As for Chi-Ji, who could create such a wonderful story, and such a wonderful secret realm. At this moment, in Rantianian's mind, he was no different from the Lord God. Lord Galyu and Lord Li Jianhan both expressed their agreement. Well said. I didn't think there was any secret realm that was truly worthy of being called a masterpiece before. But since I saw the secret realm of Miracle City, the secret realms of other dungeons are simply unbearable to look at. The Titan story has a strong aftertaste, and there are too many things worth pondering and savoring. This great adventure story is destined to be passed down among adventurers, and become an eternal classic. The adventurers and people of Miracle City are still deeply moved by the plot of the Titans. There are constant discussions, and the atmosphere is very lively. The plot of Titan's Fall is not long, but the content is very rich, enough to make adventurers give high praise, and become one of the benchmark works of Miracle City. For Miracle City, it is not a bad thing to pass the secret level. In the future, more and more resources and equipment will be produced in the Titans. The real harvest. It is just beginning now. For example, although Rantianyun did not achieve the first pass today, he unlocked a piece of extremely valuable loot through the accumulation of several marks of abundance. Its attributes have made all adventurers amazed and ecstatic. High energy arc gun, green top grade, fixed damage 50 to 150, cultivation increase 8%, energy 10/10ths, durability 50/50ths, additional skills, replenish energy, attack energy storage. The 3rd grade top grade equipment is really rare. The Immortal Slash of Higanbana is only the 3rd grade low grade, of course. The Immortal Slash by Lei is a 3rd grade low grade equipment, but it has rare attributes. Its comprehensive value and collection value are definitely much higher than the high energy arc gun, which is a top grade equipment. For Miracle City and the territory, the value of unlocking the high energy arc gun is far greater than receiving several rare weapons. Although the high energy arc gun is a regular equipment, its attributes and comprehensive value are definitely not inferior to rare equipment. Good equipment. This is a real top grade equipment. The Blackstone Hammer King's eyes lit up and commented, each regular attack of this weapon is comparable to a 3rd grade thunder spell. Each attack consumes 1 grid of energy. When the energy is full, it can attack 10 times, which is equivalent to releasing 10 3rd grade thunder spells in a row. Grumpy Chicken, the output capacity is abnormal. Pig King, I think even the top 3rd level strongman can't cast 10 3rd level spells in a row within a certain time, right? Blackstone Hammer King, yes, the high energy arc gun can not only release powerful lightning energy instantly, but it can also charge for a few seconds and consume 2 grids of energy to burst out a powerful attack with several times stronger power and range. You haven't hit the point yet. Feng Zhongmian commented, I think the most important and valuable point of the high energy arc gun is that it is the same as other firearms, vehicles, and mecha equipment. The power comes from itself, and there are basically no requirements for the user. Li Huiyulu said with shining eyes, indeed, such equipment can be used even by a 1st level newbie like me. 10 3rd level strength attacks can be launched in one breath. Maybe even a third-level boss can be killed. Of course, the quality of mental power generated by first-level adventurers is too low. For example, a first-level adventurer like Liwa Yulua can use high-energy arc guns, but there is no way to activate the arc gun skill's charge and storage. It can be used but cannot be charged. It can only be taken back to the territory for the third-level boss to charge. Mingwei Xiaoxiu has said, although first and second-level adventurers cannot charge arc guns, it is not ruled out that they can carry several arc guns at the same time. In this way, wouldn't the lethality be doubled? Great. This thing and mecha are too valuable once they are produced. I think one of the biggest problems of Miracle City at present is that there are too few high-level adventurers. Yes, if there are currently 300 to 500 third-level adventurers, let them play the Star Sea Secret Realm Titan chapter every day. In a month, thousands of mechas and arc guns can be produced. Will we low-level newbies still lack advanced equipment at that time? Not only will Miracle City be impregnable, but our adventurers will also be invincible. After seeing the high-energy arc guns and Titan mechas in Miracle City, the rookie Lord Pang Dahai could no longer remain calm. Because these equipment are all third-level mechanical equipment, he simply couldn't imagine a first-level dungeon where all the people are first-level noobs, but each of them has a high-energy arc gun or drives a Titan. This kind of dungeon. Who can break through? Although they are nominally first-level, each can burst out third-level strength. Even if the opponent is a 4th or 5th level territory, they are helpless against such a place. Of course, what excites Pang Dahai the most is not this, but there is a characteristic of mechanical equipment, that is, exemption from the suppression of some territorial laws. In short, if high-level equipment such as Ronin mechas and high-energy arc guns are used in first-level dungeons like Jinsei City, although they will be weakened by territorial laws, they can still play more than half of their performance. Just one Ronin mecha, even a high-energy arc gun, maybe it can solve the dilemma of Jinsei City. This dilemma, which seems unsolvable to the rookie Lord Pang Dahai, can be easily resolved by Miracle City with just a little effort, and the Lord doesn't even need to show up in this process. This is the difference, today's harvest. More than that, there are 5 new outputs in the Titan chapter. In addition to the high-energy arc gun that adventurers have been thinking about, which is cool and fun, there is another very valuable output worth mentioning. Smart Bullets. First person to unlock it, by Hujusher. Smart Bullets, white top grade, can be added to any live ammunition firearms. Fixed damage increased by 10, cultivation increased by 5%, with weakness determination and smart tracking effects. 1 box of this item explodes each time. Each box contains 10 bullets. Gun control enthusiasts such as Wanchuan Sanran immediately became very interested in smart bullets when they saw them. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Nonsense, need I say more? The amazing value of smart bullets can be seen from their characteristics. Wanchuan Sanran commented, the cultivation enhancement attribute of firearms is very low, resulting in limited influence of the holder's cultivation on their power. The additional 5% cultivation enhancement can significantly increase the power of many high-level people, which is very useful. What's more, smart bullets have the ability to hit weaknesses within a certain range. This can greatly improve the killing efficiency. I think the people and adventurers of Miracle City will always have a few smart bullets when traveling in the Chaos Continent in the future. This can greatly improve our overall strength, and will definitely be a magic weapon to turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Everyone agreed. Smart bullets are indeed good things. Today's adventure soon came to an end in everyone's discussion. Today is a big harvest day for Miracle City. The output of various resources is unprecedented. In addition to the Titan chapter unlocking several new items, other secret realms also revealed many new items, or rare, or even rare loot. For example, the Ashina chapter produced the first third-level rare quality named Spirit, Giant Ninja Owl. The adventurer who revealed the Giant Ninja Owl. It was the third-level adventurer Green Bully, who took the Shura route, and gave up the Yongjin Spirit. Although he failed to get the most desired old swordsman Ishin Ashina, the Giant Ninja Owl is undoubtedly very valuable. With this high-value third-level spirit in hand, the Green Bully has applied to become a contracted adventurer of Miracle City. He is not the only lucky one. Today, Miracle City produced 10 third-level spirits alone. Although the quality is not as good as the Giant Ninja Owl, they are also very useful, and can be used to cultivate third-level adventurers. The output of various equipment is as high as nearly 1,000 pieces. Although most of them are ordinary first-level firearms, they can also be exchanged for a large amount of soul crystals at the current market price. Among them, there are also dozens of off-road motorcycles, several Hummers, a Black Hawk, etc. 70 to 80% of various spirits, and equipment loot were handed over to Miracle City. Is today's adventure going to end again? Not enough, not enough. I feel like I don't have enough time every day. It would be great if Miracle City could be open 24/7. What is this? Look at the Adventurers Guild, the latest territory announcement has been released. Huh? Really? When can the territory issue an announcement? This function can only be possessed by the 3rd level Adventurers Guild. Chi-Ji waited for nearly 2 days. The drawings and various props he purchased in the Land of Order finally arrived at the territory. There is a 1st level secondary secret realm core, a construction token, multiple construction drawings, etc., including a 3rd level Adventurers Guild drawing, and Chi-Ji upgraded the guild as soon as he got the drawing. As the most important information service center and secret realm database for adventurers, the functions of the 3rd level Adventurer Union are further enriched, such as the bulletin board function, adventure data storage and sharing, etc., which can not only improve the efficiency of territory management, but also lay the foundation for the launch of large-scale multiplayer online games. Every Miracle City adventurer. At this moment, they all see the latest announcement information on the Miracle City bulletin board. Chi-Ji issued the next construction plan of the territory, and the Secret Realm update plan in the form of an announcement. The entire announcement is a full 1,500 words, which can be summarized into 3 points. First of all, in terms of territory construction, Miracle City will readjust the city layout within a few days, and will create 2 core residential areas in the future, vigorously develop real estate residential projects, and issue rental or purchase qualifications to adventurers. When seeing this, all adventurers were boiling. Cat Mingming said excitedly, "The territory has acquired the ability to build residential houses? Is this to grant adventurers permanent residency?" Mingwei Xiaoxue nodded and said, "Yes, in the future, as long as we buy a house in Miracle City, we don't have to worry about opening and closing the city. Miracle City will truly become our own home." Daitu Goose, "That's too cool. I want to live in Miracle City forever." Woe Warrior, "I have a suite in Miracle City. This will definitely become the most noble symbol of Blackstone Town." Time Traveler commented, "There is an upper limit to the number of houses that Miracle City can accommodate. These houses will be extremely scarce core resources. I am sure that it will not be a loss to close my eyes and enter the future now." Blackstone Hammer King, "Buy. Must buy. I want to be a Miracle City resident." In addition to the news of territory reconstruction and plans to engage in real estate, the second is about the update of the Secret Realm. This is undoubtedly more exciting and eye-catching. The next stage of Miracle City plans to launch 2 new secondary secret realms. One is a leisure urban secret realm, which allows adventurers to enjoy the most authentic and original urban life, and can support hundreds or thousands of people online at the same time. The theme and content of the other secret realm are kept secret for the time being, but the scale, volume, and level of the secret realm will not be inferior to the Ashina chapter or the Titan chapter. The Pig King widened his eyes. "Are you kidding me? A new secret realm is coming out so soon. I don't think it's too much for us to give the Lord a Model Worker award." Higginbana sighed. "This speed is really unparalleled. It's hard not to be convinced." Feng Zhongmian, "I am more concerned about the 2 secret realms updated this time. One of them has been made public, and will be a multiplayer casual gameplay. This seems to have never appeared in the past. What do you think?" Baihajusher, "I think it should be a city world view similar to the pre-cataclysm of the Frenzy world. We will get the benefits of long-term leisure life and immersive experience in this world. This should be prepared for adventurers who don't like fierce adventure battles and only like immersive life." Everyone was immediately excited. "That's great. I have long wanted to experience urban life. Although I like fighting, I also like food and various exotic cultures. As for the other secret realm, adventurers have also discussed it a lot. However, there is too little news at present. So the style and story of the secret realm cannot be speculated. But it is certain that the level is not low. Since the level is not low, there must be exciting adventures. It is the first time that a secondary secret realm has been used to create a classic chapter comparable to Ashina and Titan. This will definitely be the largest secondary secret realm in recent times. Adventurers are looking forward to it. The content on the bulletin board is not limited to this. In addition to the territory construction plan and the revelations of 2 new secret realms, there is also a heavy news and a heavy event. The Frenzy Secret Realm will add a gameplay called Battle Royale. At the same time, it is planned to select 100 adventurers based on this, and form a group of 4 to launch a Battle Royale competition. There is no doubt, this is the largest and most lively Secret Realm event in the history of Miracle City, adventurers must find a reliable team to join the competition, and there will be as many as 25 participants in this competition. Miracle City adventurers will inevitably form various combinations in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of adventurers, make them more motivated to eat chicken competition. Chi-Ji also specially prepared a series of prizes for this competition. Chapter 180. It is very necessary to hold a Miracle City chicken eating competition at this moment. This can promote the new Battle Royale mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm. Battle Royale is a time-tested and long-lasting super classic gameplay. It will definitely be able to fully reflect the charm and fun of the gameplay through this event, so as to quickly go out of the circle and become a long-term running secret gameplay in Miracle City, creating huge value. Chi-Ji is also ready to take the opportunity to promote the real estate business that has just started in the territory, because among the many prizes prepared for this chicken eating competition, the top champion prize is a permanent property right of a high-end commercial house in Miracle City. After this competition event is held, Miracle City will take advantage of the popularity and topicality, sell a batch of commercial houses to all adventurers and even the people. These houses are not ordinary buildings, but extraordinary buildings created by the territory core directly with mental power and various materials. Because they are directly connected to the territory core, they can also obtain more functions and services through upgrades in the future. The first batch of commercial real estate in Miracle City is in an excellent location, with great appreciation potential, once the real estate in this territory develops and prospers. There are many benefits for the Lord and the adventurer. Once the adventurer has a house, they can be regarded as the official citizens of the territory, and their bond with the dungeon will be deeper, and they will be more loyal to the Lord. These adventurers, who have obtained permanent residence rights in the dungeon, will not squeeze out the quota of tourist adventurers, and can recruit more adventurers, thereby greatly increasing the income of the territory for adventurers. Even if we put aside the investment value of the real estate in Miracle City and the various potential services in the future, the convenience and status of permanent residence and free entry and exit in Miracle City alone are enough to attract people. Miracle City commercial housing has permanent property rights. Once the adventurer buys it, it is equivalent to his own private property. Although the territory can forcibly repurchase it under special circumstances, it will also pay at least 3 times the market price, compared to exhausting the pond to catch fish. Long-term stable income is more valuable. Although most of the commercial housing in Miracle City has permanent property rights, Miracle City will set a higher transaction tax and charge 3% to 5% real estate tax every year according to the market value. In this way, the value of the house rises. The territory will not suffer any loss. The higher the adventurers drive up the price of the territory housing, the better the transaction liquidity of the house, and the higher the taxes and real estate taxes in various transaction processes, which will inevitably become a long-term fiscal revenue for the territory and a major pillar of the economic cycle. Everything starts from this event. Chi-Ji expected that the Miracle City chicken eating contest would be widely responded by adventurers once it was launched, so he prepared to raise the threshold appropriately. All adventurers who signed up for the competition had to pay a registration fee of 200 contribution points. Take the opportunity to cut a wave of leaks. Screen out adventurers who don't contribute enough to the dungeon. It can also increase the liquidity of contribution points and help create a lot of topics. As for the content of the Battle Royale mode, Chi-Ji has already updated it. It doesn't consume much resources, and it is very simple to make. It can start tomorrow when the city opens. It was announced within a few minutes. Adventurers immediately took action. Soon, many teams signed up. At this time, a maid of the Flower Fairy clan came forward and reported, The Lord of Jinxie City Pangdahai is here again." Chi-Ji nodded. "Just about to find him. Let him in." "Yes." Not long after the Flower Fairy maid left, a fat man walked in slowly. First, he bowed deeply to Chi-Ji. He was full of respect, flattery, and even worship and awe. The shock he received in this short day was more than the past 20 years combined. He was deeply shocked and conquered by this incredible underground city. In his eyes at this moment, Chi-Ji was simply the Lord God. As long as he was willing to help, he would definitely be able to save Jinxie City. Pangdahai was still uneasy, not knowing whether he would take over. Chi-Ji said directly without waiting for Pangdahai to speak, "Regarding your request, this lord has considered it. I agree to take over Jinxie City, and you will be the lord of Jinxie City." "Great. Thank you, Lord Chi. Don't be happy yet. After all, the conditions have not been discussed yet. When a lord subdues another lord, the former has actually become the monarch of the latter, and the latter, although nominally still called the lord, is actually only the city lord. The Lord has absolute control over the entire territory. The power of the city lord is limited to one city at most, and the size of the power depends on whether he can be appreciated by the Lord. If the Lord does not trust and appreciate him, it is not surprising to directly make him a mascot for any ambitious and dignified lord. This is an unacceptable outcome. Therefore, even if they have to become the lord of a secondary city due to the situation, they will often strive for the greatest benefits for themselves as much as possible to ensure that they can become a rich man even if they lose all their rights. For the secondary lords, the most important benefit is the dividends from the city's income. Because the secondary lords can only manage and influence a secondary city, the flow of adventurers and the income are originally low, which cannot be compared with the main city of the territory. At least 50% of the share must be obtained before they are willing to give up the territory and live in peace. Of course, 50% is just a common situation. There are some lords who are more confident and have more chips in their hands. They may even advocate obtaining 70% to 80% or even all the income of the city. As for whether the Lord will agree to such a request, of course, the Lord will also strive for the interests. There will inevitably be some bargaining in this process, but in the end, the Lord will generally accept most of the requirements of the secondary lords. Because this is an economic account that is easy to calculate. For most lords, a secondary city is meaningless. This kind of city cannot be connected to the core of the territory, and most lords do not have extra resources and mental strength to rebuild the secret realm. Anyway, it is idle most of the time, so why not keep it running and recruit adventurers, conquer human lords by peaceful means? The territory can directly take over all the facilities and other cities of the other party. In other words, even if you lose the income of a city, you can get various facilities and cities for free, which is definitely not a loss for the territory. What's more, some lords with excellent talents. Because of poor management of the territory, they were annexed and reduced to secondary lords. This kind of secondary lord can use his material talent to help the upper lord enrich the secret realm. Sometimes, some secondary lords have higher talents than the upper lords. In this case, not to mention taking all the income of the city, you can even get dividends in the entire territory and become an indispensable and important secret realm constructor in the territory. Of course, all of the above situations, none of them exist for Chi-Ji. He directly put forward the conditions. I will directly take over and redo the secret realm of Jinsei City. In the future, you can get 10% of the net income generated by the operation of the secret realm and Jinsei City as dividends. Chi-Ji took over and redo the secret realm of Jinsei City. This means that the spiritual energy produced by the secret realm has nothing to do with Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai is not qualified to intervene in the secret realm of Jinsei City, and will completely lose the opportunity to create a secret realm. He is equivalent to a caretaker in Jinsei City, and can only get 10% of the income as dividends. Too low. This condition is too harsh. What is the difference with giving it away for free? Although the secondary lords are inferior, they also have ideals. Some secondary lords with particularly good qualifications will not only receive extremely high treatment and share, but will also become guests of the Lord to participate in the creation of the secret realm, thereby obtaining a lot of real power, and even becoming a veritable executive deputy lord. However, at this moment, what is the difference between the conditions Chi-Ji offered to Pang Dahai and the treatment of cattle and horses? Not only was his income low, but he was also deprived of the qualification to participate in the creation of the secret realm, turning him from a lord into a city lord. Pang Dahai did not hesitate for a second. Lord Chi saved my life, so it is only right that he gives all the income with both hands. Now I naturally dare not expect more in such a situation. This fat man is very sober and flexible. He knows very well that he has no chips to use. Of course, more importantly, Chi-Ji deliberately left him alone for a day, allowing him to see the level and potential of miracle territory clearly, and this is the reason why he was willing to accept such a low proportion of the share. Although most secondary lords are eager to participate in the creation of the secret realm of the territory, and become a member of the secret realm creation team. But Pang Dahai did not have the slightest idea at this moment. Let me participate in the creation of the secret realm of Miracle City? Isn't this funny? Frenzy, 10 Kingdoms, and Sea of Stars. Let's not talk about the 3 main secret realms with infinite potential. The secondary secret realm in Arena is also extremely rich and powerful. Hundreds of playable characters, balanced and passionate, and full of ornamental duels, enough to make people never get tired of playing. The End Arena already has a group of loyal fans in Miracle City, and the number of challenges every day is as high as thousands of times, and the income generated is enough to kill the total income of most second-level territories in seconds. What else is there to hope for? If Chi-Ji resets the secret realm of Jinsei City to the level of the end arena. With the quality of this secret realm, the traffic of adventurers in Miracle City, and the traffic of adventurers in Jinsei City itself, the income that can be generated may not be lower than being a lord. Pang Dehai never thought about participating in the production of the secret realm. He positioned himself as a secondary city lord and administrative manager. Pang Dehai said, "Lord, Jinsei City is threatened by the Blackwater Ratman of Blackwater City and is in danger of destruction at any time. Miracle City only needs to send 200 or 300 high-quality first-level soldiers to defend the city and welcome the Lord's arrival." Blackwater Ratman? This is a kind of Ratman. It is a typical dark species. Its characteristic is that it has the ability of water and poison attributes. This kind of dark species has low individual strength, but often has an extremely exaggerated number. The threat faced by Pang Dehai is not only Blackwater City, but also the Blood Jackals from Bloodhowl City and Bloodhowl Valley. Bloodhowl City is the upper-level dark dungeon of Blackwater City. Blood Gnolls are a type of Gnolls, but they are taller and more ferocious, and have very strong offensive capabilities. When facing the endless attacks of the dark troops of Blackwater City, there is also an elite Gnoll from Blood Ringing City. It is good that he can hold on until now. Don't worry, this lord has a plan. Once this plan is successfully implemented, it can not only avenge you, but also greatly increase the income of Jinsei City. Chi-Ji then told the established plan in full. The content of this plan is very simple. Miracle City will of course send troops to help Jinsei City, but it is not only to save Jinsei City, but also to help Jinsei City push back to Blackwater City. Turn the tables. Destroy Blackwater City in one fell swoop. Pang Dehai will seize Blackwater City as a lord. In other words, first turn Blackwater City into Pang Dehai's first-level main city, and he will have 2 main cities, and the ability to break through to become a second-level territory. Direct breakthrough. First upgrade to a second-level territory. Then immediately surrender to Miracle City. In this way, Chi-Ji will peacefully annex a second-level territory, and the territory core of Jinsei City will be evolved into a second-level secondary core. With the blessing of Nancy Leah's World Tree blessing, it is roughly enough to create a new secret realm close to the size of Ashina. Chi-Ji then placed the first-level secret realm core in Blackwater City. The 2 secondary secret realms he announced in the Adventurer announcement are here. When he learned about Chi-Ji's plan, Pang Dehai was directly stunned. This genius lord was obviously not satisfied with conquering a first-level territory. He actually thought of manually helping his territory break through, and then annexing and transforming it after the territory was upgraded. Chi-Ji asked, "Do you have any questions?" Pang Dehai saluted and said, "I have been tortured by these damned rats for nearly a year. I want to skin these beasts in my dreams every day. Thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to avenge my hatred. Revenge is certainly a great pleasure. What's more meaningful is to expand Jinsei City. The future Jinsei City secret realm will definitely generate more income." Pang Dehai was full of admiration for Lord Chi-Ji at this moment. This lord not only has unprecedented lord talent, but also has mature and sophisticated methods, which are very rare. Following such a master, why worry about not being able to make further progress in the future? When Pang Dehai went to prepare with full fighting spirit, Nancy Leah entered the lord's mansion happily. She reported, "Lord, according to the agreement a few days ago, some of my people have arrived from Qianhu City and are now in Miracle City and can be summoned at any time." "Really? Then let them in." "Yes." A few minutes later, Nancy Leah is back. 13 elves wearing dark green cloaks appeared behind her. Most of these elves are young and beautiful women. Chi-Ji knew that the elves were more feminine than masculine. Generally, female elves have higher qualifications and talents than male elves, so there are more females than males in the tribe. However, among this group of elves, there is a special existence. The elf put down his hood to reveal a wrinkled, white-haired, and disfigured old face with obvious burn marks. Chi-Ji recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Artis, the current chief elder of the elves in the Evernight Forest. According to what Chi-Ji knew, the elves were a race that almost always remained young. Once they reached adulthood, their appearance would basically not change. In other words, elves basically did not have a middle-aged state. Only in the last stage of life. That is, when life is about to end, will their appearance age rapidly in a short period of time. If the life of the elves is converted into human life, it is equivalent to that after the age of 17 or 18, the appearance of this person will be completely fixed and will not change, whether it is 28, 38, or 48. This freezing effect will last until the age of 70 or 80. When life is about to end, and only the last tenth is left, they will age rapidly and become such an old man. Nancy Leah introduced, "Lord, this is Grandpa Artis. He is now the most respected elf elder in the great forest." Chi-Ji asked, "Are you willing to join Miracle City?" Artis coughed lightly. He did not make any statement. A blonde elf woman stood up and said, "We will always follow and guard the bloodline of the ancient elf king. Since Nancy Leah chose Miracle City, we are willing to temporarily join Miracle City to test whether this decision is correct." Chi-Ji was not surprised by this answer. After all, these elves came for Nancy Leah. They don't know much about Miracle City at present, and it is impossible for them to feel a sense of belonging here so quickly. They are here at this moment to test and explore. If Miracle City does not satisfy them, they will soon leave with Nancy Leah. Chi-Ji does not mind this. Nancy Leah is already a contracted hero of Miracle City. She has a deep bond with the territory. How much difference can there be between following and guarding Nancy Leah and guarding the territory at this moment? As for the sense of belonging, loyalty can be cultivated slowly, and there is no need to rush. Artis is not simple. He is second only to the elf high priest. The latter is the mother-in-law who raised Nancy Leah. The high priest died at the hands of the eternal night dragon king many years ago. Although the great elder Artis is weaker than the high priest, he has also reached the 5th level. He has great appeal among the elves, and can play a great role in the future. What is the concept of a 5th level strongman? In the current ranking of the strong men in the Eternal Night Forest, if the Eternal Night Dragon King is the only T0 level, then a 5th level strongman can be among the T1 echelon. Of course, although Artis is at the 5th level, he has dragon flame burns caused by the Eternal Night Dragon King, and his lifespan is approaching due to aging. The strength he can exert now is definitely not as good as that of a full-state 5th level strongman. But then again, a severely disabled 5th level is also a 5th level. No one in Miracle City can be his opponent at present. The other 12 elves are not simple either. Among them, there are 3 4th level and 9 3rd level peak existences. They are definitely a very strong and very scarce high-end combat force in Miracle City. When they join Miracle City, Chi-Ji has basically established a firm foothold in the Eternal Night Forest. Even if the Eternal Night Dragon King sets his sights on Miracle City, it is very difficult for him to invade the territory, because even a powerful ultimate boss in this area cannot ignore the territorial laws. Chi-Chi's territory is currently still nominally a 2nd level territory. This means that foreign troops with a cultivation level higher than the 2nd level will be suppressed once they enter the Miracle territory. Under the condition that only the 2nd level troops can be used, the Eternal Night Dragon King cannot shake the Miracle City. Of course, Chi-Ji still dare not be careless. Because the territorial law is not omnipotent, there will be a time when it fails, or a special way to crack it. Among them, a special astronomical phenomenon called dark night will appear in the chaos world every 1 or 2 months. This will cause all territorial laws to fail in a short period of time. In this case, high-level people can directly attack low-level areas. If Chi-Ji County provokes high-level forces or opponents too early, once the dark night breaks out or the opponent has other means to temporarily invalidate the territorial laws, the territory will fall into a very passive or even extremely dangerous situation. In order to ensure everything, the territory needs to be escorted by cutting-edge combat power. Establishing diplomatic relations with the 4 4th level lords can seek support. After all, Ignis is a full-blooded 5th level. Given the current relationship between Miracle Territory and Tianyun Territory, if Miracle City really encounters a major threat, Ran Tianyun will definitely send strongmen represented by Ignis to help. Of course, it is not enough to rely on outsiders alone. Chi-Ji Territory must build its own cutting-edge combat power. The addition of Artis and the 12 elves can also fill this gap. In the future, even in the environment of the Dark Night, high-level forces will launch a fierce invasion against Chi-Ji Territory. With the current foundation of the territory and these strong men and reinforcements, it will be enough to deal with it and drag it out until the end of the Dark Night. Chi-Ji transformed the 13 elves into the people of the territory. It is very costly to give the high-level people the territory mark, and it has consumed nearly 10,000 points of mental power in total. Although the cost was high, it was nothing to Chi-Ji. After successfully transforming Artis and others into the people of the territory, Chi-Ji activated and awakened the adventurer's soul for them. Generally, aliens with good cultivation qualifications have awakening qualifications. All 13 elves have successfully awakened. There are more than a dozen local alien adventurers. Although Miracle City is becoming more and more confident, in order not to disrupt the current development plan and to protect the only descendant of the Elf King, Artis, and the other 13 people disguise themselves as inconspicuous dwarfs. No one will notice. There are more than a dozen dwarfs in the territory. Nancy Leah, take Artis and Elsa to the city to walk around and get familiar with it. Yes. More than a dozen elves disguised as dwarfs began to wander around the city. Elsa couldn't help asking, Grand Elder, although this underground city has a certain scale, many buildings are incomplete, and it is only a second-level territory. Is such a force really worthy of our trust? This is an elf woman with long light golden hair and noble temperament. She is the elf second only to Artis in strength. Artis said lightly, don't rush to make a decision. Let's see if this underground city really has the potential to support it. Nancy Leah certainly knew. The tribe came to Miracle City purely because of herself. She didn't expect that the respected Grand Elder would come too. The Grand Elder is notoriously harsh. He has always advocated the elves to take back the Holy Tree City with their own strength. With his personality, he would definitely disdain to collude with any foreign tribes or ask for help from the underground city. This won't work. Let them be convinced of Miracle City as soon as possible. Shio-ya. Several figures came to Nancy Leah. It was the dog-headed man Luke, the dwarf Jinba, and the flower demon Iris. Nancy Leah asked, what's wrong? Iris immediately said, Miracle City is about to hold a battle royale competition. We saw that the prize list is very rich, especially the mansion ranked first, which is worth at least tens of thousands of contribution points. What? There is such a thing. Nancy Leah also had a stronger expectation for the competition after hearing this. Luke said at this time, our team is short of one. If Shia can't find a suitable team, why not form a team with us to participate in the competition? Jinba nodded. Even if we can't win the championship, the top 10 rewards are very generous. Nancy Leah was very tempted, but after a little thought, decided not to team up with Iris and others. She planned to pay the registration fee for the Great Elder Artis, as well as Elsa and Evelyn, the 3 new tribesmen, and then form an all-elf team with them. This way they can participate in the competition, and they can see the secrets of Miracle City. As for Iris, Luke, and Jinba, what should we do if we are missing one? That's easy. Nancy Leah found Arnold. This dwarf Arnold will form an all-indigenous team with flower fairies, dwarves, and dog-headed people. Now the news about the Miracle City chicken eating competition has spread completely. Not only has it become the focus of discussion at the first time, but also various registered teams can be said to be endless and have their own characteristics. In addition to the all-elf team and the all-indigenous team, there is also the Lao Tula team on the scene, which consists of White Crane Monk, 3 Bamboos, Pancher, and Iron Heart. In addition, there is the Huanquan team led by the Flower of the Other Shore, the Hammer Pig, Chicken, and Dog team led by the Black Stone Hammer King, and the Cat Deer, Rain, and Snow team led by the Moon Shining on the Snow. There are more special ones. For example, Ran Tianyun and Ren Wanxiong, Gao Yu, and Li Jianhan hit it off immediately. The 4 decided to participate in the event, and their team name was called 4-Party Alliance Team. In addition, the Qingshan City adventurers from the Dark City also received the announcement, which naturally attracted great attention and discussion from the Qingshan City adventurers. In the end, Six-Eyed Flying Fish and Iron-Mouthed Cockroach found 2 companions to form the Qingshan team. Various teams. Quickly established. Each team is full of characteristics. It is not difficult to see that this game will be very interesting. Chapter 181. 40 miles south of Miracle Territory. This is the area where Jinsi Territory is located. Jinsi City has been operating for more than a year and a half, and all kinds of common extraordinary facilities are quite complete. In addition to the most basic facilities such as the Lord's Mansion, Secret Hall, Territory Warehouse, and Wall Arrow Tower, it has special facilities such as the Trading Hall, Mercenary House, Soldier House, Spirit Altar, Adventurer Hotel, and Boundary Tower. It is not easy for such a dungeon that has been threatened and frequently attacked by the Dark Race for a long time, and is at a disadvantage, to complete these constructions and develop to a certain scale. In terms of population, Jinsi City once captured several village strongholds, obtained a group of dwarf people from them, and took in a group of neutral rat people who were not eroded by chaos from various regions. The current total population is about 1,100. As for adventurers, at its peak, it could receive 500 adventurers every day, and had established contractual relationships with 30 to 40 adventurers in total. However, due to the rapid deterioration of the situation during this period, the flow of adventurers throughout the day has dropped sharply to only 50 to 60 people. The contracted adventurers have all run away. This group is so ruthless. The dungeons that adventurers truly support are extremely rare. Most of the contracted adventurers in the dungeons have no loyalty at all. They only play when the situation is favorable. Once the situation is not right, they run faster than rabbits. At this moment, the people of Jinsei City are full of anxiety. Why hasn't the Lord come back yet? The Jinsei City Hotel is currently free to stay in. Several adventurers who stayed in the city to make money couldn't help but tease when they faced the anxious and uneasy people of Jinsei City. Haha, don't think about it. The Fat Lord will never come back unless he is stupid. What's the difference between coming back in this situation and committing suicide? Your lords have already abandoned their territories and fled. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will die when the dark species launches another offensive. Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. A white-haired rat boy said with a firm look, Lord Pang is not that kind of person. He will never give up on us. He will definitely come back. It is not difficult to see. Pang Dahai still has some ability. Not only did he complete the city construction under high pressure, the local people also have great trust and loyalty to this lord. Haha, you are so naive. I have seen many situations like you. This underground city is destined to have no hope. Let's retreat too. Let's slip away. Just as the remaining adventurers were preparing to evacuate, and the morale of the people in Jinsei City was low, a strange roar came from above their heads, and everyone on the scene was stunned when they heard the sound. What's that sound? It's from the sky. Look, there are some strange birds. Hey, these are not strange birds. They are some kind of mechanical creations. Several adventurers, and the people of Jinsei City looked at them in astonishment. For Black Hawk helicopters slowly descended with their huge spiral wings. Each helicopter can carry 13 or 14 passengers, and a total of 55 people came out of it. The leader was none other than Pang Dahai, the lord of Jinsei City. It was different from yesterday, when he left Jinsei City in disgrace with only a few remaining monster soldiers. The reinforcements from Miracle City have arrived. Pang Dahai announced with a red face, Jinsei City is finally saved, and the end of Blackwater City is approaching. The humiliation we have suffered these days will be completely avenged and returned tenfold. Miracle City? The people of Jinsei City looked at each other in bewilderment. The reason why Lord Pang left the territory yesterday was to go to the neighboring human territory to ask for help. However, everyone more or less suspected that he used this as an excuse to escape, but they didn't expect that he really asked for help from somewhere. What is this strange flying mechanism? It seems to be a vehicle with strong mobility. Although reinforcements have been brought in, there are only dozens of them, which is too small in number. Even if this amount of troops is helpful for defending Jinsei City, it is probably not enough to achieve a counterattack, let alone to avenge the previous shame. I don't know where the Lord got the confidence from. Of course. It is better to have reinforcements than not. It seems that Jinsei City can hold on for a few more days. The adventurers of Jinsei City are considering whether to get more wool for a few more days. After all, in order to retain the decreasing number of adventurers, the Fat Lord has recently increased the explosion rate of the secret realm as much as possible, so the profit and win rate of brushing the secret realm here is still good. While everyone was discussing, all the Miracle City personnel have come down. Among the 54 Miracle City reinforcements, 50 are adventurers who have grabbed the mission, including Bai Hejusher, Bianhua, Feng Zhongnian, Blackstone Hammer King, etc. There are 4 special ones. These 4 are not adventurers, but ordinary Miracle City citizens. The leader is Nancy Leah, the hidden hero unit of Miracle City. The other 3. They are all new members. They are the Elf Elder Artists. Elsa and Evelyn, the 4th level Elf Warriors. Nancy Leah took the initiative to apply to the Lord to participate in this operation. She wanted to take her people to see the world, and let the elves see the fighting style of Miracle City to enhance their confidence in Miracle City. Is this Jinsei City? It's really shabby. Fatty, you've been developing for almost 2 years. How come your territory has become like this? That's right. Look at Lord Qi, look at Miracle City. It's only been developed for more than a month, and its scale is 10 times yours. Pang Dahai said with shame. Everyone, how can I be compared with such a great talent as Lord Qi? Ha ha ha. That's right. Old Thief Qi is indeed not comparable to ordinary lords. Pig King, don't waste time, let's make a quick decision. Pang Dahai immediately said. The Blackwater City troops are stationed in a place called Hedden Village 8 miles away, with a total strength of about 900. Recently Lord Blackwater has been in charge personally. This guy is a 2nd level combat force, and is very difficult to deal with. There is no doubt that this number is not small. Pang Dahai knew that among the reinforcements of Miracle City this time, such as Higanbana, Greenskin Bully, Sanju, White Crane Monk, etc., they are all second and third level adventurers and very powerful. However, since Jinsei City has not yet been incorporated into Miracle territory, even if these people are of higher rank, they will be suppressed by the territorial law when fighting away from home. It should be enough to rely on this number to assist in defending the city, but it is almost impossible to annihilate the Blackwater City troops. However, after learning the number, instead of feeling pressure, everyone's eyes lit up. Okay, I heard that rat people have strong reproduction ability, and there must be a lot of rat people in Blackwater City. The more the better. The more you kill, the more merit you will get, and the more contribution points you will earn. Baihajusher, Bianhua, and others immediately studied the terrain and environment, and found that the distance from Jinsei City to the Dark Species stronghold in Blackwater City was not far, and the terrain was relatively flat. That's easy. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the vehicles, only 54 people were dispatched for this operation, but a lot of equipment was invested, because the adventurer's storage space can store various items. In order to ensure the success of the operation, Miracle City invested all the vehicles and equipment that can be used at present. These include 4 Black Hawks, 6 Hummers, and a Ronin mecha. As for weapons and firearms, they are also very exaggerated, with a high-energy arc gun, for M249 squad machine guns, more than 30 grenade launchers, more than 200 assault rifles, submachine guns, a small number of sniper rifles, and shotguns. There is such firepower. 50 adventurers are more than enough to deal with 10 times the number of dark species. White Crane Hermit said, Xiaoya, according to the special instructions of the Lord, you are responsible for the use of 4 machine guns. The M249 machine gun is a new firearm equipment recently unlocked in Miracle City. Although it is a first-class superior equipment like the M16, its bullet capacity and firing rate are extremely powerful. The disadvantage is that it cannot automatically restore ammunition and consumes a lot of mental power. In fact, they have been together for such a long time. Not to mention White Crane Hermit, experienced old birds like Bianhua. Even Feng Zhongmian and Blackstone Hammer King, Mao Mingming can see that Nancy Leah is not an ordinary dwarf, and this dwarf appearance is just a disguise. What is Nancy Leah's true identity? There are many discussions on this point in the Adventurer Forum. Now that Lord Qi has specially given the most powerful and most consuming machine gun to Nancy Leah and others, this has further verified the adventurer's conjecture. Although her true identity is unknown, it does not affect her relationship with the adventurers. Leave it to us. Nancy Leah received the M249 machine gun. Artis, Elsa, and Evelyn each held one. The 4 will be arranged at the hatch of the Black Hawk helicopter to be responsible for firepower output. White Crane Monk, we have a Ronin mecha, which will become the most important combat force. Bianhua immediately said, Old Dean, you are the first to pass the achievement of the Star Sea Titan chapter, and your mecha driving experience is the best in Miracle City, so the Ronin mecha driver must be you. Okay, in this case, I will take the responsibility. The last important equipment is the high-energy arc gun, which was arranged for Pang Dahai to use, and Pang Dahai recruited 100 people and adventurers locally. Each person is given a gun, mainly submachine guns and assault rifles. These people are not responsible for frontal combat, as long as they follow the Hummer to encircle the Blackwater City Ratmen to ensure that the enemy is annihilated to the maximum extent. The equipment is distributed. The action started immediately. 1 hour later. In the Riverside Village. A Ratman with black fur, long robe and long staff, 1.6 meters tall, came out and inspected the hundreds of neatly arranged Ratmen in front of him. This Ratman was none other than the Dark Lord of Blackwater City. The Dark Rat Lord has the strength of the 2nd level. Although he is just an insignificant little person in the Evernight Forest, he can walk sideways in this small piece of land. The Bloodhowl Lord is impatient. This war has wasted too much time. A humanoid jackal covered with leather armor, blood-colored fur, and carrying a big knife came out from behind. We must take down Jinsei City within 3 days, otherwise we can't explain to Bloodhowl City. This is a warrior of the Blood Wolf clan. He comes from the Bloodhowl City, the superior dark dungeon of Blackwater City. The war between Blackwater City and Jinsei City did not have the upper hand from the beginning. The Lord of Jinsei, Pang Dahai, was still quite capable. In the initial battle between the 2 territories, both won and lost. The real turning point was the intervention of the Bloodhowl City. When Blackwater City obtained the resources and military reinforcements of the Bloodhowl City, Jinsei City was quickly suppressed, and eventually lost all its strongholds and fell into the desperate situation of being besieged at the moment. The Rat Lord said lightly, "Lord Bloodhowl, you can rest assured. The destruction of this human race is imminent." The Blood Wolf warrior, "Then act quickly." The Rat Lord was about to give an order, and suddenly a sound of propellers tearing the air appeared in the sky, which aroused the vigilance and attention of all the dark species at the scene. "What is this?" When seeing the Black Hawk helicopter, the Ratmen and Jackals were stunned. Flying units rarely appeared in the first-level area because such areas were not suitable for high-level monsters to survive, and the spells with flying effects were at least second-level or above. In fact, the Black Hawk helicopter in Miracle City was also a second-level equipment. It was just that mechanical equipment could be exempted from some territorial law suppression. When the Black Hawk helicopter flew into this area, its performance would be weakened, and its energy consumption rate would increase greatly, but its maneuverability would not be greatly affected. "Shoot it down." Under the order of the Lord, the Dark Ratmen immediately tried to attack the Black Hawk helicopter with crossbows and spells, but their effective killing height did not exceed 150 meters, while the Black Hawk helicopter could easily hover above 200 to 300 meters. Blackstone Hammer King, haha. Can't hit. Can't hit. White Crane Monk, now it's our turn to fight back. Higanbana, Shioya, fire. When the cabin doors on both sides of the 4 Black Hawk helicopters were opened, each helicopter had an elf machine gunner responsible for one door, and the other door was opened by adventurers in turn for sweeping or precise sniping. The elf elder Artis, the great elf Elsa, and Evelyn were all sitting in the cabin of the Black Hawk helicopter holding a huge squad machine gun in their hands. When they saw the dense rats below, they were a little confused. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Sanju, what are you waiting for? Fire quickly." Although Artis had never experienced such a battle, and had never used such a weapon, he was an old elf who had lived for 1,000 years, and had seen many big scenes. No hesitation. According to Professor Nancy Leah's method, Artis pulled the trigger of the machine gun, and felt the precision mechanical weapon operating at high speed. Metal particles were sprayed out at a very fast speed, and instantly swept the dense ratmen below, causing a bloody storm. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The 4 elf machine gunners all started to fire. The M249 bullet capacity of Miracle City is as high as 200 rounds. It only takes 20 seconds to use up the bullets with full-strength shooting. It takes 3 points of mental power to reload the ammunition with mental power each time. It is a huge burden for the first and second level. It is nothing for the 4th and 5th level. What does this mean? The 4 elf machine gunners have almost unlimited ammunition in a short period of time, and they have released thousands of bullets in just 1 or 2 minutes. Da-da-da. Da-da-da, when bullets sprayed down like a rainstorm. Although the accuracy of shooting at an altitude of 3 or 200 meters is very poor, such a large scale and intensive sweep is undoubtedly enough to cause considerable casualties to the unprepared ratmen and jackals. This weapon is terribly powerful. At first, Artis was confused and gradually became surprised, and finally became shocked. Although in his opinion, the power of M249 is not worth mentioning, its lethality in the first-level area is definitely not weak enough to break most first-level defense spells in a short time. Such intensive attacks and efficient killing, if it is rare or even rare equipment, Artis will not be too surprised. But although the explosion rate of M249 machine gun is not too high, it can be mass-produced. What does this mean? Miracle City has the ability to sweep all first-level areas with these guns. The value of this equipment is higher than that of most ordinary second-level quality equipment. If this thing is made into a commodity for export, it can definitely create amazing value. You can imagine it. If a first-level territory can be equipped with 10 or 20 M249 machine guns, its defense will definitely rise to a higher level. If its opponents want to close this gap and have access to relevant channels, they will definitely find a way to purchase the same weapons, and will eventually fall into internal circulation and arms race. If the forces behind those new lords with backgrounds and family power want to escort them, but they are unable to directly deliver resources and combat power, one of the best ways is to purchase arms from Miracle City. As the only arms supplier, Miracle City will definitely gain huge benefits from it. Artis began to understand why Nancy Leah chose Miracle City. This underground city does have different potential. Although we don't know what the secret level of this underground city is, the specialty of firearms and weapons alone is enough for it to gain a foothold in the big forest. Under the suppression of 4 elf machine gunners, the dark species ran away with their heads in their hands. At this time, the helicopter began to circle and descend, while continuing to sweep and chase the ratmen from the air, while launching or throwing high-explosive grenades, and tear gas bombs to attack or interfere with the Ratmen hiding in the bunkers, thereby further increasing casualties and destroying some aero tower facilities. The time has come. Baihajusha released the Ronin mech. This light mech, more than 3 meters high, fell from the sky, falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, like a cannonball, instantly smashing a pit in the center of Hedon village, and then automatically pulled out the Tian Sanhua shotgun to kill the nearby Ratmen. Baihajusha put on an iron pilot helmet and fell from the sky. The Ronin mech caught it and put it in the cockpit. The adventurer turned on the iron pilot mode for the first time in the real world, allowing all kinds of arrows and fireballs to hit the mech, and these attacks were no different from tickling. Kill! A figure approached quickly. This person was the Jackal who had just talked to the Rat Lord. The Jackal came from Bloodhowl City, and was originally a second-level master. Although his strength was suppressed in the first-level area, he could still exert the combat power of the peak of the first level. He instantly sent out a blood-colored blade to chop the Ronin mech. Bloodlight slash. Sparks flew. The Ronin mech took a step back. The Blood Jackal warrior was horrified to find that this knife, which was enough to threaten a second-level unit, only left a shallow mark on the Ronin mech, which was far from enough to cause fatal damage to it. Sword Core activated. Baihajusha controlled the Ronin mech to activate the Sword Core, and saw the Ronin Great Sword suddenly burst into lightning, and the attack speed increased several times, and instantly chopped the peak first-level wolf man into pieces. Elsa, the blonde elf beauty, exclaimed, "The strength shown by this equipment is definitely beyond the first level." Indeed. No matter whether it is attack, defense or speed, the power shown by the Ronin mech is far superior to the top first-level 5-star monsters, and even obviously exceeds some second-level 1-stars. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing strange. After all, the Ronin mech itself is a third-level equipment. It is outrageous that it can still exert such a powerful power under the situation that the first-level area is suppressed by the law. Special mechanical equipment can be exempted from some law suppression. Therefore, it can exert power beyond the local level limit. This kind of mecha equipment is definitely a territory strategic level weapon, and its value is self-evident. What shocked the elves is that such equipment can't be mass-produced, if even such equipment can be mass-produced. In the future, Miracle Territory can be invincible in the low-level environment. This Miracle City obviously has more than just potential. The various guns, munitions, and Ronin mechas alone can ensure its rise. The future of this dungeon is limitless. No need to think too much. Under the cover of Baihajusha, other adventurers have landed one after another. Everyone holds an assault rifle or shotgun, which quickly increases the casualties of the dark species by more than half. This is simply a one-sided and completely crushing massacre. Baihajusha wields the Ronin Great Sword and kills the Rat Lord directly. At this moment, the Rat Lord was covered with a layer of water shield, which could dissolve all kinds of physical attacks. The bullets hitting it densely could only cause ripples and be bounced away, although the bullets did not pose a threat for the time being. But as the Rat tribe was quickly eliminated, the Rat Lord could not care too much and immediately launched a second-level secret technique. All the black water Ratmen who fell to the ground and died, their bodies dissolved into a pool of black water, and the black water quickly went to the Rat Lord. This move was very costly. The dissolved rat soldiers lost the possibility of resurrection forever. After absorbing the bodies and souls of hundreds of black water Ratmen, the Rat Lord suddenly became several times larger. His aura soared in a short period of time, almost reaching the peak of the second level. It can be seen that although the cost of this technique is high, the effect is not weak. At this moment, the Rat Lord is more than 10 feet tall, and his whole body is covered with a sticky substance like asphalt. Die! A sharp roar. The Rat Lord released a black spear, instantly pushing back the Ronin mecha several steps, and the other Ratmen were all inspired to fight. This mechanical monster is not invincible. Before the Ratmen launched a counterattack, suddenly, a powerful arc of electricity hit the Rat Lord, who was ready to pursue the victory. The terrifying energy and the sweeping electric current immediately burst out, instantly making him smoke all over and fixed in place. What kind of power is this? The Rat Lord locked onto the source of the attack. It turned out to be the Lord of Jinsei City Pangdahai. This human lord is obviously very weak. Why can he exert such a strong power? He used a lightning spell that just happened to restrain himself. Didn't expect it. You will have this day too. Pangdahai fired the high-energy arc gun again. Another lightning bolt hit the Rat Lord. The power of the arc gun was greatly weakened due to the suppression of the law. But even so, it was extremely powerful enough to suppress the strongest form of the Rat Lord, not only causing damage, but also paralyzing the Rat Lord, thus losing his ability to move. Continue. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Pang Dehai launched 3 attacks in a row. During this process, a strong sense of satisfaction surged into his heart. It was the pleasure of revenge. However, Pang Dehai realized that ordinary high-energy arc attacks were not enough to kill the Rat Lord, so he immediately launched the arc gun's charging skill, consuming 2 points of energy in one breath and charging for 3 seconds. The next moment, a huge arc was released. The Rat Lord was hit in astonishment, fear, and disbelief. He let out a shrill scream, and the black water covering his body was completely evaporated and turned into a charcoal. Lord of Blackwater City, dead, Pang Dehai faced the Dark Lord, who was charred and completely lost his breath of life. His heart could not calm down for a long time. This person who brought huge pressure to the territory in the past year or so, almost a nightmare existence, was killed so easily and carelessly. Pang Dehai himself had no combat power. All he could rely on was a Miracle City arc gun. With only one piece of equipment, he defeated the Blackwater Lord at the peak of the 2nd level, and he destroyed this lingering nightmare with his own hands. All I can say is, Miracle City is too powerful. The special effects of Miracle City are too amazing. With Lord Chi-Ji's talent, it won't take long for him to become the greatest lord of this era. And he will become the subordinate of this legendary lord. Just thinking about it makes him extremely excited. He shouted, "The Blackwater Lord is dead." The Dark Ratman and Jackals had already fled everywhere when they saw that the situation was hopeless. As a result, 6 Hummers had been waiting outside for a long time, and more than 100 people with live ammunition participated in the encirclement and suppression. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed. Although Chi-Ji did not leave Miracle City, he could understand the situation through the Lord's vision and prompts. The Miracle City troops broke through the Hedden Village stronghold, killed the Ratman Lord, almost wiped out the Dark Species troops, activated the Sacred Stone of Hedden Village, and then launched a devastating counterattack. The Blackwater Lord has been killed. How could a broken city possibly stop Miracle City? When Chi-Ji sent out another 500 troops, using Hedden Village as a springboard to attack Blackwater City, there was hardly any decent resistance, and the city was successfully captured with just one wave of attack. Considering that Pang Dehai's mental power was insufficient. Considering that refining the core Divine Stone could get a good treasure chest reward. Chi-Ji personally refined the core Divine Stone of Blackwater City, and then gave the Divine Stone to Jinsei City for occupation. You refine the core of Blackwater City, and Chaos Treasure Box, White, +1. You have lost Blackwater City. Next, Pang Dehai completed the territory upgrade. Chi-Ji officially annexed this territory. You have annexed Jinsei City, the 2nd level secondary core has been activated, and all buildings have been incorporated into the territory. You can operate Jinsei City through the Lord panel. You have occupied Blackwater City. 2 secondary cities. So far, it has been successfully obtained. This is of great value to Chi-Jiling. Chapter 182. Chi-Ji immediately opened the Blackwater City treasure chest and obtained the reward. You open the Chaos treasure chest, Soul Crystal plus 3000, Blueprint, Territory Formation +1. This time, the Chaos treasure chest did not give out much. There was only one blueprint. However, this blueprint, it is not simple. Blueprint, Territory Formation, 2nd level rare building blueprint, construction conditions, 10,000 soul crystals, 10,000 material spirits, 5,000 mental power, and the distance to the nearest territory core must not exceed 400 miles. The blueprints that Chi-Ji obtained in the past were all relatively common facilities. The territory formation is different. It is an uncommon and rare facility. This blueprint is very different from other blueprints. The biggest difference is that its construction range is very exaggerated. It can be built outside the territory core. The influence range of the territory God Stone is built outside the city, or even outside the territory. As for what the territory array is used for, as the name implies, once this special facility is built, a temporary small territory with a radius of 200 meters can be created out of thin air through the array. This small territory may be far away from any core of the territory, or even outside the territory, but it can be affected by the core of the territory, thus having the ability to build various other facilities. Territory buildings can only be built on specific territories of the territory. The function of the territory array is to create additional territories. I didn't expect such a good thing to come out. Although the cost is not low, it is very useful, and even comes at the right time. From a military perspective, the Dungeon Lord can build a territory array at various key strategic locations, thereby creating a stronghold out of thin air where there was no town stronghold originally. Once this territory formation is formed, the Lord can build a sentry tower, arrow tower, city wall and other territory facilities in this place, so as to better control the area and make the territory more stable at the military level. From the perspective of territory development and management, the territory formation can create a special economic zone outside the territory, or create an enclave outside the territory to release influence, so as to better release the territory influence. For example, find a local city that is relatively close. Arrange the territory formation in the city to transform a small temporary territory. In this way, Chi-Ji can directly create a secret hall and adventurers union in the city, so that the adventurers of the territory can also brush the secret realm when they come here for business trips, or attract local natives, various forces, and various characters to experience the charm of the secret realm of Miracle City. This is equivalent to opening a branch of an internet cafe, although the territory has not expanded or annexed the area. But this method does not prevent Miracle City from outputting influence or creating income. Chi-Ji knew that not too far from the territory, there was a large city called Qianhu City. This city has a permanent population of more than 1 million, and the forces there are complicated and full of masters, which is no different from a small kingdom. This kind of force. It is not very realistic to want to annex it in a short time. But if a team can be sent to Qianhu City to develop, first deploy the territory formation, and then build the secret hall, it is equivalent to opening a Miracle City Internet Cafe in this huge city. Miracle City Internet Cafe will definitely attract a large number of Qianhu City residents to explore. Let the residents of Qianhu City understand Miracle City, and be impacted by the culture of Miracle City. Drain traffic to Miracle City, enhance the reputation of Miracle City, or subtly influence people. This will surely greatly promote the spread of Miracle City's influence and soft power, and the direct and indirect income generated during the operation of Miracle City Internet Cafe will inevitably become a large additional income for Miracle City. There is a way. Let me plan it carefully. In fact, even if the Lord's Array blueprint is not exposed, Chi-Ji will also prepare to acquire similar blueprints in the next step, because with the continuous development of the territory, it has enough self-protection power, and there is no need to be as low-key as in the past, and it can be more radical and proactive in seeking development. There are many elves in Qianhu City. If the elf elder artist can be completely subdued, this will provide a lot of convenience for Miracle City to control Qianhu City in the future. Chi-Ji was very satisfied with the income from this treasure chest. After he put away the blueprint, he immediately opened the Lord panel. The area of Chi-Ji's territory has increased by nearly 1/3 compared with before. Jinsei City and Blackwater City have been taken into the bag. So the next thing to think about is how to develop 2 new territories. Among them, Jinsei City is a second-level secondary city with its own core, and Blackwater City is a first-level secondary city. Although the core has disappeared, Chi-Ji still has an extra first-level core available. In other words, both cities can create secret realms. When to create, and what kind of secret realm to create is related to the development of the region and the overall strategy of the territory. Chi-Ji will activate the inspiration of Grand Theft Auto for Blackwater City as originally planned. The GTA series has excellent pure urban materials. Not only rich, but also powerful. The cost of using this kind of game material without extraordinary power is very low. Inspiration Crystal contains material packages of various large cities. You can create a Los Santos based on Los Angeles without any modification. Only 1,000 mental power is needed. Not only is the cost super low, it is also more worry-free and labor-saving. All materials in Inspiration Crystal are automatically optimized. This city will be a near 1-to-1 true restoration of Los Angeles, and all derivative content and operating details are logical. If Chi-Ji uses biochemical and black light materials to create a large city and stuff millions of people into it, it will not only consume several times or even more mental power and huge time costs, but it will also be difficult to be comprehensive in all details. After all, there are not so many character templates in these crystals. It is impossible for him to debug each person manually. And a large population and a complex system cannot be free of bugs. After running for a few days, the collapse caused by various bugs will have a chain reaction. Unless the timeline is constantly reset, the world pieced together by hand will definitely have various problems, and the workload of fixing bugs alone is an astronomical figure that cannot be completed. If the timeline is constantly reset, it can avoid the problem of crashing due to bugs. But such a city is too dull, there is no novelty at all. What is fun, at this moment, Using the Los Santos in the crystallization of Grand Theft Auto will not have this problem. This city is like a super machine that has been polished and debugged billions of times, and is extremely precise. From climate change and the world pattern to personal behavior and life details, everything is perfectly integrated. No matter how it runs for a year or 10 years, it will be in a very stable state. The Los Santos material pack only takes up 1000 mental power, and Chi-Ji has the effect of World Tree Blessing, which can further optimize and compress resource usage, and the extra hundreds of budget can be used for free play or to create other town scenes. What is the name of this secret realm? Chi-Ji thought for a while. This is a secret realm that focuses on experiencing life, leisure immersion, and sowing some pure urban games by the way. The biggest feature is the ultra-high degree of freedom. Well, in this case, let's just call it Free City. So far, the 5th secret realm of Miracle City. The second secondary secret realm of the territory was born. This Free City secret realm will open 2 different ways of playing. The first is Story Mode, which allows you to experience the story of the GTA series. The quality of the GTA story is not low, which can bring a different experience to adventurers. The second is the Free Mode, which will be launched in a multiplayer online mode. Adventurers will move freely in it as ordinary citizens of Los Santos, without any main plot. Although there is no main plot. But the multiplayer online interactive mode is like an online game. Adventurers can meet in the metropolis to party, play, start a business, operate, etc. This is undoubtedly very attractive to some adventurers who don't like fighting and want a slow pace and immersion. The planning of the Blackwater City secret realm is completed. It's the turn of the Jinxie City secret realm. According to the original plan, Chi-Ji wanted to use the Dark Dungeon as the prototype. Create a medium-sized secret realm for Jinxie City. Dark Dungeon is a unique game. Whether it is the game mechanism, Dark Gothic style, Cthulhu-style worldview, or territory management, the specific gameplay of dungeon exploration is very different from other secret realms at this stage. If you use Dark Dungeon as a prototype to create a Miracle City secret realm, it will definitely bring a different experience to adventurers. After all, it's extremely twisted and bizarre, evil and dark story, and extremely torturous and maddening game experience are 2 completely opposite extremes from the relaxed and free city of Blackwater City. They all have the ability to broaden the content diversity of Miracle City. However, Chi-Ji also knows that compared with works such as The Walking Dead, Resident Evil, Titanfall, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Prototype, CS, and Sekiro, Dark Dungeon is definitely a bit niche. If used to enrich the style of the territory secret realm, Dark Dungeon is a good choice. But because a territory formation blueprint was obtained, Chi-Ji now has more far-reaching considerations and plans. The second-level territory formation can only be linked to the territory core within 400 miles, which means that the buildings built in the temporary territory will belong to the city where the core is located. If the territory formation is built in Qianhu City, and the secret hall is built, the territory cores that this hall can connect to are only the 2 cities of Blackwater City and Jinxie City, which means that before the formation is upgraded, there are only 2 secondary secret realms that can be entered in Qianhu City. Dark Dungeon is a niche game, and the particularly torturous secret realm is not suitable for external promotion. Since you want to open an internet cafe, it is best to choose a game with a larger audience and a more kingly style. With the current situation of the territory, you can start to consider making a large-scale online game. Chi-Ji looked at the inspiration crystals in the spiritual sea. Finally, his eyes fell on Legend and Dungeon and Fighter. Chi-Ji considered it. DNF is more suitable for the current territory. First of all, the setting of Dungeon and Fighter is very detailed, with such rich characters, plots, worldviews, and related materials, which will greatly reduce the difficulty of remaking. Secondly, this Legend and World of Warcraft are very typical MMORPG, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. The more people, the more lively it is. It is best to create a large scene with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people on the same screen. It is very difficult to make. It is also very difficult for Miracle City. On the one hand, the population of adventurers is still limited. On the other hand, the server or other supporting facilities of the territory may not keep up. This is also the reason why Chi-Ji chose Dungeon and Fighter as the first online game of the territory, because Chi-Ji will not build this online game Secret Realm according to the idea of MMORPG. Instead, it is made with the idea of Diablo. It is neither a pure standalone game nor a traditional online game. It has both the in-depth and immersive plot of a single-player game and the elements of online game social interaction and team formation. The Arad continent, that Miracle City is preparing to build can be completely used as an immersive single-player game for adventurers, but you can also call friends to play online at any time. There are dungeon systems, level systems, trading systems, and PK fields. If you want to play alone, you can play alone. If you like to play in a team, you can play in a team at any time. This is equivalent to integrating the advantages of single-player and online games at the same time. Of course, if you want to fully present the DNF worldview, the second-level secret core is definitely not enough. However, this problem is not a big deal for the time being. The biggest difference between online games and standalone games is that standalone games will eventually have an ending, while online games have no ending or clearance. First, make a 60-level initial version of DNF. And this is enough for adventurers to play for a year or two. As for the subsequent levels, maps, professions, etc., we will upgrade the core later. It is a bit troublesome that the secondary core cannot be upgraded directly, but it is not impossible to upgrade. As long as you buy a third-level secondary core, you can upgrade the Jinsei City Secret Realm. Chi-Ji believes that once Arad Continent is launched, this will definitely cause great heat in the territory and even Qianhu City. The long-tail benefits that the operation routines and operation mechanisms of online games can bring are enough to benefit the territory in the next 10 years, or even decades. A few hours later, at the moment before the city opened, Chi-Ji completed the production of Free City, added to the core of the Blackwater City Secret Realm as soon as possible. As for the more important Secret Realm Arad Continent that is planned to be launched, it will take some time to make the Secret Realm, and the current Inspiration Crystal has not been activated yet, so there is no rush for a day or two. You are upgrading the Lord's Mansion. This upgrade will consume 10,000 soul crystals, 10,000 material essences, and 10,000 mental power. Do you want to continue? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The current Lord's Mansion is level 2. Chi-Ji has never upgraded the Lord's Mansion since he became a Lord, because although the mansion has a larger and more comfortable living environment after the upgrade, the resources required are really not small. Before this, the development of the territory is the first priority. Now the territory is getting richer and richer. Chi-Ji didn't care about this consumption and immediately upgraded the Lord's Mansion. Compared with the first-level Lord's Mansion, the second-level Lord's Mansion is like a small castle with more complete facilities. It not only has a hall with various functions, but also has an extra secret crystal. This is a crystal dedicated to the Lord. Chi-Ji can enter various secret realms through this crystal, and can even enter a specific secret crystal in the hall at any time, so as to appear near the adventurer who is on an adventure and do something. The second-level Lord's Mansion is indeed much more useful. At this time, the time for the territory to open the city has arrived, and a large number of adventurers are rushing into Miracle City frantically, and a new day of happy adventure is about to begin. Chi-Ji set the time of the Miracle City chicken eating competition to around 12 o'clock. This means that the 100 participating adventurers have 6 hours to prepare, which can be used to understand and adapt to the rules of the chicken eating competition, and they can also practice shooting, discuss tactics, adjust team members, etc. in the process. Chi-Ji led almost all the well-known or famous adventurers to participate in this competition. It is a hot topic and attracts a lot of attention. Everyone is looking forward to it. At the same time, the update of the new Secret Realm. It became the focus at the first time. Many adventurers have discovered the Free City. Chi-Ji did not spy on the adventurer's performance as usual, but activated the Lord's exclusive crystal in the Lord's Mansion, and 5 secret realms immediately appeared in front of him. Main Secret Realm, Doomsday Frenzy, Exotic 10 Kingdoms, Star Sea. Second Secret Realm, End of the World Arena, Free City. When Chi-Ji saw the 5 secret realms with different styles and characteristics, he was also very satisfied and full of a sense of accomplishment. After all, in less than 2 months, the territory already has such a luxurious secret realm lineup, just relying on these 5 existing secret realms. As long as there is enough time to develop, Miracle City is enough to become one of the top dungeons in the world. Although these 5 secret realms are excellent in their own characteristics, this is still just the beginning of Miracle Territory. In the future, there will be more and richer content, and more magical secret realms will emerge. Chi-Ji activated the Free City and entered it. A few minutes later, northwest of St. Louis City, near the Hollywood Walk of Fame. This is the entertainment and art center of the West Coast. There are not only handsome men and beautiful women everywhere, but also tourists from all ethnic groups, or black vendors selling DVDs and various small commodities everywhere. Suddenly, a roar of the engine sounded. Everyone saw a super luxurious and cool convertible Lamborghini driving into the street. The driver was a handsome and tall young man with Asian descent wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt. Many young women were excited. "Handsome, can you lend me a light?" A beautiful young lady came forward to chat with him. She had a devilishly hot body, a head of wavy golden curly hair, and a pair of super short jeans that highlighted her perfect long legs. When she leaned over to chat with the Lamborghini handsome man, her eyes were as seductive as silk, and the pendant slid into the bottomless ravine. "Sorry, miss, this is a non-smoking area." The woman suddenly laughed. "Then can I borrow a pen?" The Lamborghini handsome man naturally took out a Mont Blanc pen from his chest pocket. The blonde left a string of numbers on a small piece of paper, then handed the small piece of paper and the pen back, and threw him a seductive look. "I hope we will meet again." The handsome Lamborghini guy just smiled. The red light has turned green, the engine started again, and quickly left the street. This handsome Lamborghini guy with Asian ancestry is none other than Mr. Chi, who personally entered the free city to experience life. He made some changes to his appearance at this moment to make his temperament more compatible with this place. Chi drove the Lamborghini through the streets. Now, let alone the adventurers, who have never seen Los Angeles in the 21st century, even he who came from the 21st century on Earth couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The level of detail in this world is so real that there is no fault at all. It is natural, and has no sense of design. The streets and alleys of Los Santos. From small vendors to homeless people, from all kinds of tourists, to all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, elite stars, no model is repeated, everyone is completely different and full of life. Even as the creator of the world, Chi will have a trance feeling. "I just feel that every passerby and every citizen in this world has a soul and thoughts, but they don't realize that they, and even their world, are created out of thin air." Not only that, Chi went to many places one after another. For example, bookstores, shopping malls, cinemas, etc. There are no characters in this world, and the scene materials are reused. Chi found that even the cinema was indeed playing movies, but all movies, games, books, and animations were original works automatically generated by this world, which were different from the previous life. Not bad, it's completely a parallel world. As a time traveler, Chi likes this secret realm very much and feels a strong sense of intimacy. Although he can never go back to the original world, it's not bad to have such a secret realm that is infinitely close to the previous life. In the free mode of the secret world of Free City, it will not be reset unless encountering special circumstances. Its timeline is the early 21st century, and will continue to run. This operation is not based on the subjective feelings of the adventurer. In other words, even if the adventurer does not enter the free city, the time of this city will flow. If the adventurer does not come to this world for a month will pass. Before that, the most lifelike secret realm in Miracle City is the Sui and Tang Dynasty chapter. Because the story of the Sui and Tang Dynasty chapter will span a year. But the problem is that the Sui and Tang Dynasty chapter can only go to a limited area, and only a specific area can be explored at a specific time. The population and content richness cannot be compared with Los Santos, and it is pushed by the main storyline. If it cannot be completed in time, it will lose synchronization and time will be reset. In terms of the authenticity and texture of the world, it is naturally impossible to compare with a world with super high freedom. Time naturally passes, and new stories, and new changes are happening every minute and every second. After the adventurer discovered the secret of Free City, they will definitely be shocked by this colorful world. Although not all adventurers can adapt to this completely lifelike leisure secret realm without main lines, plots, fixed tasks, or even combat, I believe no one will deny the incredible technological breakthroughs and unique charm of this secret realm. In this secret realm, you can taste delicious food, read books and watch movies, sunbathe on the beaches of the West Coast, pick up girls, fall in love, run businesses, start businesses, and commit crimes. For Chi, this world that is infinitely close to the real world, it is definitely a great place to kill time. After all, as the Lord of Miracle City and the creator of Free City, he has absolute control over this world, which is equivalent to opening a universal modifier in the real world. Wealth, power, beauty, luxury cars, and yachts are all at your fingertips. He walks in this real parallel world, no different from the real God. Although Chi-Ji's character will not mess around, this sense of security and pleasure of controlling everything is unimaginable for ordinary people. Free City is the most free and real secret place in Miracle City. And Chi-Ji is the freest man in Free City. However, just as Chi-Ji continued to stroll around and feel the long-lost modern life in the 21st century, he accidentally met an adventurer who entered this world. I will only say it once. Take out all the money and gold. After the four adventurers got out of a broken second-hand pickup truck, they immediately took out iron bars, long knives, and a pistol, and then rushed into a jewelry store to rob. Chi-Ji glanced at the code names of the four people. They are Green Bully, Mantis Warrior, Big Eagle Brother, Fox Sister. Among them, Green Bully is a third-level adventurer, and the other three are also relatively senior adventurers. After entering the Free City, they found that they were just gangsters, tramps, and spirited girls. In order to obtain primitive accumulation, they thought of robbery. Robbing a bank is too difficult, so they started from a jewelry store. Most adventurers are chaotic good or chaotic evil people. They have no sense of morality in the secret world. At this moment, they are not ashamed, but feel very excited. They obviously underestimated the speed of public security response in this world. Before they could rob the jewelry store of all cash and gold and silver jewelry, the shrill siren sounded from all directions, and several police cars and more than a dozen American police officers rushed to the scene. They immediately drew their guns and shot at the adventurers. The four adventurers were either shot dead or captured alive. This venture ended in failure. Chi-Ji found it funny to see this, but he had to consider that the adventurer's style of behavior might affect the long-term order of the Free City, so it was necessary to strengthen the behavioral constraints under the free mode. For example, each adventurer can only get a free character once. Death or arrest and loss of personal freedom will be judged as loss of synchronization. Although adventurers can redraw characters, they need to go through a long cooling period. Even if they start over, they have to pay a large amount of contribution points, which can limit the adventurer's crazy death to a certain extent. If they really want to commit crimes, destroy, and mess around, they can go to the plot mode. There you can experience the stories of Lao Chui, Mike, and Franklin. Because the world is constantly reset, you can destroy it in any way. It is a more authentic Grand Theft Auto. This free mode is a paradise for adventurers who like slow pace, immersive life in another world, and who don't like fighting and just want to relax and vacation. It is also one of the places where Boss Chi will go for vacation and leisure in the future. In a blink of an eye, several hours passed. Chi-Ji went to several landmarks in St. Lo to check in, and then went to the high-rise restaurant on the 81st floor in the city center to taste the food. At the same time, he activated the Lord's perspective to observe the situation in the territory. That's right. Even if people are in the secret realm, this does not prevent Chi-Ji from using the Lord's ability. He can keep an eye on every corner of the territory at any time, and can also check the adventures of adventurers at any time. And now it is not far from the start of the Miracle City Chicken Eating Competition. Chapter 183. Evening. The lights of Los Santos are on. A luxurious restaurant on the 81st floor in the city center. The pianist plays melodious music. The streets are busy with vehicles. Chi-Ji sits alone by the window, sipping red wine and admiring the night view. At the same time, he opens multiple Lord perspectives to observe the situation of the territory and the adventurers. Comfortable, this is life. Chi-Ji has been qualified as a Lord for almost 2 months. His life in the past was relatively boring. He was busy making copies in the Lord's mansion every day. The only entertainment and leisure activity was to peek at the adventures and sufferings of the adventurers. After this new secret realm is opened, I don't know how much the adventurers like it. Anyway, Chi-Ji likes the atmosphere of the 21st century. The only flaw is that Los Santos is built based on Los Angeles. If you can have a city built based on a city, then the sense of comfort and intimacy should be stronger. At this moment, in the secret hall of Miracle City, adventurers are still enthusiastically challenging various secret realms, or watching others taking risks in groups, and discussing various plots with passion and enthusiasm. Calculate the time. It has been 5 hours since the city was opened. Although today's adventure time is only half over. But the adventurers have already had a lot of surprises and gains. One of the biggest surprises is the new secret realm Free City. Chi-Ji opened the Lord panel and looked at the data. About 1,000 adventurers have experienced it at least once. This secret realm is charged by time, and 1 energy point is consumed every 1 hour. Most adventurers start exploring the Free City from the plot story. Although the story mode is a single-player mode, you cannot play online with other adventurers. But the advantage is that the world can be reset infinitely. Therefore, Chi-Ji will not impose any restrictions on adventurers. Adventurers can completely let go of themselves, or explore every corner of Los Santos, and experience the extremely real and free urban life atmosphere. Of course, there are also a few adventurers who enter the free mode. Adventurers were surprised to find that they could meet each other in the free mode. This mode does not have any clear tasks and main lines. The entire Los Santos is equivalent to the online community of Miracle City. A timeline is constantly pushed forward, and it is truly a near-real alien world. There is no doubt, when they found this, the adventurers were shocked and completely stunned. Chi Laoza really created an alien world. This timeline does not repeat a fixed cycle, but changes every moment. There are as many as millions of secret characters, and everyone has his own life and continues to develop independently. What is the difference between this and the real world? The more experience you have, the more shock you will feel. Because of such a system, its complexity cannot be described in words. Many adventurers who like to lie down and enjoy leisure are in ecstasy. Because the Secret Realm challenge cannot exceed 3 hours each time, hundreds of people have completed the first challenge and accumulated a relatively sufficient data sample. The output of the Free City Secret Realm has gradually become clear. Chi-Ji is naturally very concerned about this. First of all, it is certain that this secret realm does not explode spirits and extraordinary materials. The output of basic items overlaps greatly with the Frenzy Secret Realm, mainly various common beverages and food. The difference is that it will produce some perfumes, cosmetics, and other daily necessities. In addition, some items with grades will also be produced. Among them, various firearms, vehicles, and digital devices are the main ones. Miracle City has unlocked many kinds of firearms, and some car vehicles, etc. These equipment do not need to be unlocked repeatedly, and adventurers who brush the Free City Secret Realm can directly explode. The most worth mentioning is, Free City has a high probability of producing electronic digital products such as mobile phones, cameras, game consoles, and laptops. Chi-Ji found out from the records in the Lord panel that the adventurer Cat Mingming took the lead in unlocking the first mobile phone 2 hours ago, and this item has caused quite a stir in Miracle City. Huh? A mobile phone was actually brushed out? Chi-Ji's mind moved slightly, and he spent 6 points of mental power to exchange one from the store, and then the mobile phone appeared directly in his hand. The Miracle City Secret Realm is not a direct entry type secret realm. Adventurers cannot enter in the flesh, so naturally they cannot bring equipment and items in. However, Chi-Ji will not be restricted in this regard. After all the secret realms are created by himself, and the properties and laws of the secret realms cannot constrain him. H10 smartphone, gray medium grade, durability 5/5, with skills, information interconnection, automatic charging. From the appearance, this is a 6.5-inch smartphone. Although it has been modified after being produced in the secret realm, its appearance is not significantly different from smartphones in the 21st century. Turn on the screen. Several icons appear in front of you. This phone has functions such as phone text messages, photo recording, social software, map software, etc. What a good thing! Chi-Ji's eyes lit up. He immediately realized the value of this thing. This is another terminal device that can connect to the Territory Information Platform to obtain data services for individuals. Even if it does not have any practical functions, its value will be beyond imagination. Of course, the mobile phone is of low grade, so its performance is weaker. Even if the Miracle City Iron Driver helmet leaves the territory, it can establish a connection with the territory within a certain distance to obtain various information service functions, while the mobile phone can only be used within the influence range of each territory core and the God Stone. However, this may not be a disadvantage, it may even be an advantage. The good thing about the Miracle mobile phone is that the grade is low enough. Because the grade is low, so it is easy to explode. Because the grade is low, the exchange cost is low. Chi-Ji only needs 6 points of mental power to exchange a mobile phone from the secret store, which means that there is a possibility of large-scale procurement and popularization among the people of the territory, and even foreign tourists in a short time. Once this thing is popularized, there is a huge space for imagination. For example, it can charge phone bills or data flow service fees. A small mobile phone can not only bring great convenience to everyone, quickly expand the influence of the territory, but also bring very amazing economic value. This low-grade output may become one of the most valuable outputs of Miracle City in the past month. This should also be the most valuable harvest today. In the secret hall, the atmosphere is very lively. In an inconspicuous corner, Elsa, Evelyn and other elves gathered in front of a secret crystal to watch and cheer. Although these elves disguised themselves as dwarfs, they could not hide their excitement on their faces. They were all attracted by the content of the secret city of Miracle City. The adventurer who was challenging in the secret crystal at this moment was the elf elder Artis. The old elf was challenging the second level of the frenzy level mode. He held an M110 sniper rifle and cooperated with his teammates to challenge a Gatling tracker. After a fierce and thrilling battle, he finally failed. The Gatling tracker is indeed worthy of its reputation. Our tactics are flawed. Finally, we failed. Artist looked regretful. It's a pity. It is said that the probability of triggering the Gatling tracker is very low. I didn't defeat it this time, and I don't know when I will encounter it again next time. Elsa said, Elder, although the Gatling tracker is very precious, it is also very difficult to defeat it. It is said that the Miracle City has been triggered 100 or 200 times since the opening of the city, and the adventurer's winning rate is less than 3%. Artist didn't care. These adventurers can defeat it, so can I, Artist. The reason why I failed this time is just because I was not prepared enough. The elf elder is confident. After all, he has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and survived the attack of the Eternal Night Dragon King. How could he not be able to deal with a mere Gatling tracker? I will definitely win next time. I will definitely take the Gatling tracker spirit. Use it to build a second-level adventurer's soul for myself. The other elves looked at each other in surprise. Elder Artist is a well-known stubborn conservative. Now he is actually preparing to improve his adventurer's cultivation. Does he completely regard himself as an adventurer of Miracle City? However, it's not surprising. Miracle City is indeed a miracle. Although the elves have not been here for 24 hours, they participated in an operation to witness the pioneering ability of Miracle City. The Miracle City troops captured the dark underground city with overwhelming force, and made another territory willingly surrender and be annexed. In this operation, whether it was various types of firearms, Hummer cars, Black Hawk helicopters, or powerful Ronin mechas, they were all extremely unique and powerful specialties. The value is inestimable. Shocking. Of course, what really conquered the elves was Miracle City's various almost miraculous secrets. Artist has lived for so many years, and has come into contact with more than hundreds of underground cities, and has heard of more than thousands of underground cities. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there were such miraculous secrets. Nancy Leah's choice was not wrong. Miracle City has the ability to change the pattern of the Evernight Forest. Chi-Ji is the only great being who can challenge the Eternal Night Dragon King. Not only that, Artist believes that following and assisting the rise of Miracle City is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the elves of the Eternal Night Forest. In the future, the elves may very likely use this platform to return to their heyday, or even reach a new peak and surpass the past. Thinking of this, the blood and excitement that have not boiled for many years surged in my heart. It made a heart that has experienced many vicissitudes of life surge violently. There are only a few years left in my life. If I can see the elves rise again before I die, I will die without regrets. Nancy Leah quickly came to the front of several people, elders, seniors. The escape game of the Miracle City Frenzy Secret Realm is about to begin. The first Battle Royale game of Miracle City will officially start in 15 minutes. Please prepare all participants. Everyone received the prompt. Hundreds of adventurers were all excited. Miracle City chicken eating competition has become one of the hottest topics recently. Is it finally going to start? What a game to look forward to. I heard that the first place team will receive a luxury house as a reward. Isn't this too cool? Although the announcement said that Miracle City will build a batch of territory houses in the near future, the number is only a few dozen. Even if there are contribution points, ordinary people can't compete at all. Lord Chi is so conscientious. Our team must work hard. I have just experienced the Frenzy Battle Royale. This mode is very interesting. Hundreds of people fight, and the survivors are the kings. Miracle City will do a big job for this game. There is also enough suspense. Who do you think will win this competition? I support the Lao Tulu team. The old dean and the old president have both strength and experience and will definitely win. I don't think so. Although the old dean is very powerful, big guys like Higanbana are more aggressive. Wanchuan Sanran of the Huangquan team is the #1 gun geek in Miracle City. There are too many big guys. It's hard to predict the outcome. Such a battle of skills and experience alone is not enough to win. I think luck is also very important, even a particularly important factor. That's why it's interesting. Why not take a gamble? I bet the Lao Tulu team 100 soul sands. Let's gamble. In a moment, the participating adventurers were ready to go. Most of the non-participating adventurers were also very curious and looking forward to it, and some even opened the bet on the spot. Elsa, can we win? Evelyn, I suddenly feel a little nervous. Artist takes it very seriously. The hope of our revival will be placed on Miracle City. If we can get a permanent house in Miracle City, it will be beneficial to the development of the elves in Miracle City. He continued, "It is not difficult to see that the Lord attaches great importance to this event. If we perform well, we can get more favor and appreciation from the Lord, so we must find a way to win the championship." Nancy Leah was stunned when she saw the elder's serious face, and the look of facing a great enemy. She had some concerns when she first learned that elder Artis had arrived. After all, this elder was stubborn and conservative, and might not accept joining the human race and joining the underground city. But now it seems this worry is unnecessary. Even the most stubborn and conservative elders. I can't resist the charm of Miracle City. Lord Chi-Ji's talent is so strong. Seeing that her decision has won the support of the tribesmen including the elders, Nancy Leah feels more secure and full of energy, and she also hopes to win the championship of this game. Most adventurers have experienced the escape mode. The four elves quickly discussed tactics before entering the secret realm. Nancy Leah said, "We must agree on a drop point. A good drop point can quickly establish an early advantage, which is the key to victory." Frenzy Escape. It is a new gameplay that has just been updated. There is only one island map at present. The four elves immediately used magic to draw the map. Elsa said, "I think P-City is a good drop point. This place is located in the central area of the island map. As long as you can stand firm, you will not be threatened by the shrinking poison circle in a short time." Evelyn said, "There is a school here. I saw many adventurers explore here. The resources are rich and there is a chance to quickly gather weapons and equipment. It is also a good choice." Artis asked, "What do you think?" Nancy Leah thought for a few seconds and said, "Although P-City has a good strategic location and the school and several other places have sufficient supplies, I don't think it is necessarily suitable as the initial airdrop point." Elsa, "Why?" Nancy Leah explained, "Because we think so, and other people think so too. This kind of popular area may drop more than 10 or 20 people at once. There are too many uncertainties." "That's right." Artis agreed with Nancy Leah's idea. The key to this secret realm gameplay is that the survivors are the kings. Let other adventurers fight in popular places, and we choose a relatively unpopular and remote place to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When they are almost killed, we will have a greater chance of winning. "I see." Four elves were discussing at the same time. White Crane Monk, Bienhua, Ran Tian Yuan, Blackstone Hammer King, Green Skin Bully, etc. Among the 25 participating teams, almost all the famous adventurers in Miracle City were included. Everyone took this game very seriously and expressed their opinions on tactics and playing methods. A few minutes later, when the discussion was almost over, everyone entered the secret crystal one after another. 100 of the most elite and active adventurers in Miracle City jointly started the chicken-eating competition. Most of them were not ordinary people, so the topic and attention were very high. At least 1,000 or 2,000 adventurers were very curious. One by one, they stopped brushing the secret realm and ran to the secret crystals to watch. Of course, the escape mode is forbidden to communicate with the outside world. The adventurers in the secret realm cannot hear any external prompts. A few seconds later, 4 elves appeared in the cabin of the transport plane. Not only the 4 elves led by Nancy Leah, but also the other participating adventurers landed in just a few minutes. Each of them turned into a mediocre secret realm figure, and each of them carried a parachute bag ready to land. Although their appearance changed, the teammates all had code names on their heads. These names are more eye-catching, and only teammates can see each other, so there will be no situation where you can't tell your companions apart. Higanbana said arrogantly, "I'm sure to win the championship of this escape competition." Sanju laughed, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. We old guys are not vegetarians." Renwanxiong said, "You will soon know that our 4-party alliance team is the strongest. Ironmouth Cockroach, Chishan City adventurers are not easy to mess with. Iris, we have to work hard too." Everyone briefly communicated for 1 or 2 minutes. At this time, the cabin of the transport plane opened, and a large island appeared in front of them. The transport plane will circle around the island, and the adventurers can decide when to parachute. "Let's go!" Land first. This is the only way to seize the opportunity. However, in just a few seconds, 6 or 7 teams airborne. Nancy Leah, Artis, Elsa, Evelyn, the 4 elves also jumped out of the cabin decisively, and instantly left the transport plane. The sea and the isolated island quickly enlarged in front of them. Although it is a small island, but its structure is quite complicated. There are airports, urban areas, schools, farms and mountains. At this moment, parachutes were everywhere in the blue sky. 100 adventurers had basically landed, each controlling the parachute to glide towards the expected area. "Almost done." Nancy Leah decisively pulled the parachute open, and instantly felt a resistance, then the descent slowed down. Relying on the muscle memory of this body, she stabilized the parachute and successfully landed at the airport in the southern part of the island. Successful landing. This is the airdrop zone agreed with the elders. The landing site chosen by the elf team is relatively conservative, which can avoid the fierce early fighting to the greatest extent. Nancy Leah picked up an S1897 shotgun as soon as she landed. She couldn't help but feel refreshed. This shotgun has amazing lethality in close combat, especially suitable for street fighting inside buildings. She immediately searched for the nearest building. Hoped to add more equipment. Unexpectedly, she heard gunshots just as she approached the door. Several bullets went through the door and hit her body, causing Nancy Leah's health bar to drop by nearly 1/3. The Battle Royale mode is divided into entertainment competition and realistic competition. What is the realistic mode? This mode is a real mode. For example, if you are shot, your flesh and blood will fly, your brain will be splattered, and your arms and legs will be missing. Sometimes a bullet can kill a person immediately. This mode is real. But the entertainment is still a little bit worse. Because no normal person can stand up and walk briskly after being shot by a pistol bullet, that is to say, even if they don't die, they will be paralyzed in most cases. When the realism is too high and the rhythm is too fast, it sometimes affects the experience. As for the entertainment competition mode, it is closer to the game. Each adventurer has a blood bar. As long as the blood bar is not exhausted, he will not die. Even if the leg is shot, he will not be disabled or unable to move. Although it doesn't look real. But it can effectively improve the fun and entertainment. When adventurers enter the frenzy competition, they can choose entertainment or realism. Except for some particularly hardcore adventurers. Most people still like entertainment that looks less real but more interesting. Someone is ambushing. Nancy Leah was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If this was not entertainment, but realism mode, these 2 bullets alone would be enough to kill her. She quickly raised the spray gun and launched a counterattack through the door. Bang bang. Nancy Leah killed Dumb Goose with S1897. Nancy Leah knocked open the broken wooden door. She didn't see the body. A box appeared in the corridor, which is also the unique mechanism of the frenzy escape mode. As long as you die completely. As long as you are completely eliminated. The adventurer will become a box. All the equipment he holds will appear in this box. Other adventurers can obtain supplies and equipment from it, but the equipment that exceeds the upper limit needs to be replaced in the box, which means that one person cannot loot more than a dozen guns and put them on his body. Nancy Leah immediately checked and saw that there was only an S1911 pistol among them. No wonder the goose took the initiative but failed to ambush and kill Nancy Leah. He only had a pistol and was not at an advantage in terms of equipment. Before Nancy Leah could think more, another burst of gunfire came from outside. This was the companion of the goose. The opponent had an assault rifle with strong firepower. Nancy Leah was suppressed and quickly hid in the corner. She only had a pistol and a shotgun in her hand, and there was no way to kill. However, at this moment, Artist killed the Wool Warrior with an AKM. Xiao Nan, are you in there? Nancy Leah was overjoyed. She knew that her companions had come, and immediately left the hiding room. She saw Elsa holding an Uzi submachine gun and Evelyn holding a pistol in front of her. Artist was on guard behind a bunker in the distance with a rifle. When the Wool Warrior suppressed Nancy Leah with an M16, the other 3 elves had already joined and were attracted by the gunshots, and at this moment, all 4 members of the elf team had arrived. Great! It will be joined so soon. Senior Evelyn, this M16 is for you. Nancy Leah got the assault rifle of the Wool Warrior by licking the box. She immediately handed the rifle to Evelyn, who did not have a main weapon, so that the equipment and firepower of the 4 people were initially formed. They immediately looted the nearby buildings. They obtained 3 bulletproof vests, 2 scopes, 2 helmets, a fragmentation grenade, a smoke bomb, and some ammunition. Various equipment and supplies were quickly replenished. There are still people. The other party should be 2 people. It is likely that they are the teammates of the Wool Warrior and the silly goose. Nancy Leah immediately said, let's attract their attention. Elder Artist, you go to the commanding heights to set up the gun. We must kill them, otherwise we can't search this area properly. The 4 of them hit it off. Immediately launched an ambush and lured the enemy. When the adventurers Braised Pig's Trotter and Beef Noodles found that Nancy Leah had entered a building, they immediately threw a stun bomb into the house, instantly putting Nancy Leah, who was ambushed inside, into a panic. But just as the 2 were about to break through, Artist fired a long-range shot and killed Beef Noodle in an instant. Braised Pig's Trotter was shocked. He didn't expect that 3 of the 4-man team would die so quickly. He knew that he was trapped in a situation of fighting alone, and there were at least 2 enemies here who had to retreat quickly. As a result, he met Elsa and Evelyn at a corner. Both sides immediately opened fire on each other. Braised Pig's Trotter had no advantage against 2 people alone, and because he was ambushed and rushed to fight, although he hit the opponent several times, he was quickly killed. Evelyn killed Red Braised Pig's Trotter with M16. The 4 elf adventurers immediately looted the victim, found medical kits and painkillers, and immediately treated the wounded, allowing their health bars to quickly recover to full state. Hee hee. We are so awesome. Maybe we can really win this time. The 4 elves felt the blood and passion at this moment, and felt that this Battle Royale mode was really interesting. Not only did it have many participants, but the map was very large, and they could cooperate with their companions. It requires both strength, strategy, and luck. It is full of uncertainty. The elf team continued to search the airport buildings, and even the nearby small hospital and satellite mountain, and obtained multiple guns, several types of ammunition, plus accessories such as silencers and scopes. Nancy Leah not only had a shotgun, but also an M4A1 rifle. And in the process, a team of adventurers was discovered. The 4 elves cooperated well with each other, and took the initiative to eliminate the enemy once again, without losing a single person. This result gave them a great boost of confidence. At this time, the poison circle began to shrink. No, we can't stay here for long, we have to leave quickly. The 4 found a jeep, driven by the elder himself, and Nancy Leah sat in the co-pilot, heading east to quickly withdraw from the airport area that was about to be swallowed by the poison circle. But just as the elf team drove through the east bridge to leave the airport area, suddenly, something unexpected happened. There was a dense gunfire from the bridge. A large number of bullets came like a storm, instantly shattering the glass of the jeep and leaving many bullet holes on the body of the car, and the main driver became the focus of the fire, which made the elf elder, who was driving the car, instantly hit by more than a dozen bullets and turned into a wooden box. Sanju killed Artis with an AKM. Elder. The other 3 elves were shocked. This wave of old sly guys obviously deliberately set an ambush on the bridge while the circle was shrinking. The elf team was caught off guard and was focused on, which eventually led to the first elimination of the elder Artis. Nancy Leah. Oh no! It's the old man La team. Elsa and Evelyn's faces changed. They knew that this team was very strong and was definitely the favorite to win the championship. They didn't expect to meet them in such a place. This luck is too bad. Even if they met the old man La team in an encounter, it was quite dangerous, not to mention that they were ambushed and the opponent killed Artis, the most experienced member of the elf team. Get out of the car quickly. Fight back immediately. Don't wait for them to open fire and kill an enemy. A smoke bomb was released in front, forming a precise smoke blockade in an instant, making the elves lose their vision. At the same time, crossfire came from multiple directions. Bang! A sniper rifle sounded. White Crane Monk killed Evelyn with M24. The elf team lost another member. Nancy and Elsa could only fight and retreat, but at this moment, they desperately discovered that the poison circle had completely covered the rear, which meant that they had no way to retreat, and were almost in a desperate situation. Rock killed Elsa with an M16, Nancy hid in a bunker. Although she saved her life temporarily, the enemy's firepower in front was strong, and there was a poison circle approaching from behind. She was now beaten, and could not show her head at all. The situation was very embarrassing. Finally, after a stun bomb, Ironheart killed Nancy with a Thompson submachine gun. Death before victory. Although the elf team was full of ambition and wanted to win the championship of this game, they withdrew from the airport area too late, and eventually fell into an ambush and passivity, and were helplessly annihilated and eliminated. Kill them all. Kishin laughed with a gun. Sanju took away the equipment of the elf elder Artis. Bihajusher entered the jeep and quickly started the car. Don't get complacent too soon. Hurry up and loot the loot and leave. The poison circle is coming soon. After looting the supplies, the 4 drove away in the jeep. Chapter 184. Chi-Ji closely followed the progress of the competition. He had never awakened the inspiration for PUBG. The Frenzy Escape is a secret game that is 70% to 80% similar to the existing materials. In addition, PUBG is a video game, and the secret is a more realistic game, so there will definitely be some differences and adjustments in the details during the production process. However, this is not important. The real fun of PUBG is just the Battle Royale mechanism itself, so there is no need to pursue a complete replica, as long as the essence of the mechanism is retained. Based on this, might as well make some more innovative attempts. For example, make a breakthrough in the map scene of the escape mode. Chi-Ji will launch several classic chicken maps at this stage to lay the foundation for the basic daily gameplay. In the future, more interesting creative maps and activity themes will be created based on the characteristics of Miracle City. For example, the Doomsday Frenzy secret. The biggest feature is the biochemical Doomsday element. In this case, why not create some biochemical Doomsday-themed escape scenes? While adventurers are fighting each other, they also have to face the pursuit and threat of zombies or other biochemical monsters. Of course, more possibilities can be provided in terms of equipment supply. For example, the use of drones and robots can make tactics and games more interesting. Or create some limited-time open activity maps, such as a 500-person super-large scene, a zombie battle scene, a mecha battle scene, etc. In short, under the premise of unchanged traditional gameplay. If some activities can be held regularly, the competition can increase the topic and entertainment. At this moment, the secret hall. The elf team left the secret. The four were very unwilling to accept the result. Nancy Leah comforted, Elder Artis, it's just a game, it's no big deal, I think similar activities are common. Artis reflected, we stayed at the airport for too long, and didn't expect someone to set an ambush. This time I didn't think carefully. Next time there is such a game, we must show the strength and style of the elves of the Holy Tree City. Evelyn said, hee, although we were eliminated, it feels so interesting. Elsa also said, yes, working together with the elf companions of the Holy Tree City to fight against the teams from other dungeons, this process is more fun than I thought. Other elves also nodded. The chicken-eating competition is still going on at this moment. Although the elf team was eliminated by Lao Tu Lu, the elves did not complain about it. After all, this is originally a competition and a game. It is normal to have wins and losses. Instead, the elves hope that Baihajushur and others will win the championship as a consolation. The Frenzy Escape in Miracle City. There will be 7 rounds of shrinking circles in total. Each game usually lasts for a little over an hour. This rhythm is the result of Chi-Ji's careful debugging and calculation. It ensures that it is neat and tidy without dragging, but also not too fast as if being chased by a dog. What is going on now is the second round of shrinking circles. The shrinking poison circle compresses the map by more than half. All adventurers must enter the safe zone to move around. Nearly half of the adventurers have been eliminated before and after, which shows that the battle is very fierce. After the old man La team blocked the bridge and ambushed and killed the elf team. They immediately drove away from the bridge, but they didn't drive far. Bang, 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 duh, duh, duh. The white crane hermit braked immediately and said, there are gunshots. Sanju distinguished, it's at 1 o'clock, and the distance is quite far. The 4 people got off the car decisively. Pancher climbed to a high place. He took out a telescope to observe and judge. There is a farm ahead, and at least 2 teams are fighting inside. They should not have discovered us yet. Tai Xian immediately said, in this case, we sneak over there, maybe we can have a fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman will benefit. The white crane hermit thought for a while, and nodded. Each of you find a cover. First determine the position of the gunman. It is best not to alert the enemy, and also be careful to observe whether there are other teams nearby who are waiting for the opportunity. The Old Man La team are all veterans with decades of adventure experience. This group of people are experienced and efficient, and they have been friends for decades, so they cooperate very well, which is why so many people are optimistic about their victory. The Miracle City Secret Hall. Nancy Leah and other onlookers. From other crystal perspectives, you can see the situation inside the farm. Elder, the 2 teams currently exchanging fire in the farm are the Bully team and the Aoyama team. Artis, how strong are these 2 teams? Very strong. Nancy Leah replied, the members of the Bully team include the Green-Skinned Bully, Mantis Fighter, Big Eagle Brother, and Fox Sister. Among them, the Green-Skinned Bully is a 3rd-level adventurer. He played the Ashina Country Shura ending, the 3rd-level named Spirit Giant Ninja, Owl. The 4 members of the Bully team are adventurers, who entered Miracle City through Blackstone Town. But in fact, they are not adventurers from Blackstone Town. Due to the Miracle City, Blackstone Town has become more and more popular among adventurers. Adventurers from 5 or 6 nearby adventurer towns have come here. It is said that the current population has increased by more than 30%. Artis was slightly surprised when he heard this. This dungeon, which has only been in operation for more than a month, has already had a strong influence in the world of adventurers. It is not difficult to foresee that more and more adventurers, like the Green-Skinned Bully, will be attracted here, Nancy Leah continued to introduce. As for the Qingshan team, it is composed of Meng Yinxue, Qingshan de Nuanan, Luyan Feiyu, and Tizui Cockroach. Among them, Meng Yinxue is said to be a very famous third-level adventurer in Qingshan City, and the other three are also second-level adventurers. Miracle City is getting more and more lively. Nowadays, it is also a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. The adventurers in these two teams. Except for the green-skinned bully, the others are not well known in the territory, but they all have extraordinary origins and are not ordinary people. For example, the female adventurer Meng Yinxue, who is about the same age as Higanbana, is also a third-level adventurer. Such a speed and progress of cultivation is very eye-catching no matter which adventurer town she is in. Although Qingshan City has better resources. But Meng Yinxue's third-level cultivation progress is slightly higher than Higanbana. This shows that these two female adventurers have top qualifications that are hard to distinguish. The Qingshan City adventurers are not very strong in Kijiling at present, mainly because they came a month later than the Blackstone Town adventurers, and because the construction of Dark City is currently limited, it can only accommodate 600 or 700 adventurers at most, so the momentum is naturally small. But the number of adventurers in Qingshan City is at least 4 times that of Blackstone Town. Among them, there are not only at least 10 active third-level adventurers, but also several fourth-level adventurers. Meng Yinxue arrived on the 3rd day after the opening of the territory. Although the Dark City's secret realm only has Doomsday Frenzy and 10 foreign countries, it is enough to make her feel unprecedented shock and experience and decide to join the Miracle Territory. That's why she attaches importance to this game. Today is a good opportunity to make a name for herself. If the adventurers of Qingshan City can win the championship, they will definitely expand their influence, so that the Lord will pay more attention to it, increase the construction of Dark City, and let more adventurers from Qingshan City enter the territory. A few minutes ago, Meng Yinxue took a car 98K that she had just looted. She brought 3 adventurers from Qingshan City to the farm during the shrinking circle. There were a lot of bushes here to hide, so she chose to stay here. As a result, she met the members of the bully team passing by on motorcycles not long after. Meeting on a narrow road. Naturally, there would be no mercy. Meng Yinxue took the lead in shooting. Meng Yinxue killed Big Eagle Brother with car 98K. Big Eagle Brother was unlucky. He became the first target on the spot. He was shot in the head with a precise shot. No! There is an ambush! Find cover. The green-skinned bully immediately took the Mantis Fighter and the Fox Girl to find cover. Although the reaction speed was fast, the other adventurers of the Qingshan City team obviously would not stand by and watch. After 2 rifles fired continuously at medium distance, the Fox Girl was unfortunately shot and killed. Iron-Mouth Cockroach killed the Fox Girl with an AKM. Damn it! It's the Qingshan guys. The green-skinned bully was naturally furious. He hid in the bunker and quickly used painkillers and medical kits. The Mantis Fighter said, "There are 4 Qingshan guys. We are afraid we can't beat them. The green-skinned bully is fierce and domineering, and will not retreat easily. What are you afraid of? Wait for me to throw a few smoke bombs, and we will rush up and blow them up together." Several smoke bombs were thrown out from behind the bunker. In the end, a smoke blockade was formed in 2 directions. The Qingshan team was not sure whether the bully team was going to use smoke bombs to retreat or launch an assault, and if they launched an assault, which smoke would they come out of? At this time, another incendiary bomb and a stun bomb attacked. Meng Yinxue decisively ordered an active attack. The 2 sides immediately launched a fierce gun battle. Green Bully killed Iron-Mouth Cockroach with M416. Mantis Fighter killed Qingshan Warm Man with M67 Fragmentation Grenade. Meng Yinxue killed Green Bully with Car 98K. Six-Eyed Flying Fish killed Mantis Fighter with AKM. Although the overall quality of the Qingshan City team is very strong, the Green Bully is definitely a ruthless person. Even if he was annihilated, the former paid the price of 2 people. Damn it! I underestimated these guys. It seems that we have to be more careful next time. Meng Yinxue and Six-Eyed Flying Fish just thought so. Suddenly, a sniper rifle sounded in the distance. White Crane Monk killed Meng Yinxue with M24. Six-Eyed Flying Fish was shocked and immediately retreated into the bunker, but saw several grenades following closely. Before he could fall, he was instantly pierced by the fragments of the explosion. Sanju killed Six-Eyed Flying Fish with M67 Fragmentation Grenade. The Mantis stalks the Cicada. The Oriole is behind. Under the intervention of Lao Tu Lua, the bully team and the Qingshan team were eliminated at the same time. Ha ha ha, well done, another team was eliminated. Although the sound of the secret hall cannot be heard in the competition mode, I believe that many people are paying attention to this place at this time. The Bully team and the Qinshan team are both strong and are not a small threat. At this moment, the early elimination is enough to greatly increase the probability of Lao Tu Li's team winning the championship. After all, the team has not lost a single person so far. After the Lao Tu Li team looted supplies, continued to drive to a more central area. At this time, the third shrinking circle has begun. Although I don't know where the final circle will shrink, it doesn't prevent me from finding a relatively central area to lie dormant first, so that I can wait for the opportunity to gain more advantages. Not long after, driving to the school area. There are several buildings here that can be used as cover. It looks like a good place to hide and ambush people. But the Lao Tu Li team was obviously not the only old thugs. For young thugs had already got there first. As soon as they drove in, they were hit by intensive fire. One tire of the Jeep was blown out, and it lost control and crashed into the wall. Not good. Someone is ambushing. The Lao Tu Li team was well equipped. Although they were injured to varying degrees, there was no loss of personnel. They quickly got out of the car and climbed into the building in front of them, and then used the terrain to start a street fight. The gap in level and equipment between the two sides soon became apparent. Bang! White Crane Monk killed Pig King with M24. Sanju laughed. Haha, it turned out to be the little guy's hammer pig, chicken and dog. Pancher also laughed. No wonder they fought so badly. The four old adventurers inevitably felt a little disdain and relaxation. If they met the Huaquan team led by Vienhua, or the four-party alliance team represented by Tianyan Ranger, they might still be a little afraid. Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog are all a group of young people. Even if they were in the first position, they were killed by themselves. Their level is just so-so. It should not be difficult to eliminate them. At the same time, behind a bunker, Blackstone Hammer King, Angry Chicken, and Lone Wolf looked solemn. Oh no! It's the old Dean and them. This is not easy to deal with. At this moment, the team has lost one person and is at a disadvantage in numbers. White Crane Monk has an M24 sniper rifle from the airdrop box, and Sanju has a 98K in his hand, which are extremely dangerous. They also have several level 3 helmets like welders, and are almost fully equipped. Regardless of level or equipment, the gap is huge. A head-on confrontation will definitely lead to death, but it is not easy to escape. The Angry Chicken said at this time, I do have a plan, but the risk is a bit high. The three of them immediately discussed. The Blackstone Hammer King was very shocked. Chicken, are you sure you want to do this? The Angry Chicken, this is the only chance to defeat the old Dean and his men. The Lone Wolf, then try it. Next, fire at each other. Still blockade with smoke bombs. The Blackstone Hammer King and the Lone Wolf fired randomly. The Old Man Li team was temporarily forced to stay out by the opponent's firepower, but they were obviously not in a hurry. With such firepower suppression, the opponent's ammunition will soon be exhausted. At this time, the motorcycle engine roared. Cranky Chicken rushed over on a motorcycle and broke into the building where the Old Man Li team was hiding. He was killed on the spot before he could even draw his gun. Ironheart killed Cranky Chicken with M416. Are you crazy? Aren't you just going to die? Wait! Something is wrong. Baihajusher had a bad feeling. He immediately checked the motorcycle that had turned over on the ground, and saw a strange bag tied to the body of the motorcycle. The next second, there was a loud bang. The whole building was filled with fire and smoke. Blackstone Hammer King killed Baihajusher with a C4 bomb. Blackstone Hammer King killed Sanju with a C4 bomb. Blackstone Hammer King killed Pancher with a C4 bomb. Blackstone Hammer King killed Ironheart with a C4 bomb, the Old Man Li team. Total destruction. Too shabby. Can you play like this? The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team tied C4 to a motorcycle, then rode the motorcycle to blow up Baihajusher and his men in one go, sacrificing a suicide soldier to wipe out the powerful enemy. It was teammates who died, all the heads were taken, right? What kind of operation is this? It's too showy. Ha ha ha, interesting, young people still have ideas. This wave of fighting. This wave of operations. The audience was stunned. Various exclamations of WTF came one after another. The favorite to win the championship was gone just like that. No one expected that the Lao Tu Li team, which had all the advantages, would be defeated by the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team, which was obviously weaker in all aspects and at an absolute disadvantage. Baihajusher and others were eliminated. When they exited the secret realm, they were all confused. Self-destructing motorcycle? How could they come up with that? Alas, it's a disaster. We underestimated the enemy this time. Don't underestimate the young people nowadays. The operation of the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team was very exciting. It was almost a counterkill case that could be included in the textbook of the frenzy escape. Although it was the irritable chicken who successfully rushed into the enemy building on a motorcycle under cover and smoke, the C4 bomb on the motorcycle was installed by the Blackstone Hammer King, so this wave of heads was counted on the Blackstone Hammer King. Why do you do this? The Miracle City chicken eating competition is divided into team ranking and individual ranking. Among them, the top few teams have big prizes, and the final winner team can get a house, while the individual ranking has contribution points, although there is no big prize, and the higher the ranking, the more contribution points. Blackstone Hammer King, Lone Wolf, quickly looted supplies, and then continued to hide and ambush passing adventurers. During this process, they encountered two waves of adventurers. Both were teams that were beaten. There was only one person in the first wave. There were two people in the second wave. Blackstone Hammer King and Lone Wolf teamed up to kill them easily, but before they could be happy, a sniper rifle suddenly sounded from the roof of a building far away. Higginbana killed Blackstone Hammer King with Car 98K. It's the Huangquan team. Lone Wolf was shocked. The sniper distance was too outrageous. He couldn't even judge the opponent's position. All three team members had died, leaving only Lone Wolf. How could he have the confidence to compete with Higginbana? He immediately retreated from the back door and tried to leave the battlefield and move to another place to survive until the final round. Unexpectedly, the other party had already made arrangements. Two figures appeared in front. A brief and rapid exchange of fire broke out between the two sides. Wanchuan Saren killed Lone Wolf with M416. So far, the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team was completely wiped out. The members of the Huangquan team occupied this place. Higginbana, Feng's Hongmian, Wanchuan Sanren, Lonely Swordsman. This is a very strong team. Will they win the final championship? I think it's very likely. I'm a die-hard fan of Higginbana. Come on, Higginbana. The poison circle began to shrink again. The adventurer safe zone is getting smaller and smaller. This also means that this escape has entered the final stage of White Hot. Wanchuan Sanren. Captain, look over there, there is an airdrop coming to us. Higginbana squinted her eyes and looked up, only to see an airdrop box hanging on a parachute, landing not far away, and she immediately came up with a plan. Don't take the airdrop box yet. Leave it as bait to attract others. Good idea. The battle is fierce right now, and the ammunition is probably very tight. Moreover, there is a chance to get high-powered and high-firepower weapons in the airdrop box, which is a chance for many people to turn the tables. It took less than 2 minutes for several people to set up an ambush. A jeep really drove to the airdrop box, and 4 people quickly jumped out of the car. 3 of them went to the nearby guns to guard, and the other ran to try to get the supplies in the airdrop box. The corner of Higginbana's mouth curled up a smile. She aimed at the target with an 8-fold scope at a distance of hundreds of meters, and then pulled the trigger. Higginbana killed Mingyu Zhao Shui with M24. There's a sniper. The other members of the Cat, Deer, Rain and Snow squad were all shocked. At this moment, they didn't care about the airdrop box and hurried to find cover. The members of the Huangquan squad had expected it, and ambushed in advance, and the sound of exchange of fire rang out one after another. Lonely Swordsman killed Li Huiyiluo with Car 98K. Wanchuan Saren killed Cat Mingming with M416. Feng Zhongmian killed White Deer with M762. Well done. A beautiful hunt. It's worthy of being the boss of Bianhua. I feel that the champion is most likely to be the Huangquan squad. The crowd in the Miracle City Secret Hall, who were optimistic about the Huangquan squad, cheered, especially when Bianhua got another AWM sniper from the airdrop box, and felt that her confidence was greatly increased. When everyone thought so, the poison circle continued to shrink, and was entering the final round. At this time, there were only a little over 10 of the 100 participating adventurers who were still alive. The Huangquan team has not lost a single member, and all kinds of equipment configurations are almost fully equipped. It is reasonable to say that they are very strong, at least in the eyes of the adventurers in Miracle City. Winning the championship is a sure thing. However, at this time, the Huangquan team encountered another fully staffed team. This team is the 4-party alliance team composed of 4 lords, Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong, Li Jianhan, and Gao Yu, and is currently the only force capable of threatening the Huangquan team. Tianyun Ranger Ran Tianyun is also a little famous in Miracle City. However, Although Tianyun Ranger has shown the level of sophistication that a third-level adventurer should have, he has not achieved particularly outstanding achievements in Miracle City. His best Titan chapter was also taken away by Baihajusher. Because of this, in the eyes of everyone in Miracle City, although Tianyun Ranger is a big boss, but there is still a little gap compared with Baihajusher and Bianhua. Not many people are optimistic that this team can deal with Huangquan team. After all, the fame and performance between the two are very different. When the two teams met in a narrow road near the final circle, a jaw-dropping and wonderful duel broke out, and the result of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Bianhua killed Wanjian Quanxiao with AWM. Tianyun Ranger killed Bianhua with Car 98K. Fengyun Hero killed Lonely Swordsman with Car 98K. Feng Zhongmian killed Fengyun Hero with M24. Wan Yue killed Feng Zhongmian with Car 98K, a fierce sniping, plus a fighting duel. The final result was beyond the expectations of all adventurers in Miracle City. The strength of the four-party alliance team far exceeded everyone's imagination. They eliminated 4 members of the Huangquan team at the cost of 2 people. Fuck. No way. Big Brother Bianhua actually lost? Everyone knows that Tianyun Ranger is a big brother. How come the other 3 are so powerful? I feel that they are not inferior to Big Brother Tianyun Ranger. Obviously. Miracle City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many underestimated masters. Among the 4 lords disguised as adventurers, only Ran Tianyun has performed well. The other 3 are not very impressive and have no achievements. No one expected that they are all so powerful. Bianhua obviously underestimated the opponent. If any of these 4 people are confident in a one-on-one fight, they are not sure of winning. When the 4 come together, Bianhua is alone. After all, the level of the other 3 members of the Huangquan team is still far behind those lords of the 4th level of the territory, and the 5th level of the lords themselves. What a wonderful gunfight. This game is also an eye-opener for us. It turns out that there are so many powerful masters and hidden bosses in Miracle City. The current Miracle territory is full of hidden talents. Nancy Leah, artists and other elves were also very shocked. They realized that there were almost no ordinary people among the 100 contestants this time. They might be the most active adventurers in Miracle City, and the backbone of the territory in the future. And they were on the big ship of Miracle City. Their growth potential is also unlimited. In the future, they may become a force that can influence the entire Chaos continent. At this moment, the finals of the competition have been formed, and the remaining adventurers are less than 10 people. This suspenseful competition has officially entered the final moment. Chapter 185. Frenzy Battle Royale is a new game mode that has just been launched. Because adventurers are not familiar with the map environment and the use of equipment and tactics, it is more difficult to predict the performance and results, and there will always be unexpected reversals. However, it is more enjoyable for the audience. Such twists and turns are more dramatic, topical, and interesting. Everyone thinks that Frenzy Battle Royale is very interesting, and it will inevitably become a long-lasting game mode in Miracle City. At this moment, the final circle is forming, and it is expected that only 6 or 7 adventurers will remain, and the results of the victory will be announced soon. Sky Cloud Ranger killed Time Traveler with AWM. Fantasy Moon Fairy killed South Mountain Guest with Car 98K. Black Kite killed Fantasy Moon Fairy with MK14 EBR. Sky Cloud Ranger killed Black Kite with M762, in a back-and-forth ambush and killing. 98 people have been eliminated in the whole game. There are only 2 contestants left. One of them is Ran Tianyun from the 4-party team, and the other is Arnold from the Aboriginal team. What? Arnold actually survived to the end. Nancy Leah and a group of adventurers were shocked. There are many talented people among the 25 participating teams, and the Aboriginal team is undoubtedly one of the lowest level teams. The members are Iris, the representative of the Flower Fairy clan, Jeanba, the representative of the Dwarf clan, Luke, the representative of the Dog-Headed Man clan, and the Dwarf Boy Arnold. The 4 are all aliens and adventurers transformed from local Aborigines. Their experience in adventure and combat is definitely not as good as that of the orthodox adventurers. Especially Arnold. Although he is the first citizen of Miracle City. But he was just an ordinary dwarf. How did such an unpopular team survive to the end? This is certainly not because the strength of the indigenous team was underestimated, but purely because the 6 or 7 rounds of shrinking circles were shrinking towards their area, and they have been in the Fate Circle from the beginning to now. No running around. There is a significant tactical advantage. By waiting for the opportunity, they eliminated several teams with higher levels and equipment. At this moment, Arnold had seen how powerful Ran Tianyun was, and he was already alert and didn't dare to show his head, let alone snipe. He just threw mines and smoke bombs to interfere with the opponent and not give him the opportunity to snipe from a distance. This is not a solution. The radius of the final circle is small and not suitable for fixed-point sniping. If the opponent uses smoke bombs to cover and go around the back of the sniper point to attack, it may be caught off guard. When Ran Tianyun was sure that there was only one enemy left and the other party was not a master, but just a dwarf from Miracle City, he felt that there was no reason to be afraid. So he put away the sniper rifle and took the M762, detoured from the flank, and flipped into the yard where Arnold was hiding. When the smoke dissipated, Ran Tianyun's face changed drastically. There were many large oil drums in the room, most of which had been overturned, and gasoline was constantly gushing out of them, so that the air was full of gasoline. Trap! When Ran Tianyun realized this, he caught a quick flash of a figure from the corner of his eye. Ran Tianyun reacted within 0.5 seconds, raised his assault rifle, and fired a burst of bullets. One shot hit the head, but the helmet offset most of the damage, and several shots hit the body, which should have been enough to kill him. But coincidentally, Arnold carried a frying pan on his back. Most of the bullets fell on the frying pan. In common sense, a bullet piercing the frying pan can still cause fatal damage, at least making it lose mobility, but the Miracle City chicken eating competition is not a real mode. As long as the health bar is not exhausted, it will not affect the mobility. Although Ran Tianyun's reaction and shooting speed are fast, the bullet first penetrates the frying pan and then hits the body, the damage is greatly reduced. Although Arnold lost more than half of his health bar, he did not fall down. The next moment, incendiary bombs fell from the sky. This caused a large area of fire and caused several explosions. Ran Tianyun had no time to evacuate and was enveloped by the flames. His health value dropped rapidly, and his vision was also affected. At this time, Arnold also took out his gun and launched an attack from the window of the bunker building. Come on, Arnold! Iris, Kimba, and Luke, who had been eliminated at this moment, shouted in front of the secret crystal. This gasoline trap was set up by 4 people together. Unexpectedly, it would play a role at the most critical moment, and this may become the key to reverse the situation and win the counterattack. Both sides are in a state of low health. The winner of the competition will be decided in just 1 or 2 seconds. Ran Tianyun was half a beat slower due to the impact of the burning flames and the explosion, and Arnold seized the opportunity to hit him with 3 consecutive shots, and all the bullets ruthlessly passed through his body. Arnold killed Tianyun Ranger with SKS. This game of the Frenzy Battle Royale has ended. The settlement is in progress. The hall fell into a brief silence. Then, there was a tsunami of cheers. Among them were many adventurers' incredible exclamations and sighs. We won! Arnold won? I can't even think of such a result. Before the start of the Secret Realm Battle Royale competition, everyone thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect such a result. All the big guys with potential and strength were eliminated, and finally the most unpopular adventurer and an unpopular team won. A big upset. When Arnold left the Secret Realm, he was also confused. He himself couldn't believe that he could get such a result until now. I actually won the championship of the first Secret Realm Battle Royale competition. Arnold only suspected that he was dreaming at this moment. He was just a small person who couldn't be any smaller, and he never thought that he could get this incredible honor. In today's Miracle City, adventurers can be described as hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It stands to reason that it is not his turn to stand out anyway. Arnold believes that after this game, his reputation among the adventurers in Miracle City will increase greatly, and he will become the pride and idol of other tribesmen. The generous rewards are enough to change his ordinary fate. Nancy Leah, you played a great game. Arnold is awesome. You'd be amazing if you don't make a name for yourself. Congratulations. Arnold is the champion of the first Miracle City Battle Royale. What do you want to say to everyone now? Thank you, Miracle City. Thank you, Lord. The adventurers congratulated Arnold. Even Ran Tianyun, who was eliminated at the last minute, did not complain. Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong, Li Jianhan, and Gao Yu were all senior lords with 4th level territories. For them, the rewards themselves are not important, and as lords, they don't lack these benefits. What they really care about is the secret game experience itself. It is a pity that the chicken eating contest failed. But the 4 lords were very satisfied with the Secret Realm experience itself. The Battle Royale gameplay of the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm once again made them deeply realize what excellent innovation is. The competitive content of the Frenzy was already rich enough, And now a new Battle Royale gameplay has been added. This secret realm can run for 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years. Although the winner of the Miracle City Chicken Eating Contest was unexpected, it was precisely because even such a weak team could win by relying on most of the luck, plus a few extraordinary performances. The majority of adventurers were even more excited. Such uncertainty can highlight the unique charm of the Battle Royale mode. The big guys certainly have a great advantage in the game, but rookies can also rely on luck to counterattack the big guys, which is more interesting. At this moment, Free City, the luxurious restaurant in Los Santos. Chi-Ji watched the live broadcast of the game throughout. Even he didn't expect this result, but it seems not bad if you think about it carefully. This will not disappoint others, but it is a typical case that is quite surprising and inspiring. Who is Arnold? A most humble and lowly dwarf slave boy. He was once enslaved by the Dark Goblins, and sent to the farmland of Red Claw Village to farm. He is a small person whose racial upper limit and opportunity prospects are so bleak that they can't be bleaker. Just because he took refuge in Miracle City. From then on, the trajectory of his fate has changed dramatically. He not only became an adventurer, but also won the championship of the Frenzy Battle Royale. From then on, he became famous in Miracle City, and the higher the achievements that this most humble and ordinary dwarf boy can achieve in the future, the greater the change in his fate, and the stronger the inspirational effect will be for the lower classes and ordinary people in other territories. The power of role models is strong. When thousands of people hope to become the second Arnold, they will definitely work 10 times harder to create greater value for Miracle City. The upset of this Miracle City chicken eating competition is more topical and makes people discuss it, and the long-term value generated will be higher than the victory of popular figures such as Bianhua and Baihajusher. Not bad. Although this competition was rushed. But now it seems that the effect is very good. Chi-Ji spent a total of 1 day from announcing the competition to preparing for the event, and finally sorting out the results. Now not only is Miracle City highly concerned about the competition, but the topic is also very high. There is also a very high discussion heat in the Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum, and even the Qingshan Town Adventurer Forum, which is enough to show that the event was a great success. Similar competitions. It can be held regularly in the future, to further increase the activity of territory adventurers. Whether it is for prizes or reputation, adventurers will hope to win, and if they want to win, they must practice hard, which will drive the further popularity of the Frenzy competition mode. The first chicken eating competition. The prizes are very rich. The champion team will receive a high-end residence. The runner-up team will receive a third-level mecha of their choice. The third-place team will receive a Black Hawk helicopter per person, and the other top 10 teams can receive a Hummer off-road vehicle. These are team awards. Each participating adventurer will be ranked according to his or her personal performance, and will receive corresponding contribution points as rewards, which is also a considerable income. For the territory, this amount of material investment is nothing. It's a good opportunity to increase the number of vehicles in the territory and release some contribution points to keep things. For adventurers, playing a game takes at most an hour and consumes a little energy. Even if you don't make any money, you can still gain emotional value. If you are lucky enough to get the grand prize, it's a big profit. Among these rewards, other rewards are regular items. Only the residence awarded to the champion is special. When Chi-Ji returned to the Land of Order last time, he bought a construction order for dungeon residence from the Lord's auction house. After using this order, it is equivalent to obtaining a permanent construction blueprint. This dungeon residence is a building built for the people of the dungeon, and the dungeon adventurers to live in, as the name suggests. There are two biggest differences between this extraordinary building and other extraordinary buildings. The first difference is that it can be repeatedly built without limit. Other extraordinary buildings, such as the Secret Hall and the Soldier's House, can be built infinitely in theory, but the cost of each construction will increase, and special facilities such as the Barrier Tower are even more limited. Only residential houses are truly unlimited. This kind of house is not limited in quantity. As long as there is enough land in the core coverage area of the territory, you can build as many as you want, and the cost will not increase marginally. The second difference is that the territory can be customized according to different specifications. Each set of residential drawings comes with 3 sets of building prototypes of different specifications. Adventurers can create different residential appearances according to the style of the territory, the race of the people, and their preferences. Chi-Ji plans to build 3 different sizes of residential houses in the territory. These 3 specifications correspond to ordinary residence, high-end residence, and luxury residence. Their construction costs are all 8,000 soul crystals, 4,000 material essences, and 4,000 mental power. Although they are first-level territory buildings, the cost is not inferior to most second-level buildings. The cost is the same. The specifications are very different. Ordinary residence is a 4-story small building. There are a total of 4 units, with 2 households on each floor, a total of 32 houses. Each house can be bound to a citizen. If all are full, it can save 32 people for the territory. The characteristics of this kind of residential building are space-saving and high land utilization rate. The disadvantage is that each house is only 40 square meters, which is a bit low-grade for adventurers or territory citizens who pursue quality. High-end residence is a small courtyard residence. From the appearance, it is a small courtyard consisting of 8 small rooms on 2 floors. Each house can be bound to 3 adventurers, which can save a total of 24 people for the territory. The average area of each house reaches 150 square meters, and there is a small courtyard, which is much more comfortable than ordinary houses. As for luxury houses, it can be understood as a whole set of single-family villas. This kind of house can be bound to 12 people. Although the land utilization rate and cost performance seem to be the lowest, it is the most luxurious among the 3 types of territory houses. These 3 types of houses. In the future, they will be the main residential houses in Miracle City. From the specifications and related attributes, it is not difficult to see that the higher the residential specifications, the higher the comfort, the lower the land utilization rate, and the higher the premium. According to Chi-Ji's planning for the territory, 85% of the residential buildings in the future will be small buildings, and the proportion of small courtyard houses will be about 10%, and the rest will be used to build luxury mansions to meet differentiated needs. As for the reward for this competition, this time the reward is a house in a high-end courtyard house. Chi-Ji will build several small buildings and several courtyard houses in the territory. The adventurers who win the Miracle City chicken eating competition are eligible to choose a house in any high-end house. Arnold, Iris, Jinba, and Luke are all local aliens. They don't account for the population of Miracle City, so they can choose to sell this house to other adventurers, or they can choose to rent it to other adventurers to earn rent, and then distribute the income internally. In short, at this stage, extraordinary houses in the territory are very scarce. Such a high-end house is expected to be worth nearly 10,000 contribution points. In the future, as the economic scale of the territory develops, the value of Miracle City real estate will increase sharply, so if you buy it now, you will definitely earn several times in less than a year. Of course, the house has not been built yet. This reward is expected to be delayed for a few days before it is issued. Chi-Ji will sort out and reconstruct the planning of the entire Miracle City in the near future. After all, the territory was in the initial development stage before this, and the various buildings, streets, and regional planning were not very particular. From now on, Miracle City will be on the right track. There must be a longer-term and more scientific town and territory planning. Although hundreds of extraordinary buildings have been built inside and outside Miracle City, it does not take too much effort to replan the city. The extraordinary buildings are directly connected to the territory core. Chi-Ji operates the territory core. Only a small amount of mental power is consumed. The distribution of buildings can be transferred or changed instantly. This process will not cause the destruction of extraordinary facilities. As for the houses built by the indigenous people in Miracle City, ordinary buildings cannot be operated and can only be demolished. Chi-Ji had already thought of this. The residential areas of the local people are far away from the core, and most of them are just temporary houses. It's okay to demolish them, and it won't cause too much loss. Maybe we can find some designers to help. Chi-Ji glanced at the prosperous night scene of Los Santos, and a wonderful idea suddenly came to his mind. There are millions of almost real people in the secret realm of Free City. There must be many top design masters and modeling masters. They are free cattle and horses for Chi-Ji and Miracle Territory, right? Chi-Ji only needs to think of a rough prototype and ideas. For example, 3 different residential houses in the territory. As for the specific details of the design, as a lord, there is no need to do everything himself. He can completely establish a design team in this world where time will not be reset. Let these NPCs use their brain cells to think out the drawings. Isn't it possible to get the results for free? When this idea appeared in Chi-Ji's mind, he suddenly realized that the world of Free City might not only be a good place for leisure and vacation, but also a good place for experiencing life. Its hidden value might be far greater than imagined, and its uses might be more than imagined. A few hours later, today's adventure has come to an end. Chi-Ji returned to the Lord's mansion from Free City. Lord. Chi-Ji had just returned to the Lord's mansion. A fat man came to him with a smile on his face. This man was none other than the former Lord of Jinsei, and now the Lord of Jinsei City, Pang Dahai. Chi-Ji said, "Why are you here? Have you finished the aftermath of Jinsei City?" Pang Dahai quickly replied, "Please rest assured, Lord. I dare not be careless. It is now stable, but..." Chi-Ji asked, "Just say it." Pang Dahai said, "The secret realm in the core of Jinsei City is still my humble work. I wonder when the Lord plans to create a new secret realm for Jinsei City." This fat man obviously can't wait. He has seen the Blackwater City secret realm free city. Whether it is the free city of Blackwater City or the end arena of Green Swamp City, these two secondary secret realms are the best secret realms that Pang Dahai dare not even think about. You know, the above two are only first-level cities, and Jinsei City is a second-level city. Pang Dahai is naturally looking forward to what kind of secret realm the Lord will place here. If this secret realm has a free city and the level of the end arena, as a local city lord, you can share a piece of the pie, and your future achievements will never be worse than being a small lord. Chi-Ji said, "Don't be impatient." Regarding the secret realm of Jinsei City, this lord has already had an idea and is starting to make it. It is estimated that it will take some time to complete. Yes. Pang Dahai was in high spirits. It was enough to have the Lord's words. Chi-Ji asked, "Is there any movement in the Bloodhowl Valley?" Pang Dahai hurriedly said, "A little, but not much. These jackals know that the Thunder City in the Thunder Swamp was defeated by the Lord, so they dare not act rashly." Chi-Ji not only annexed Jinsei City, but also took down the Blackwater City ruled by the Dark Rat Nin. The Bloodhowl City will definitely not swallow this breath, but because it is really unsure of the strength of the Miracle City, it will not act rashly in the short term, but the existence of this city is a trouble after all. Anyway, we have already swallowed a second-level dark dungeon. It doesn't matter if we swallow another one. With Chi Jiling's current strength, it is not difficult to take down the Bloodhowl City. In this way, we can further expand the territory, increase the population of the territory, and thus strengthen the territory's momentum. Let Nancy, Leah, and Artis come to see me. Chi-Ji then summoned two representatives of the elves. "Greetings, Lord." The two elves, one young and one old, saluted Chi-Ji at the same time. Nancy Leah has long been a die-hard fan of the Lord, needless to say. At this moment, even the elf elder Artis, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, is full of respect. Obviously. Although he has only joined the territory for one day. But this old elf has already deeply realized the potential of this dungeon, and even felt the tip of the iceberg of the Lord's terrifying talent and background. Even Artis did not dare to despise or neglect him, because in the eyes of this old elf, Lord Chi-Ji's future status and authority will only be above the Eternal Night Dragon King, and the Eternal Night Forest is definitely not his end. Such a legend exists. How dare he take advantage of his seniority in front of him? Chi-Ji chatted with the two elves for a while. Then he told them the purpose of summoning them. He said, "How is the power of the elves in Qianhu City?" Artis replied, "Qianhu City is a large city with many races. Although my elves are few in number, they are also one of the major forces in the city that cannot be ignored." Chi-Ji nodded and said, "Very good, this lord plans to build a small base in Qianhu City to build the Miracle City Adventurer Guild and the Secret Hall. Can it be done?" Artis and Nancy Leah were surprised when they heard this. The Lord actually wants to build a secret hall in Qianhu City? In fact, similar things have been done by lords in the past. As long as the territory formation is built outside the territory, the secret hall can be built in the formation. And in other spheres of influence, large cities, or kingdoms, secret halls are built. This is a common means of territory publicity and marketing. Because these places often have a large population and traffic, if the territory secret can attract the attention of these forces and residents, it can effectively increase the reputation of the territory and the number of people who come to it. In some particularly large and prosperous cities, it is not uncommon to have several different underground halls at the same time. Artis immediately said, "Although Qianhu City is a forest city, it has long had a precedent of building secret halls in underground cities. Let me coordinate this matter, and it will be implemented within 2 days." Good. Chi-Ji was very satisfied. It is not an easy thing to open an internet cafe in someone else's territory. Fortunately, Miracle City has the support of the elves, especially the respected elf elders like Artis, which is enough to make the originally complicated things simple. According to Artis, this matter will be implemented soon. Chi-Ji also needs to hurry up to prepare, on the one hand, continue to expand and clear the troublesome obstacles nearby, and on the other hand, Complete the remake of Dungeon and Fighter as soon as possible. Create the first online game Secret Realm for Miracle Territory. This online game Secret Realm is expected to be open together with the Internet Cafe in Qianhu City. Chapter 186. Qianhu City is not an ordinary place. This is one of the few 5th level areas in the Evernight Forest. Miracle City is too small and inferior in level, so it will not consider annexing such a place in the short term. However, the area of Thousand Lake City is very large, surrounded by a large number of low and medium level areas. It is also the center of interweaving and game between various forces. If a base can be successfully established, it will be conducive to the spread of influence and lay the foundation for the future conquest of the Evernight Forest. After the Chaos Tide ends, artists will be ordered to set off. At this moment, there is still an hour before the closure of the Territory Secret Realm. Chi-Ji can already calculate today's income. Although it has increased steadily as always, he still feels some pressure. The income is high. The expenditure is also high. Especially the plan to build a large number of territory residences. After all, building a territory residence will cost up to 8,000 soul crystals, 4,000 materials, and 4,000 mental power. This is not a small number, and building a residence requires so many, 10, 20, or 100? Even for the territory, it is an unaffordable expense. Residential areas must be built. This can form a stronger bond with adventurers. It can also increase the population of adventurers in the territory permanently for a long time. In the middle and late stages of a large territory, it is difficult to increase the population by relying on functional extraordinary buildings. At that time, if you want to increase the population of dungeon adventurers, you can only build a large number of dungeon residences. Miracle City is full every day, and the number of places to enter the city is in short supply. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The more construction investment, the more benefits will be created, forming a snowball effect. In addition to the resource gap in territory construction, other aspects such as building an army, purchasing goods, and creating secret realms will generate a lot of mental power consumption. Take the secret realm for example. Although the cost of creating a secret realm is not large. But Chi-Ji needs to activate the inspiration crystal of Dungeon and Warrior to create the secondary secret realm of Jinxi City, and the 3 main secret realms of the territory also need to be updated at any time, which requires more awakening and activation times. The best way is to break through the level. Rely on the World Tree blessing to get 2 opportunities for awakening and activation. In this way, not only is it more than enough to create the Arad Continent secret realm, Chi-Ji can also prepare materials for the new chapter of the 3 main secret realms, and prepare for the 4th main secret realm to be opened in the next stage. Chi-Ji is already at the 4th level. Another upgrade will make him a 5th level lord. Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong and other senior lords are only at the 5th level. It took these lords at least 20 years to reach this level of cultivation. The Miracle Territory was established less than 2 months ago, and it is currently only a quasi-3rd level territory. It would be a very exaggerated thing if Chi-Ji could break through his personal cultivation to the 5th level, and be on par with them at this stage. Of course, it is not so easy to reach the 5th level. It only takes 20,000 mental power to upgrade from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It takes up to 100,000 mental power to upgrade from the 4th level to the 5th level. The higher the Lord's cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through, and the more amazing the consumption caused. This is why Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong and others have reached the 5th level long ago, but have not continued to break through to the 5th level. The biggest advantage of the Miracle Territory is the huge output of mental power. Although it has not officially broken through to become a 3rd level territory, the scale of mental power produced every day is already 10 times that of the 3rd level territory, and it has an advantage even compared with most 4th level territories. According to the current resource output, tighten your belt and save for a few days. There is no big suspense about the breakthrough to the 5th level. Chi-Ji will become a 5th level cultivator on par with Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanxiong and others. Of course, cultivation is not equal to strength. Since the Lord skills are too few, and the various backgrounds are not accumulated, they cannot be compared with these senior 4th level lords for the time being. In addition, with the current spiritual power income of Miracle Territory, it is certainly possible to achieve the 5th level with all your strength, but in the short term, the construction of the territory and the recruitment of adventurer contracts may be affected. How to balance resource expenditure to ensure efficiency still needs some planning. In the secret hall, the adventure is coming to an end. It is another rich and exciting day. The Frenzy Battle Royale competition has twists and turns, and has generated a lot of topics. At present, Nearly 5,000 adventurers have basically exhausted their energy at this moment, and have produced an astonishing amount of resources, spirits, and various gains from the secret realm. Among the three main secret realms, the number of people who have cleared the Black Light chapter, Titan chapter, and Ashina Country chapter is increasing. The only two secret realms that have not been completely cleared are the Biochemical chapter of the Frenzy secret realm, and the Sway and Tang chapter of the Exotic 10 Kingdoms secret realm. The reason why these two secret realms have not been completely cleared is mainly because there are too many contents, and the updates are slow. For example, the Biochemical chapter. This is a chapter created by Chi-Ji according to the Resident Evil series. There will not only be orthodox works of Resident Evil throughout the ages, but also many unorthodox works, and even works adapted from film and television animations. It is expected that at least a dozen chapters will be created, but only 5 chapters have been updated so far. Ironmouth Cockroach. The lineup of the secret realms in Miracle City is too rich and too powerful. Today, dozens of Qinshan City adventurers came to Miracle City to watch the game. This is their first time to come to the core city of the territory. Before this, Qinshan City adventurers adventured in the Dark City. The only secret realms they could enter were the Doomsday Frenzy and the 10 Kingdoms secret realm. Yes! Miracle City is not only rich in secret realms. The progress here is far better than that of Undercity. Miracle City adventurers have reached the 5th chapter in the Frenzy Biochemical chapter. Our Qinshan City adventurers are adventuring in Undercity, and the fastest they have so far is just defeating the Leech Queen Marcus. Have you seen the content of the 3rd chapter of Biochemical? The adventure of the new protagonist Leon is very exciting and wonderful. William's transformation into G5 is much more terrifying than the G3 that appears in the 3rd level of the level mode. What is this? Star Sea is the best of all gods. Indeed, although Star Sea has only 1 chapter, the content is super exciting and shocking. It's a pity that Undercity cannot connect to this secret realm, otherwise we would definitely experience a mecha battle. The adventurers of Qinshan City discussed the content and gameplay of each secret realm. In fact, let alone the Star Sea, which is also the main secret realm, even the secondary secret realms of the final arena and the Free City have their own characteristics. Unfortunately, they can't enter the Undercity. Of course, adventurers from Qinshan City can go to Miracle City to adventure through the territory teleportation. But the problem is that teleportation is not free, and the cumulative consumption of teleporting back and forth every day is not a small number. Meng Yinxue realized that in the long run, it would be difficult for adventurers from Qinshan City to establish influence in the core city of the territory. The best way is to buy a house in Miracle City and become a permanent resident of the territory. I don't know when the Lord will release the house. I guess the competition will be fierce by then. I must brush the secret realm and equipment spirits like crazy these days. All the resources brushed out, whether good or bad, must be handed in. Only in this way can we get enough contribution points in a short time. What a pity! It's a pity I didn't win the championship today. Otherwise, I would not only own a high-end house. I could also take this opportunity to make the Qinshan City adventurers famous. In the final analysis, it's because I'm not capable enough. The potential of this dungeon is unprecedented. Meng Yinxue plans to attract several other 3rd-level adventurers and several 4th-level adventurers who can be called masters as soon as possible. Only in this way can we have a greater chance of seizing such an opportunity. Miracle City, Blackstone Town, adventurers currently have a great advantage over Dark City, Qinshan City, adventurers. But Blackstone Town is just a small adventurer town, and the number of truly top adventurers is definitely not as high as that of Qinshan City. If the top few bosses of Qinshan City join in, it will be enough to greatly increase the competitiveness of Qinshan City. Everyone come and see! Boss Higanbana is going to fight Yangshu again. Several adventurers around Meng Yinxue became interested. Six-eyed flying fish. Is Higanbana in Blackstone Town going to challenge again? Let's go and have a look. Aoyama Warm Man, Sway and Tang Dynasty? Then I have to take a look. After all, I'm playing Ashina recently, and I will definitely play Sway and Tang Dynasty in the future. It will be helpful to collect some information in advance. Meng Yinxue is no stranger to the secret realm of the 10 Kingdoms. She is currently exploring the Ashina Kingdom in the exotic 10 Kingdoms. At present, she is almost reaching the castle tower to fight Ashina Jinakaro again. She is deeply fascinated by this mysterious, dark and bizarre world full of sense of substitution, and naturally she is inevitably interested in other areas of the secret worldview. The Sway and Tang chapter is the 2nd chapter of the 10 Kingdoms in the foreign lands. Although Meng Yinxue has not yet initiated the challenge, she has heard about it. The background of this chapter is a certain historical period in the land of Xinzhou. Meng Yinxue watched a lot of explorations by adventurers in Blackstone Town and had a preliminary understanding of the story and style of this world. She felt that it was a long process, a large span, and an epic story. Iron-Mouthed Cockroach asked curiously, I heard that the background of the Sui and Tang chapter is a super empire called the Great Sui in the Middle-earth Xinzhou. Yes, the scale of this empire is 100 times that of China, but for various reasons, it always gives people a feeling of the end of the dynasty, about to fall but not yet in chaos. Qishan, the warm man, seems to have studied the plot quite well. He explained to other adventurers in Qishan City. The protagonist of this story is a descendant of the royal family named Qin Jingqiu. The main plot seems to be related to the restoration of the Qin kingdom and the defeat of the Sui dynasty. I feel that this pattern and goal are far greater than the story of China. Iron-Mouthed Cockroach, what? Become an emperor? Is it possible? Qishan Big Warm Man said, it's a bit difficult. Qin Jingqiu's personality is not suitable for being an emperor at all. He doesn't seem to want to be an emperor. It's just that he has no choice because of his status. Meng Yinxue commented, the Sui Empire abuses the people's power and is very chaotic, but there is still a huge army sweeping the world, plus an invincible strongman like Yuan Taisher. How can we counterattack? It's because it's very difficult, so it's more interesting, isn't it? We are all very curious about the subsequent story. Well, although the hard power is not good and the ability is not enough, it is said that as long as you collect the 5 great artifacts of Qin Ding Yin Jingshi, you can become the supreme in the world. At present, the protagonist has obtained the whereabouts of 2 of them. I don't know what will happen next. It's really exciting. Adventurers from Qinshan City came to the secret crystal one after another. After assassinating Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty in a dragon boat, Qin Jingqiu, played by Higanbana, first lay dormant for a while with his partners Xiaoxue and Yuer, avoiding the limelight while gathering intelligence. Finally, they learned that the Shenong Ding finally appeared near a small village called Duzaiking. There is a place called Demon King's Fort nearby, where a group of Green Forest heroes are entrenched, and it is very likely that they are the forces that stole the Shenong Ding. A new adventure begins. Higanbana went to Duzaiking because she encountered the Sui army oppressing the people on the way again. So she joined forces with 2 special people she met in the inn. These 2 people are Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong and Qin Shubao. When the 5 people saw injustice and drew their swords to help, and jointly repelled an entire Sui army, they admired each other very much and became friends. The adventurer had never heard of these 2 people before. However, their powerful strength of 3 level 4-star and 5-star, and their distinct and generous personalities are impressive. Later, Higanbana sneaked into the Demon King's fort to steal the tripod, but surprisingly found that Cheng Yaojin was the Demon King of Chaos, and it was he who took away the Shenong tripod. Because there has been a rumor that whoever gets the divine tripod gets the world, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong wanted to find a true emperor to help them overthrow the tyrannical Sui dynasty, so they refused to hand over the divine tripod. Tuoba Yuer was determined to take back the Tuoba clan's clan artifact. Chen Jingqiu, played by the adventurer, also needed to obtain the divine tripod to refine medicine to treat Master Gong Shan. Unexpectedly, when the 2 sides were confronting and entangled, the Shenong tripod was stolen by an unknown person pretending to be Yuan Tuo. Cheng Yaojin was furious and thought that the adventurer group was a spy of the court. Fortunately, Qin Qiong was delicate and discovered the weirdness of this matter. Finally, after some negotiations, Tuoba Yuer promised to find the sacred tripod and send it back to the Demon King's fort within 15 days. The 2 sides would have a fair duel to decide the ownership of the sacred tripod. Tuoba Yuer's straightforwardness and generosity won Cheng Yaojin's favor, so he let the 3 go and let them find the tripod. The above plot. This is the part that Bianhua opened in the morning. This plot is not much different from the original, but Qi Ji increased the roles of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong to a certain extent during the adaptation, so as to better highlight the character and strength of the 2 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Although the adventurers did not know the history of the Sui and Tang dynasties, through several exchanges with the 2 historical figures, they first made friends and then became enemies, and finally fought and reconciled, and made a gentleman's agreement. In this series of developments, you can feel the ambitions, strengths, and personality charm of the 2 heroes at the end of the Sui dynasty through interaction, no doubt. Like Qiu Ran Kuzhang Lai, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin are both outstanding people of the time. The adventurer couldn't help but sigh that the land of China is indeed a land of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Several bandit kings and green forest heroes in mountain villages actually have such powerful strength and heroic personalities. I wonder how many heroes are hidden in this world. After the chicken-eating competition, Higanbana continued to explore the world of the Sui and Tang dynasties. He and Xiaoxue followed the divine tripod all the way to Donglai City. This city has a population of 60,000. Whether it is the population size or the degree of prosperity, it is far better than the border town of Heishan. When a vivid and real Sui and Tang city appears in front of him, it is inevitable that the adventurer will once again sigh at the delicacy and reality of this world. However, Donglai City can only be explored for one day. After completing several side quests, Higanbana learned that there was something unusual on the top of Mount Tai near Donglai City, so she immediately went to investigate and found a sneaky army, and couldn't help but suspect that it was related to the person who stole the Shenong Ding. The three of them then killed the Sui army all the way, and came to the top of the mountain. The adventurers were surprised to find that there was a huge altar on the top of Mount Tai, facing Donglai City dozens of miles away, and two trusted generals under Yuan Taisher gathered here. The younger one was called Yang Shuo, and the older one was called Han Tung. This Han Tung looked the same as an attendant who followed Yuan Taisher to steal the tripod in the Demon King's fort, but his temperament was completely different, so the adventurer had to suspect that Han Tung at that time was also fake. However, without waiting to think too much, Yang Shuo activated the Wanling blood array on the top of Mount Tai, summoned a meteorite out of thin air to hit the Donglai City in front, and instantly razed the Donglai City that the adventurer had just visited to the ground. There is no doubt. This scene shocked all the adventurers. Not long ago, Higanbana was still wandering around Donglai City. Whether it was peddlers or street urchins, everything was so vivid and real. In the blink of an eye, the whole city was razed to the ground. Whether it was the expressiveness of the picture or the impact of the plot, it was extremely strong. The adventurers were not mentally prepared at all. Yang Shuo destroyed Donglai City and killed 60,000 people just to obey the order of Master Yuan and refine a blood beat of all spirits. This move not only shocked and angered most adventurers, but also made the three protagonists of the story unacceptable. A war broke out. Higanbana found that Han Tung had no chance of winning against Yang Shuo at the same time. Only when Han Tung takes the all-spirit blood pearl and the large army stationed there, and Yang Shuo's men are left on the top of Mount Tai, can we win this boss battle, and even then it will be very difficult. Yang Shuo has the strength of a third-level 4-star, plus a strong personal guard. Each of them has the strength of about a second-level 3-star. Higanbana also fought 5 consecutive battles on the top of Mount Tai before winning, which shows that even if Yang Shuo is weak after launching the formation, his strength is still very terrifying and powerful. At this moment, the top of Mount Tai. Looking down from here, the sunset is like blood, covering hundreds of miles of vast mountains, forests and land. Looking to the northwest from here, a city turned into scorched earth is clearly visible. This originally prosperous and peaceful city no longer exists, like a hideous and ugly scar on the earth. Near the huge formation on the top of Mount Tai, everyone saw the bodies of more than a dozen Sui soldiers lying in a mess. A general, who looked only 20 or 30 years old, holding a spear in his left hand and a green sword in his right hand, wearing a white robe and silver armor, was half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. The general was wounded in many places. A sword wound on his chest was enough to endanger his life. This powerful noble of the Great Sui dynasty had completely lost his fighting power at this moment, and Bianhua, Tuobayue, and Yu Xiaoxue were confronting him in front of him. Why? Bianhua could clearly feel Chen Jingzhou's emotions. She had never felt such anger from this prince. So she asked, 60,000 people in Donglai City, 60,000 innocent ordinary people, they have no grudges against you. Why do you want to kill them? Even if he was in a desperate situation. Yang Shuo still looked stern and fearless. These sacrifices are necessary. Everything is for Lord Yuan's plan. The Wanling blood pearl has been taken away by General Han. I will die without regrets. Tuobayue said angrily. What conspiracy does this guy have to do all this? Where did you hide the Shenong Ding? Tell me. Yang Tuo did not answer the previous question. He just said lightly, Shenong Ding. I don't know what you are talking about. Lord Yuan is also worried about the tripod. If I knew, I would have told Lord Yuan a long time ago. Tuobayue, impossible, I clearly saw that it was Yuan Tuo who led people to steal the Shenong Ding. Higanhua realized that her and Qin Xiong's guess was true. The person who stole the Shenong Ding was most likely not the real Yuan Tuo. There was no point in interrogating this general at this moment. She suddenly had an idea and asked, General Yang Yuan-Tuo tried his best to find the artifacts everywhere, but in order to collect the Qin Ding Yin Jing stone, to set up the 9-5 formation? Yang Shua's face changed drastically. How do you know this formation? He immediately realized that he had revealed information that should not be disclosed, and his face immediately became fierce. He drew his sword and killed himself to prevent more information from leaking from him. Damn it! He committed suicide? Bianhua was very annoyed that she could not ask for more clues. Yu Xiaoxue knelt on the ground facing the direction of Donglai City with tears streaming down her face. She kept muttering to herself, Brother Chen, all the people in Donglai City are dead. Xiaobao and his parents are also. Tuobayuer also shed sad tears. These guys who take human lives are so hateful. Ergu and his family have just reunited. The two mentioned Xiaobao and Ergu, both characters in the Donglai City side story. The adventurer had just finished a few side quests in Donglai City, and suddenly faced the tragedy of the entire city being destroyed. The shock caused by this was beyond words. For a moment, not only Xiaoxue and Yue cried. The adventurers watching outside also fell into a brief silence. Meng Yinxue was shocked and angry and said, Master Yuan is so evil and cold-blooded. Mingwei Xiaoxue also said, in order to refine the Wanling blood pearl, he actually sent his men to kill tens of thousands of innocent people. It's not that simple. He is still collecting the 5 great artifacts. Qin Ding Yin Jingshi. These are the 5 great artifacts that the master told Chen Jingqiu, the 5 great artifacts used to arrange the 9-5 formation. I think this Master Yuan wants to usurp the throne and become the emperor. This plot is not only full of shock. It brings the biggest contradiction and suspense of the entire Sui and Tang chapter to the surface. It also further shaped the supervillain Yuan-Tu in people's eyes. This demon pupil master who has been full of oppression since the beginning of the story, this top strong man who slaughtered tens of thousands of cavalry and elite soldiers of the Qin kingdom with one sword, has now become a completely cold-blooded villain in the hearts of adventurers. Powerful, mysterious, cold-blooded, cruel, dark, unscrupulous, and ambitious, the most important thing is, the goal overlaps with the protagonist. He is also collecting the 5 great artifacts. At this stage, Yuan Master's oppression is too strong. Only in this way will the reversal of the character in the future be more vivid and dramatic. The adventurers are talking about it at this moment. Yuan-Tu originally has a powerful cultivation of more than the 4th level, and he holds the most powerful Xianyuan sword among the 10 great artifacts. That's fine. But he is in a high position and has great power. He is currently second to none in the Sui dynasty. At this moment, let alone facing the invincible Yuan Taisher himself, even his subordinates such as Yang Shu and Han Tang are also masters of the world, and are almost loyal to Yuan Taisher. The adventurers all felt great pressure. Because no matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning against him. Even if Zhang Lai, the leader of the Tuoba tribe, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yao Jin are involved, it is far from enough. Just then, Bianhua found a map and a letter on Yang Shu's body. It is specially marked on it, Yanmin, Donglai Kuaiji, Changsha, Fuling Wuling. Bianhua said in a deep voice, Yuan-Tu has obtained the first Wanling blood pearl in Yanmin, and this Donglai city is the second one. Does it mean that he will refine blood beads in the other 4 places next? Everyone was shocked. 1 blood bead killed tens of thousands of people. How many wrong dead souls will be created by 6 blood beads? Is this Yuan Taisher crazy? He wants to collect artifacts to set up the 9-5 formation, but what is the purpose of these blood beads of all spirits? It's not that simple. Yuan-Tuo's plot may be bigger than imagined. Yes, there must be a secret. And it's a shocking secret. Based on the information revealed in the letter, Higanwa learned that Yuan-Tuo's men might meet in Daliang, and immediately took Xiaoxue and Yue into the travel map and went to Daliang. This trip is to investigate Yuan-Tuo's conspiracy on the one hand, and continue to pursue the whereabouts of Shenong Ding on the other. When passing through Donglai, which has turned into ruins and can no longer be entered. But at the ferry, I met a special person. This person is born with a charming body and beautiful appearance. She is both enchanting and beautiful, and has an aristocratic temperament. This person claims to be Duganinka, the princess of the Sui dynasty. This Duganinka claims to be sent by the emperor to monitor and investigate Yuan Taisher. She happened to find the Shenong Ding hidden by Yuan Taisher, and told the location to Bianhua. Although Bianhua was skeptical about this beautiful princess, who suddenly appeared. But there were no other clues at this time, so she searched with a tribe mentality, and finally found the hidden Shenong Ding in an official ship at the dock. After inspection, it was confirmed to be a real tripod. Bianhua was overjoyed. It was easy to find it without any effort. She has been tracking the Shenong Ding for a long time. This divine tripod has gone through many twists and turns. No one expected that it would be obtained in this way. This is beyond everyone's expectations, and is definitely an unexpected surprise. Great. With this tripod in hand, maybe there is still hope to fight against Master Yuan. Yes, first use the tripod to refine healing medicine to cure Master Gong Shan. With the help of this contemporary master of Giga Taoism, even if we can't defeat Master Yuan, I think we can at least compete with him. This wave is really a twist. Although the adventurers are full of interest in the next plot and adventure, the adventure of the other shore flower has timed out, so it has to exit and complete the settlement. This adventure has ended. You activated the Mark of Plenty. You obtained Great Sway White Tiger General, Yang Shua. Although 3 marks of plenty have been accumulated, so it is expected that the reward for this settlement will not be bad, but when you see the final output, it is actually a 3rd level 4-star named Spirit. Higanbana was still greatly surprised. This is a huge profit. Chapter 187. Level 3 spirits are extremely valuable. What's more, it's a level 3 named Spirit. Of course, named spirits also have different qualities. The Great Sway Dynasty White Tiger General, Yang Shu, that Higanbana revealed this time is just an ordinary named spirit, and its value may not be comparable to the lower star level, but rare quality Ashina Jinakairo's spirit. But there is no doubt that such a spirit is worth more than 10 times the value of an ordinary level 3 spirit. It makes all adventurers envious. Blackstone Hammer King. Congratulations to Higanbana for revealing another top-level loot. Ironmouth Cockroach. Strong. Although there are a lot of named souls in Miracle City, there are only 3 or 2 level 3 named souls so far. Woe Warrior. This spirit is worth at least 1 or 2 million soul sands. If an ordinary person reveals one, he will be financially free for the rest of his life. Mei Yinshua's face was full of envy. 1 or 2 million soul sands. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This kind of soul is priceless. Equally a genius adventurer. Mei Yinshua was born with a strong background. But she couldn't easily get a 3rd level named spirit. Miracle City has produced several in a short period of time, which is not only enviable but also full of motivation. This enviable drop officially put a perfect end to today's adventure. The adventurers were both satisfied and reluctant to leave. They just felt that they hadn't had enough fun. The territory is closed. When most adventurers left the territory reluctantly, the 4 lords visited the Lord's Mansion in Miracle City again. This trip was not only to get close to Chi Ji to show their presence, but also to take out some material drawings to do business with Boss Chi. It is not difficult to see that in order to please Chi Ji and to obtain trade opportunities with Miracle City, several lords worked very hard, rummaging through boxes and cabinets and searching through various channels, just to get items that are useful to Miracle City and can be used for trading. The enthusiasm of several lords. Chi Ji was very satisfied. The 4 were senior predecessors with many markets and connections. If they were willing to help Miracle City with all their strength, it would not be difficult to find useful things for Miracle City. For example, Lord Ran Tianyun got another Linghai Pearl from somewhere. Unlike the last Linghai Pearl, this time it was a 2nd level Linghai Pearl. Chi Ji was overjoyed. He was worried about not activating the inspiration crystals enough times. He was considering whether to postpone other expenses and tighten his belt to accumulate enough mental power to complete the upgrade. Now this Linghai Pearl can be used to activate Dungeon and Fighter. Although the upgrade should be completed as soon as possible, there is no need to disrupt the current development rhythm. As for the price, Ran Tianyun sold it to Chi Ji directly at the cost price of 80,000 soul crystals. Chi Ji didn't have so many soul crystals in reserve, so he still followed the past trading method. By expanding the trade between the 2 territories, Miracle City would sell more guns and ammunition to Tianyun City. Ran Tianyun only needed to pay half of the payment, and the other half was used to repay debts until all debts were paid off. It would not affect the development of Miracle Territory, but also stimulate the trade of the territory, and achieve a win-win situation. Several lords also provided some very useful conventional drawings. For example, this one. Construction drawings, Underground City Bank, 3rd level rare drawings, construction cost, 10,000 soul crystals, 5,000 materials, 3,000 mental power. This drawing comes from Lord Gao Yu. Although it has basically no effect on the territory itself, it is definitely a building facility that Miracle City urgently needs at present, and it is also an important puzzle to build the territory's economic system and expand the territory's commercial potential. As the name implies, a bank is definitely related to money. However, it is not a bank that lends money and deposits money in the traditional sense. Although a bank has similar functions, the most important thing for Miracle City is the currency function. A bank is a platform for minting and issuing coins in the territory. Contribution points can be exchanged for physical currency in a bank. Before the bank, the contribution points of Miracle Territory were just a string of virtual, non-realizable numbers, which did not have direct transaction attributes. Chi-Ji could only issue contribution points to adventurers and territory residents. Outsiders who were neither territory residents nor adventurers could not obtain contribution points. This would make some transactions very troublesome, and generally soul sand and soul crystals were needed as general equivalents, or transactions were completed directly by barter. With a bank, adventurers or territory residents, contribution points can be exchanged for physical currency, or physical currency can be converted into contribution points. Non-territorial citizens can also directly collect Miracle City currency through business, and then use Miracle City currency to purchase various materials in Miracle City, and purchase various territory services of Miracle Territory. Chi-Ji charges a small fee or coinage tax during the conversion process. When the territory's economic scale is large enough and the business is prosperous enough, the fee alone can earn a lot of profit, and a complete financial system can be built on this basis. In short, monetization of contribution points. It is a necessary step for the territory. Chi-Ji immediately built the territory bank. 3 denominations of miracle coins of gold, silver, and copper were issued. Each copper coin has a face value of 1 contribution point, each silver coin has a face value of 100 contribution points, and each gold coin has a face value of 10,000 contribution points. With these coins, business transactions in the territory will be more convenient. In addition, the 4 lords also provided a lot of practical drawings. Chi-Ji recorded all of them as debts, and later repaid them one by one through territory trade. It is estimated that it will take 8 to 10 days to pay off all debts. The 4 lords were very satisfied with the strength and potential of Miracle City. They are not worried about the final payment at all. These businesses themselves are not profitable, at most they can only be considered as breaking even. Deepening cooperation with Miracle City and expanding the scale of trade can earn several times more profit. After the 4 lords left, Chi-Ji began to accelerate the pace of territory development. He issued a territory mission, which is also the goal of today's strategy. Seize the Bloodhowl Valley. The Bloodhowl Valley is a second-level area. Miracle City is currently also nominally a second-level area. Originally, there were 2 areas between the two, Jinsei City and Blackwater City, but in yesterday's territory development, these 2 places have been taken. There is no buffer between Miracle City and Bloodhowl City, forming a direct border. This is just like the previous battle with Thunder Swamp. In this way, there is no distinction between home and away games, and the high-end combat forces born and bred in both territories will not be bound by the territorial laws. There is no suspense in this battle, because the gap in strength is too big. A few hours later, Bloodhowl City and Bloodhowl Valley. The scale of this city is similar to that of Thunder City, with a total population of nearly 10,000. Although most of them are neutral races enslaved by Blood Gnolls, there are also 2,000 to 3,000 Dark Gnoll combat forces. The Bloodhowl Lord himself has a 3rd level cultivation, and more than 10 generals under his command are all as strong as the 2nd level. This kind of power and combat force scale is very strong in the 2nd level area. The Bloodhowl Lord was very anxious. The human dungeon rose too fast. It even more quickly defeated the Thunder Swamp, which was at the same level as the Bloodhowl Valley. The Bloodhowl Lord knew that whether it was his own strength or the strength of the territory's troops, he was about the same as the Thunder City, or even slightly inferior. Miracle City could take down Thunder City in a flash, so it must be able to pose a fatal threat to the Bloodhowl City. This Jackal Lord was cautious and cunning by nature, and did not dare to gamble. That's why he ordered the Blackwater City under his command to speed up the annexation of Jinsei City to deal with the threat. If Blackwater City and Jinsei City were connected, they could form a larger first-level buffer zone, like a wall to block the invasion of Miracle City's high-level combat power, and ensure the safety of the Bloodhowl Valley to the greatest extent. I never expected it. Miracle City suddenly went south and annexed Jinsei City, and captured Blackwater City at the same time in one day. At this moment, not only did the strategic buffer of the first-level area lose, but the Bloodhowl Valley and Miracle Territory became directly adjacent to each other, and a life-and-death contest was inevitable. The only solution now is to defend the city and delay the time. Lord Bloodhowl judged that the reason why Thunder City was defeated so quickly was that Lord Thunder was ambushed because of his reckless advance. Then, he would never leave the city. All troops should defend the dangerous place. At least they can hold out for 10 days, or half a month. Both Bloodhowl City and Thunder City are subordinate dungeons of the third-level dungeon Shiamu City. Now that Thunder City has fallen and Bloodhowl City is also in danger, Shiamu City cannot sit idly by, and will send troops to support or directly fight against Miracle City in 2 or 3 days at most. Unlike other first and second level dungeons, the poison trolls of Shiamu City are a branch of the forest trolls formed after the erosion of chaos. This dark species not only possesses terrible power, but also has the qualifications to directly meet the Eternal Night Dragon King and be protected by the Eternal Night Dragon King. Its status is incomparable with Thunder City, Bloodhowl City, and other first and second level dark dungeons. Lord Shiamu is a true subordinate of the Eternal Night Dragon King. Although there are hundreds of Dark Lords under the governance of the Eternal Night Dragon King, Lord Shiamu is a less prominent one among many subordinates, but compared with other first and second level wild territories, it is fundamentally different. It is okay to destroy a small wild territory. But if a third level territory is annexed, it will inevitably cause a sensation in the region. It may attract the personal attention of the Eternal Night Dragon King, and the consequences will be completely different, and the situation will be much more complicated. The strength of the third level territory is also very strong. Lord Shiamu must also be annoyed by the loss of Thunder City. However, there are many inconveniences for the third level to fight the second level, and there is no way to seize Miracle City immediately. Now that another second level brother is also threatened, he will have no choice but to provide full assistance. The Bloodhowl Lord was not confident that he could fight Miracle City alone, but if he could get the full support of a third level Dark Lord, he would have absolute confidence to defend his territory and turn this crisis into an opportunity for development. Pass my order. All troops should be alert. When the Bloodhowl Lord issued an order to defend the city, he suddenly received a report from his subordinates that multiple strongholds in the valley were attacked, and all of them lost contact in an instant. The human race is coming. Be prepared to fight with all your strength. As long as you can hold on for a day or two, reinforcements will arrive. The Bloodhowl Lord was about to activate all the defenses of the territory, but suddenly a violent explosion sounded, and the second-level barrier tower in the city was destroyed by C4 explosives, which directly caused the strongest barrier to lose its function. The moon shines on the snow in the form of the Leech Queen. The Leech clone sneaks into Bloodhowl City and deploys C4 bombs. The Dark Race does not know enough about the means and weapons of Miracle City, so it is difficult to prepare for such means in advance. By the time they discover it, it is too late. Without waiting for a response, a helicopter roars. 6 Black Hawk helicopters are lined up in the sky. The adventurer carries a rocket launcher and launches rockets from the helicopter to attack Bloodhowl City. The rocket launcher is a newly unlocked second-level high-quality equipment. The power of each round is enough to cause a fatal threat to most second-level units, and can even cause serious damage to most third-level units. Boom boom boom, although the rocket failed to destroy the defense. But it also constitutes a considerable consumption. Other troops also appeared on the scene. Higanbana directly transformed into a cherry dragon and dragged Bloodhowl City and the surrounding area of more than 1,000 meters into the cherry dragon domain. Because of the huge changes in the scene environment, there were a considerable number of traps, and the fortifications directly lost their effectiveness. Attack! Higanbana waved 7 swords, and huge blue sword energy came like a storm, slashing a huge gap in the defense line of Bloodhowl City. Kill! It's time to make merit. Don't fight with me, the Dark Lord is mine. Bullshit, whoever has the ability will get it, everyone come together. For Titan mechas led the way, including 2 Ronin Titans, 1 Flame Titan, and 1 Power Titan, each of which can exert the combat power of the third level, and have powerful long-range machine guns to suppress the jackals. Headless, 7-faced warrior, giant ninja owl, etc. Miracle City has at least sent out 7 or 8 third-level units. Even if we don't count the peak third-level Sakura Dragon Higanbana, Miracle City has at least sent out a dozen third-level combat units. As for the second-level existence, there are countless, from Tyrant, Tracker, G-Creature, to Red Ghost, Ashina General, Black Light Hunter, to fighters in the King of Fighters world, robots in the Titanfall world, zombies and monsters in the Sway and Tang Dynasties world, etc. The total number of second-level units is as many as 100 or 200, and there are more than 10 types and nearly 20 types. It is not an exaggeration to describe such a scene as a night parade of 100 ghosts. The Bloodhowl Lord was full of confidence a moment ago. He thought that even if he couldn't beat Miracle City, at least he could rely on the city to hold on for a while. Now facing this unimaginable army in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. About 2 or 3 hours later, Chi-Ji teleported from the territory to the Bloodhowl Valley. The battle here has long ended, all the dark species have been annihilated, and the adventurers are gathering the bodies to facilitate the subsequent destruction to eliminate the trouble forever. Report to the Lord. The dark species in Bloodhowl Valley have been initially cleared. Bloodhowl City and its 6 strongholds have all been captured by us. We have killed more than 3,800 dark species in total, seized 18,000 pieces of various extraordinary materials, and rescued more than 8,000 enslaved local natives, mainly ordinary gnolls, kobolds, dwarves and gnomes. Chi-Ji was satisfied with the efficiency of the adventurers. He did not skimp on rewards, and issued a contribution point to the adventurers who participated in the battle. After this battle, Miracle Territory will have 7 cities. There are 3 main cities, and 4 secondary cities. The 4 secondary cities are Green Swamp City, Golden Stream City, Blackwater City, Bloodhowl City. The 3 main cities are Core Main City Miracle City, First Level Main City Dark City, Second Level Main City Thunder City. Of course, the core of the secret realm of Bloodhowl City has been destroyed. The secret realm core needs to be reinstalled before it can be activated. Otherwise, this is just an ordinary territory city, and the secret realm cannot be created. In addition to the 7 cities, there are 59 large and small strongholds, mainly villages, passes, and tribes. Chi-Ji's current territory, whether in terms of scale or population and military strength, is rapidly and steadily improving, and is currently no less than a senior 3rd-level territory that has been operating for 10 or 8 years. Minus 5,000 spiritual power. You have refined the core of Bloodhowl City. +1 for Chaos Treasure Box. Green. Chi-Ji refined the divine stones and cores of Bloodhowl City and various strongholds in Bloodhowl Valley. Although he consumed more than 7,000 spiritual power in the process, he also gained several Chaos Treasure Boxes. Open the treasure box as soon as possible. Each treasure box can more or less open soul crystals. Some lucky treasure boxes can open blueprints or rare materials. The most noteworthy treasure box is the Bloodhowl City Treasure Box as a 2nd-level city. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, Soul Crystal plus 18,000, Skill Secret Crystal, Lord Blessing, Blueprint, Name Temple +1, a 3rd-level Skill Secret Crystal, a 2nd-level Rare Blueprint, the 3rd-level Lord Secret Skill Lord Blessing. This is a good skill that requires 5,000 spiritual power to master. Its effect is to bless the adventurer by consuming mental power, so that the degree of spiritual fusion will increase sharply in a short period of time. This skill has 2 limitations. 1. The target of blessing must have a lower cultivation level than the Lord. 2. The target of blessing cannot have a higher cultivation level than the blessing level. The current level of this skill is level 3. Chi-Ji is currently a level 4 Lord, so it works for level 3 adventurers at most. Chi-Ji is very satisfied. There are many Lord secrets that can directly improve combat power, but since he generally does not need to personally participate in the battle, auxiliary Lord skills are more valuable and practical. For a leader, being able to empower subordinates or train subordinates is an important ability and bargaining chip. Chi-Ji has the Lord Blessing technique, which can quickly improve the strength of the territory's confidence in the future, or put blessing opportunities in various rare tasks, which is bound to attract many adventurers. Although the Lord's Blessing is good, but in order to save resources, I didn't learn it immediately. Chi-Ji first built a 2nd-level rare building, the Named Temple. The function of this facility is to summon named spirit units. Named units in the Named Temple. Monster units in the Monster Camp. Although they are all summoned by spirits. But the latter are just consumables, without thoughts, without emotions, and are pure soldiers. The former are permanent citizens, because they have thoughts and can be cultivated, so they can be cultivated into cadres, generals, heroes, or the right-hand men of the dungeon. This facility is useless for most territories, but it can play a considerable value for the Miracle Territory. This is why Chi-Ji decisively built it. Chi-Ji currently has only Yongjin from the Ashina Kingdom in his hands. To summon Yongjin, he needs not only spirits and temples, but also a precious material called Heroic Soul Stone. When he failed to purchase it in his own trading market, he then told Ran Tianyun, Ren Wanqiong and others about the relevant needs. Chi-Ji's original intention was to let several lords pay attention. After all, Heroic Soul Stone is a rare material. The 2nd-level rare treasure is not high, but it is not easy to get it. It depends on fate. Unexpectedly, Li Jianhan knows a partner. He just has a second-level heroic soul stone in his hand. Qi Ji spent 22,000 soul crystals to buy the heroic soul stone from the other party, and then used the spirit and the named temple to officially summon the first named unit of miracle territory. Meet the Lord. A gentle and peaceful voice sounded in the Lord's hall. A young woman in a dark purple kimono was kneeling in front of Qi Ji. Her facial features were delicate and soft, her eyes were calm and steady, her makeup was simple and elegant, and her temperament was restrained. This person was no other than Yongjin in Sekiro. Her appearance was not much different from that in the secret realm or in the game, but she seemed to be slightly younger. Both her appearance and temperament had improved slightly. She was no longer worried and melancholy, but more dignified and steady. A game character just appeared in front of him. He could communicate normally. Qi Ji also found it very interesting. Named units are essentially a type of spirit summoning unit. Although named units have intelligent souls and independent thoughts, they are like the monster soldiers in the monster camp. They are absolutely bound to the territory and the Lord, so they are often absolutely loyal and have no second thoughts. This type of unit is suitable to become the Lord's confidant. Some particularly outstanding ones can also be cultivated into heroes of the territory. Each named temple can only provide 5 named units. If you want to summon more or higher level named ones, you have to find a way to build more temples and upgrade the building level. Look at it this way. The quota is quite valuable. Yongjin is not a very powerful person in general. However, Qi Ji currently has no other named souls. Anyway, the temple is empty, so it is better to summon a named one to make do with it. Although Yongjin herself is not powerful, she is introverted and steady and dignified, and attentive and considerate. She is suitable to be cultivated to become the head maid of the Lord's mansion, serving tea and water to the Lord, conveying his will, communicating with adventurers, etc. Qi Ji then said, "From now on, you will be the general manager of the Lord's mansion and be responsible for all matters in the mansion." Yongjin bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your trust, Lord. I will do my best to complete everything you arrange." Although there are still memories of Ashina in her mind. But from the moment Yongjin came to Miracle Territory, she automatically received various relevant information, and thus knew that the existence in front of her was her creator, an absolute master. Without the Lord, there would be no Ashina. It is even more impossible for me. Yongjin's heart is full of respect, gratitude and submission to the Lord, and defending the Lord and Miracle City is defending the entire Ashina world and everything I wanted to protect in the past. Even if there is no bondage and branding at the soul level, Yongjin will be willing to serve this great existence as the master. Qi Ji's territory is getting bigger and bigger. He needs more people around him. He is very satisfied with having an absolutely loyal subordinate, who can be trusted and has a good image and temperament. However, the territory is developing so fast. It is not enough to have only one assistant-type subordinate. Qi Ji needs more subordinates, who can stand on their own and have greater potential. This can be found and cultivated among the local natives, such as Nancy Leah, or various named souls can be obtained in the secret realm to create powerful named units. So far, today's development and construction have ended. Although the territory has been successfully developed and occupied the Blood Howl Valley, and the territory has been built to summon the first named person, the new secret realm plan to be built has not been built, and the construction of the first batch of houses in the territory is still preparing materials and resources. Don't worry. At this moment, artists should have returned to Qianhu City. It is expected that it will be arranged within a day or two, so that the territory can create a resident base in Qianhu City. At this time, it is not too late to launch the online game Secret Realm Arad Continent at the same time. As for the first batch of territory houses, it is still under planning and preparation. Qi Ji sent an announcement to the adventurers that it will be completed within 5 days. Now there are more than 3 days left before the agreed time. Miracle Territory is in a stage of rapid development. There are too many areas that need investment and efforts. Now we must keep calm and move forward steadily according to the plan. The closure of the city is over. The time to open the city has arrived. A new day of adventure begins again. Chapter 188. Qishan City. There are 5 adventurer masters. Each of them is a 4th level adventurer. 2 have retired for many years, and the other 3 are still active. Wanshan Guhong is one of them. He is only 52 years old this year, and his physical age is less than 40 years old. Although he is the youngest of the 5 masters in Qishan City, he has still felt a huge bottleneck in the past 2 years. This bottleneck does not come from aging but changes in his state of mind. The older you are, the higher your level. The more adventures you have, the less freshness you can feel. The number of underground cities in Chishan City is as high as 2,000 all year round, and there are thousands of various secret realms. However, as long as you have been exploring for more than 10 or 20 years, you will find that all the secret realms have only a few fixed routines. When you lose interest, the passion gradually cools down. The curiosity gradually dries up. Even if your body is still young, it will be difficult to increase your cultivation. This idol of countless adventurers in Chishan City is considered to be the only big man who has the opportunity to reach the 5th level in the past 100 years. He started adventures at the age of 17 and has been doing it for 25 years. Recently, he suddenly felt a little bored and empty about adventures. He began to question the meaning of brushing the secret realm day after day. Is it necessary to spend a lifetime in this repetition without surprises? In this way, what is the meaning of living for 200 years? This famous adventurer master in Chishan City began to doubt his life, and this mentality is very dangerous. If he can't get out of it, he may completely suffer from adventure impotence and say goodbye to adventures. So he stopped all adventures, withdrew from all forces and organizations. He locked himself up at home for a month, hoping to gain enlightenment through meditation, so as to regain the most basic passion and innocence of an adventurer. This incident immediately became the front page of Chishan City. All forces and adventurers paid close attention. Most adventurers will experience a low point in their adventure career. If they come out of it, they will have the hope of making further progress, otherwise their achievements will stop there. This day, Chishan City Adventurer Forum. Big news! Super big news! Master Wanshan has come out. This month, many big leaders and big shots have been turned away. Has he finally come out on his own? Not exactly. I heard that it was Master Meng Yinxue who invited him out. Master Meng Yinxue is Master Wanshan's distant niece. She recently discovered a dungeon called Miracle City. She believes that this dungeon can help Master Wanshan overcome his inner demons. Miracle territory again? You've been a bit too much of a show recently. Is the secret realm of Miracle territory really as powerful as the rumors say? Are there any brothers and sisters who can give me some first-hand information? I'm in Miracle territory. I dare say that this dungeon is stronger than any of you can imagine. Lord Qi is a legendary genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Meng Yinxue is one of the top young adventurers in the local area. After adventuring in Miracle City for several days, especially participating in the chicken eating competition, she realized that the adventurers in Chishan City were not strong enough, so she thought of this autistic cousin at the first time. Level 4 adventurers are extremely rare. If you can join or just adventure in Miracle City. Apart from other things, the various powerful products are full of temptation. The Black Hawk helicopter is only a 2nd grade top grade, and the Flame Mecha and the Ronin Mecha are only 3rd grade top grade. How powerful is the 4th grade equipment. I am afraid that unlocking anyone can create amazing profits, and such adventurers joining. It will definitely greatly enhance the status of Chishan City adventurers in the territory. And for Wanshan Guhong, Miracle territory is also a rare opportunity. Only the secret realm created by Lord Qi can help him break through the bottleneck and reach the 5th grade realm. Meng Yinxue returned to Chishan City and asked many family elders to come forward. After a lot of effort, he finally succeeded in inviting him out of the mountain. This matter naturally caused a sensation in Chishan City, making the already famous Miracle City even more famous. However, it is difficult to enter the Miracle territory. Most of Qi's resources were invested in the construction of the core main city. Although the Undercity has also built a relatively sound infrastructure, the current capacity of adventurers is only 700 people, which is a drop in the bucket for Chishan City, which has 400,000 to 500,000 active adventurers. Before this, it was already crowded every day. Wanshan Guhong relied on a ticket bought by Meng Yinxue to squeeze in. At this moment, the number of adventurers in line has increased 4 or 5 times. Others simply cannot come in a short time. They can only read all kinds of magical stories about Miracle City in the forum, and they are itching and anxious like ants on a hot pot. At noon that day, the 2nd level secret hall of the Undercity, Wanshan Guhong fought against Ashina Jinakairo in the Ashina Castle Tower. Dang dang dang, the sound of iron hammering sounded. Wanshan Guhong gradually suppressed Ashina Jinakairo, and finally beat him into the 2nd state to use the Balu swordsmanship. Wanshan Guhong has mastered the thunder counter, so he won after a fierce battle. Awesome. As expected of Master Wanshan, he cleared the castle tower in 5 attempts. Master Wanshan has only been in Dark City for 2 days, and he has reached here. I think at this rate, he can reach a main storyline ending that is not sure is ending in 2 to 3 days. The secret crystal has gathered many adventurers. While watching Wanshan Guhong's performance, he praised and was excited. Although Blackstone Town is not large at present, there are several masters including Baihajusher, so it can easily suppress the adventurers of Qinshan City. Now there is this Qinshan City boss. It is enough to compete with the adventurers of Blackstone Town. It will definitely greatly enhance the status and reputation of the adventurers of Qinshan City. When Wanshan Guhong left the secret realm, he was a tall, handsome middle-aged man who looked only 36 or 7, with a slightly deep and lonely temperament. Today is the second day that Wanshan Guhong has come to Miracle Territory. Although he has challenged dozens of times, the shock he feels now has not decreased, but has accumulated more and more. In less than 2 days, he has been almost completely immersed in the Ashina country. Every scene and every battle made him feel a long-lost sense of passion. The dark and gloomy mysterious temperament of the Ashina country and the wonderful and complex story plot have made Wanshan Guhong have a strong desire to explore, and his cultivation, which has not changed at all for a whole year, has also loosened a little. It's so exciting, it's so interesting, this is called adventure, Meng Yinxue, hee, how about Uncle Guhong? I didn't lie to you. I am convinced. Wanshan Guhong couldn't hide his excitement, and said, the secret realm of Miracle Territory is unheard of and unseen. It is not difficult to break through the 5th level with such a dungeon. The others were very excited when they heard this. The last 5th level adventurer in Qinshan City was several decades ago. Yes, there are only a handful of 5th level adventurers in the history of Qinshan City. If Wanshan can really break through to the 5th level, it will be a historic event for the entire Qinshan City. It's a must. Such an adventurer can be called a master wherever he goes. Meng Yinxue continued, Uncle Guhong has to keep working hard. It is said that the number of adventurers who have passed the main city to the Ashina Kingdom has exceeded 100, and even I have entered the Palace of Origin and will challenge the Sakura Dragon. It's just a little bit behind. We will never lose to the adventurers in Blackstone Town. Wanshan Guhong is very confident. The 4th level adventurers have too much energy to spend. Now there is no shortage of secret crystals in Miracle City. He believes that it is only a matter of time for him to catch up with the progress of the first echelon. Meng Yinxue nodded, but before that, we have to go to the main city. Today is the day for the first batch of houses in the territory to be auctioned. Wanshan Guhong nodded. Indeed, if we settle down in the territory, it will release more people for Dark City, allowing more Qinshan City adventurers to enter the dungeon, thereby increasing the power of Qinshan City adventurers. 3 days have passed since the capture of Bloodhowl City. This time is not much, but for Miracle City, it has changed with each passing day. The adventurer capacity of Miracle City has reached 5,000 people. If local adventurers and adventurers from Qinshan Town in Dark City are added, the current daily number of adventurers received by the entire territory has reached 6,000 in terms of population. It annexed the Bloodhowl Valley and nearby strongholds. Even if adventurers are not counted, the total number of local indigenous people alone is as high as 35,000, and it is expected that nearly half of them will be relocated to the main city or near the main city. When Wanshan Guhong, Meng Yinxue, Tizui Cockroach, Luan Feiyu and other Qinshan City adventurers were teleported to the main city, they were stunned by what they saw. Wanshan Guhong found it hard to believe. A territory that has been developed for less than 2 months. It has already reached such an exaggerated scale. Meng Yinxue, Luan Feiyu and other Qinshan City adventurers. Although they have been to Miracle City before, the Miracle City at this moment has changed greatly compared to the Miracle City 3 or 4 days ago. The entire city has been reorganized and planned. Brother Cockroach, Brother Feiyu. The Wool Warrior has a good relationship with Tizui Cockroach and Lian Feiyu, so he came to greet them specially. Six-eyed Flying Fish. Has the main city changed so much in the past few days? Wool Warrior laughed. Of course, the territory is getting bigger and bigger, so it is inevitable to replan and upgrade. Do I need to introduce it to you? Meng Yinxue immediately said, thank you. Wool Warrior introduced, after the main city is replanned, it can be divided into 5 areas, east, west, south, north and center. We are now in the teleportation square in the city area. He took out a map. It directly shows the division of the territory. 5 major areas, central area, east city, south city, north city, west city. The central area where we are now is located in the center of the main city, and the center of this area is the commanding height of the main city. The Lord's Mansion is now built on it, leaving sufficient space for future expansion. Other facilities in this area are mainly core functional facilities of the territory. For example, the trading hall, various altars, the gate of the territory, the name temple, the underground city teleportation station, the core warehouse of the territory, the bank, etc., as well as the first soldier's house, the first mercenary house, the first monster camp, etc. In addition, there are 5 squares, 1 large and 4 small. The teleportation square we are in now is the big square. The core of this square has the projection of the teleportation stone of the core of the territory. As long as adventurers and people of the territory enter the square, they can immediately activate the teleportation function to travel back and forth between various places in the territory. It is not difficult to see from the latest urban planning. This central area is the future inner city and the heart of the territory. This place integrates most of the core functions of the territory, the core military force, and is also a transportation hub. The Lord's mansion where the Lord is just located at the commanding height in the middle, and can overlook the entire territory. The Wool Warrior continued to introduce. The other 4 squares are all secret squares. They are located in the 4 directions outside the central area and connected to the main roads of the 4 urban areas. Why are they called secret squares? Because there is a secret hall in the center of each of the 4 squares. You may not know that Miracle Main City has now built 4 secret halls. The north and south halls are both 3rd-level halls. The east and west halls are both 2nd-level halls. If all the secret crystals are built, it can accommodate 4,000 crystals, which means that it can accommodate 4,000 people adventuring at the same time. This scale is comparable to part of the 4th-level territory. As for the 4 main urban areas, the specific planning details are currently unknown. However, large residential areas have been reserved in the east and west of the city. I feel that they will be the main living and residential areas in the future. And there are a large number of production workshops in the south of the city, and space for the construction of other production facilities has been reserved, so it should be positioned as the production and manufacturing center of the territory, while a large number of taverns, hotels, restaurants, etc. will be built in the north of the city, focusing more on business and entertainment. The adventurers of Chishan City listened to the explanation of the Wool Warriors and looked at the main city map. They saw that the 4 major urban areas were divided into multiple areas by several crisscrossing main roads, and even the residential areas were divided into many different grades and locations. It is not difficult to see. The new plan is sophisticated and complex. It has laid a basic framework for the future. It has also reserved enough space for development and adjustment. Meng Yinxue couldn't help but sigh. Lord Qi not only has a talent for secret realms that never appear in 10,000 years, but he is also very good at territory management and planning. I didn't expect that such a perfect plan could be made in just 3 days. The adventurers couldn't help but get excited and look forward to it. The construction of the Miracle City has just taken shape, but it is not difficult to see that this city will become the greatest and most influential city in the Evernight Forest, and even on this continent in the near future. Every citizen, every adventurer in the Miracle Territory, will become a witness and participant. How can this not make people feel excited and expectant? Meng Yinxue and others came to Miracle City not to brush the secret realm of the main city, but to buy a house. According to the latest news, a batch of houses have been built in the territory. For ordinary small building houses have been built, with a total of 128 units, and each unit can only accommodate 1 person. 2 high-end courtyard houses were built, with a total of only 16 units, but each unit can accommodate 3 people. The first batch of houses is open for sale. But when they saw the auction price, the faces of the adventurers in Qinshan City became solemn. Iron-Mouthed Cockroach said, "The base price of ordinary houses is 2,000 contribution points, and the base price of high-end houses is 6,000 contribution points. You can bid freely within 6 hours. I'm afraid the final price will not be cheap." Wan Shan Guhong asked, "The houses in the main city of Miracle are not only very useful to us, but also have great potential for appreciation in the future. How many contribution points do you have, Xiaoxue?" Meng Yinxue said with a depressed look, "Just over 3,000. According to the trend of bidding growth, each ordinary house will have to cost more than 6,000 contribution points. I'm afraid that this is not enough to buy an ordinary house." The adventurers in Qinshan City were all very depressed. Of course, 6,000 contribution points for a house is not expensive. Miracle City is the core city of the territory. These real estates will be core assets in the future. With the rapid growth of the territory's economy and scale in the future, it will not be surprising even if it increases tenfold or even dozens of times. The problem is that Qinshan City adventurers don't have many contribution points. Meng Yinxue only hates that she has too few high-level materials and high-level spirits. At this moment, she can't even afford an ordinary house. Can she just watch and miss such a great opportunity? No! There are still 6 hours. There must be a way. How do you get contribution points in this dungeon? There are generally 2 conventional ways. The first is to hand in the materials and equipment spirits you have brushed, and the second is to perform territory tasks and get rewards for doing things for the territory. Meng Yinxue, Wanshan Guheng, and other adventurers have been in Miracle City for too short a time. They certainly don't have the opportunity to brush a lot of precious materials, and the spirits are used for recycling, but if they can move various materials outside the territory from Qishan Town, the spirits should be able to be exchanged for contribution points. Of course, non-territory materials need to undergo value assessment. This process will be a bit troublesome, and the recycling valuation will be relatively low, so few adventurers will recycle materials across dungeons, but now there is an urgent shortage of contribution points, and they can't care about these. I have a way. The Wool Warrior also gave an idea at this time. Now it's not just you who lack contribution points, there is no one in the entire territory who doesn't lack contribution points, so the Lord accepted everyone's call to open the Soul Crystal Exchange function in the bank, but the quota is limited, and we need to hurry up. What? There is such a thing. Great. Then do both. Soon after, the Lord's mansion. In the Lord's exclusive secret crystal, Chi-Ji is in a seaside villa in the free city of Los Santos. He lies on a private beach facing the blue sea and enjoying the warm sunshine. Yongjin is also brought into the free city at this moment. The assistant in kimono is making tea for the Lord. Just then, Chi-Ji receives a prompt. Adventurer Meng Yinxue handed in 10,000 soul crystals in exchange for 1 miracle gold coin. There are quite a few rich adventurers. Another 10,000 soul crystals were obtained without any effort. Soul crystals are also a kind of material, but they also have the properties of general equivalence. Since materials such as spirit equipment can be handed in for contribution points, there is nothing wrong with adventurers using soul crystals to exchange for contribution points. Why does the territory want to build a bank? The essence of this bank is to facilitate the future trade between the territory and the outside world. If there are foreign merchants who want to do business in Miracle City in the future, they will not be able to have contribution points, so they need facilities, like banks, to exchange territory currency. It is also necessary to open it to adventurers in advance at this moment, because the contribution points of Miracle City are too scarce. Adventurers have been in a state of severe shortage of contribution points for a long time, and their income is not enough to make ends meet. This is actually not conducive to the economic development of the territory, so various methods are needed to increase the injection of liquidity. Open soul crystals to directly exchange for territory currency. This can quickly inject contribution point liquidity into the territory. It can also allow Chi-Ji to obtain more income to maintain huge expenses. Of course, although it is a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the rhythm and quantity must be controlled. So Chi-Ji's first batch of exchange quotas is only 100,000 soul crystals, that is, 100,000 miracle copper coins, or 1,000 miracle silver coins, or 10 miracle gold coins. From the current situation, it seems that adventurers are underestimated. The currency unit for daily transactions in the adventurer world is soul sand. 1 soul crystal is equal to 100 soul sands. 500 to 700 soul sands can basically meet the monthly expenses of a family of 3. 10,000 soul crystals is equal to 1 million soul sands, which is definitely a huge sum for most adventurers, not to mention adventurers. 10,000 soul crystals is not a small number for most 2nd and 3rd level lords. Chi-Ji did not expect that the 100,000 soul crystals quota would be exchanged for 70% to 80% in just 1 or 2 hours. This shows that this is also a way to make money in the future. Recently, the expenditure has been particularly large. The income of 100,000 soul crystals is very timely. This can not only supplement the fiscal budget, but also pay off most of the foreign debts. Chi-Ji is very satisfied with the increasing housing quotes. It is expected that each ordinary house in the territory can be sold for at least 5,000 to 6,000 contribution points, and each high-end house can be sold for at least 14,000 to 15,000 contribution points. After this wave of houses are sold, the contribution points in the hands of the adventurers are basically taken out. In the future, they will definitely work harder to brush the secret realm and hand in resources, and work hard for the territory to perform tasks. The population and territory of Miracle City are still expanding. In the future, the real estate in the major cities of the territory, especially the main city of Miracle, will become more and more valuable. In addition, various commercial houses such as shops will be launched. Every adventurer will be proud to own a house in Miracle City. Foreign travelers and merchants with investment vision will want to open shops and do business in Miracle City. This will surely become a super nuclear-powered sickle to recycle the wealth of adventurers and people in the territory. In the future, it will also drive real estate and business-related taxes and establish a recyclable economic system for the territory. When the territory develops steadily and rapidly. When various scales and systems are becoming more and more perfect. At the same time, Chi-Ji clearly saw through the Lord's vision that artists and other elves had built a suitable resident area in the 5th level area Qianhu City according to his instructions. Without any hesitation, Chi-Ji consumed the reserved materials. Some in the territory formation in Qianhu City. The coverage radius of this formation is only 200 or 300 meters. Although the area is not too large, it is enough to use. Chi-Ji immediately built a secret hall and an adventurers union in the formation area. The secret hall of Qianhu City is specially used for adventurers in Qianhu City to challenge the secret realm. As an adventurer data platform, the adventurers union can provide various services and can also help local natives awaken the soul of adventurers. Preparation work. Almost done. Chi-Ji entered the Spirit Sea and found the inspiration crystal of Dungeon and Fighter. When checking the crystal, a variety of materials were presented in front of him for the first time. Scene materials: Lauren, Hedenmer. Sky City, Sky Curtain Behemoth. God City Ghent. Character materials: Celia, Kelly. GSD Sodros. Crying Eye Held, Faded Khan. Monster materials: Goblin. Corpse Stealer Bone Prison Breath, Light City Lord Seghart. Bullhead Mechanical King. Ross Deregi. It has to be said, DNF is a game with a very large worldview and content. There are hundreds of NPCs of all kinds that have appeared in the game alone, and Chi-Ji has not only the content that has appeared in the game itself, but also various setting sets, derivatives, characters, monsters or materials mentioned in the background, all of which appear in the inspiration crystal. Not only is the volume huge, and the power level is not low, even if Chi-Ji's materials are optimized to the extreme, and further compressed by the World Tree Blessing, its volume and scale are quite amazing. Not to mention that the core of the Jinsei City Secret Realm is only level 2, even the level 3 core will definitely not fit. But it's not a big problem. It's different from any Secret Realm in the past. This is the first real online game Secret Realm in Miracle City, so the running idea is completely different from all other Secret Realms, and there is no need to release all the content at once. Make a level 60 classic version, and it can run for a long time. When there are extra level 3 cores in the future, it will not be too late to upgrade the Secret Realm core and expand the map and content. Chi-Ji named the Secret Realm based on DNF Arad continent. He has worked overtime for the past 2 days, and has remade nearly half of it. It is expected to be completed tonight, and filled into the Secret Realm. That is to say, if everything goes well. The people of Qianhu City and the territory will be able to experience the Secret Realm as soon as the city opens tomorrow. Chapter 189. Why did Chi-Ji choose DNF as the first online game or Secret Realm open to the public? Because the only inspirations for online role-playing games are Legend of Mir 2 and Dungeon and Warrior. This is not only because the latter is rich in content, and can be made into an online game similar to Diablo. It can be played as a pure standalone game with a sense of immersion, and it has most of the characteristics of online games. It does not require thousands of people to play on the same screen, and the difficulty of remaking will be much lower. DNF style and content have unique advantages. There are Western fantasy elements such as elves, undead, and magicians. There are also Eastern elements such as qigong, swordsmanship, martial arts, and samurai swords. There are guns, robots, and cities with high-tech styles, as well as scenes such as feudal empires and medieval knights. A big potpourri. But it is stewed very well. It can not only make people in this world feel familiar and friendly, but also bring freshness and curiosity with its huge world view and settings, and various novel elements. It is especially suitable as the first Secret Realm to go beyond the territory, to represent the characteristics of Miracle City. When the natives and adventurers outside come into contact with Arad continent, they will definitely have a stronger curiosity about Miracle City. After Chi-Ji asked Yongjin to leave, start to hurry up to complete the work. Arad continent must be launched tomorrow. Yongjin has been in Miracle City for 3 days. For several days, she has been serving the Lord to understand the territory and learn about work-related content. She has a weak personality. But facing Miracle City, she is also full of curiosity, especially being brought to this magical free city by the Lord. This is a bustling and prosperous world that she could never dream of. She admired and worshipped the Lord even more in her heart. At this moment, in Yongjin's mind, this great existence was no different from the God who created the world. He not only created himself and Ashina, but also created countless magical worlds. Because of this, to be chosen from the masses, to transcend from the narrow world and serve him. This is the supreme honor and luck, so she naturally has to do her best. At this moment, although the Lord gave her free time, she was also full of curiosity about the world of the free city, but she still did not leave the seaside villa where the Lord was, so that she could serve him at any time or accept orders. At this moment, the first batch of commercial housing auctions in Miracle City are still in progress. Meng Yinxue and Wanshan Guhong sold their pots and irons, and withdrew a large amount of reserve soul sand from the family. Hundreds of good quality materials and equipment raised a total of 20,000 contribution points. They locked in a high-end residence and an ordinary residence. The former has a budget of 15,000 contribution points, and the latter has a budget of 5,000 contribution points. Each time a bid is completed, the relevant contribution points will be frozen. If there is a higher bid, the freeze will be lifted, and the transaction will be directly completed once the bidding time ends. Qi Ji did not restrict the purchase of adventurers. However, he does not support vacant housing. If an adventurer has enough contribution points, he can buy multiple properties and rent them to other adventurers in the future. Otherwise, a higher amount of vacancy tax will be charged. Meng Yinxue has said to others, just in case, we can't leave Miracle City yet. Let's adventure here for the rest of the day. Wanshan Guhong nodded. That's what I meant. The adventure time is only more than half over. The two of them still have the energy to continue the adventure. Since they are here, Wanshan Guhong wants to see other secret realms in the territory, and appreciate the style and progress of the adventurers here, and collect various information about the 10 kingdoms and the Frenzy Secret Realm. Everyone walked into the Miracle City Secret Realm Hall. This hall is a building with spatial attributes. For example, starting from the second level, the floor area of the hall will not increase, but the internal space will continue to double with the increase of the level. The Secret Realm Hall not only has the function of compressing the internal space, but also has the ability to connect the space in series. All halls within a certain distance and range can communicate with each other internally, like a complete building. The 4 halls in the main city are still relatively far apart from each other. They are located on the secret squares of the 4 major urban areas. However, since this distance is within the range of the hall connection, the 4 halls form a whole and can move around each other, and this is the magic of the Secret Realm Hall. When Wanshan Guhong and others entered the Miracle City Secret Realm Hall, there are more than 5,000 adventurers here, plus 1,000 people in the territory who are engaged in service work. Qi Ji also renovated the internal structure of the secret hall. Currently, there is not only a crystal square for public adventures, but also some independent crystal private rooms on the second floor. If you don't like the hustle and bustle, or want to play in private with a group of 3 or 5, adventurers can choose private rooms of different sizes. Of course, since the number of private rooms is very limited at present, so you need to pay some additional contribution points to use them. However, more than 90% of adventurers are social cows, so few people will open private rooms. At this moment, almost all adventurers gathered in the hall. Various gunfights, explosions, monster roars, and adventurers cheering and booing made the scene look very lively. Ironmouth Cockroach, the main city is still the best. Six-eyed Flying Fish also sighed, I like this atmosphere too. Wanshan Guhong and several other adventurers who came to the main city for the first time paid attention to the content of the territory's secret realm. The most popular secret realm is still the first secret realm Frenzy. Thanks to the pull and popularity of the Frenzy Battle Royale 3 days ago, 1/3 of the adventurers who challenged the Frenzy Secret Realm are now playing the Battle Royale. Qi Ji has timing considerations for launching each secret realm. The reason why the Battle Royale gameplay under the Frenzy competitive mode is so late than the team, blasting, biochemical, and other modes is mainly because the Battle Royale mode needs more participants to run well. Now the main city receives more than 5,000 adventurers per day, so there is no need to worry about matching. What's more, Qi Ji has also taken some insurance measures. If there are less than 100 people matching during certain special periods, the secret realm will automatically send some NPCs to participate in the battle, and adventurers can also set a small proportion of NPCs during the room opening process. Sometimes it is interesting to fight against the characters in the secret realm. After all, the NPCs in Miracle City are not artificial idiots. The identity template of each character material is different, and the qualities shown are also different. These characters will be randomly refreshed. If you encounter a top-level NPC team of the King of Soldiers, or even a team of the protagonists of the biochemical crisis, such as Leon, Ada Wong, etc., the adventurer may be wiped out, which increases uncertainty and entertainment effects. Wanshan Guhom arrived at the lobby a few minutes later, and did not have time to take a closer look at more content. A super heavy news appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, come and see, the old dean played Ashina for the second time and got the Ashina Ishin spirit. What? Is this true? Even the old swordsman spirit was exploded? This is much faster than everyone expected. Awesome. A Sakura dragon and an Ashina Ishin named spirit, these two spirits should be the most valuable spirits in Ashina. The old dean is awesome. The old swordsman and the old dean, this combination is invincible. The Ashina country of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world has been open for a while. Although some named spirits have been produced from it, the most precious one is undoubtedly Ashina Ishin. Every adventurer who has cleared the game wants to get this spirit, but so far, although hundreds of people have cleared the Ashina chapter, and more than a dozen adventurers have played it twice or 3 times, no one has ever been able to get the Ashina Ishin spirit. At this moment, it finally succeeded. The adventurers were shocked and regretful. Ming Yinxue couldn't help but sigh. The adventurers in Blackstone Town have such a powerful spirit, and they can continue to suppress our adventurers in Qishan City for a while in the future. Wanshan Guhong, let's see what's going on first. Everyone came to a secret crystal full of people. Baihajusher had already left the secret. His face was full of excitement and ecstasy. Among all the third-level spirits that could be exploded in Miracle City, the one he wanted most was undoubtedly Ashina Ishin, and today he finally got what he wanted. And this spirit output, it's not only a personal fortune. It's also a big deal for Miracle City. Ashina Ishin's spirit is not so easy to explode. Mao Mingming explained to the people who didn't know the process. The success of the old dean this time was not just a matter of luck. He prepared and worked hard for 3 days. Six-eyed flying fish, really? How did he do it? The old dean first reopened the story and challenges of the Ashina chapter, and spent 2 days to get through the early and middle plots, light up most of the teleportation ghosts and Buddhas, restore the wolf's character performance to the maximum extent, and prepare various props. Everyone learned from Mao Mingming's explanation. For this explosion, he carefully laid out and prepared for 3 days. 2 days of preparation, and the last day of full sprint, the key lies in the rich mark. The White Crane Layman first used the route and fighting method explored by Sanju to challenge several headless warriors in one breath, and the Seven-Faced Warrior exploded the Seven-Faced Warrior spirit and gave up, thus obtaining the first mark. Secondly, he killed the Fallen Valley Lion Ape, Shuisheng Village Aaron, and the Phantom Broken Monk in one breath, and finally entered the Palace of Origin to defeat the Broken Monk. This time, a Broken Monk spirit was exploded, which was a rare spirit of level 3 and 2 stars. He chose to give up again, condensed to obtain the second mark. Finally, he spent several lives to study the hidden boss fighting method transformed by the Buddha sculptor, and then defeated many lonely shadows, Ashina generals, and 7 guns in the fallen Ashina castle, killing the super difficult hidden boss in one breath, and exploded the Grudge Ghost Spirit. This is the first time that the Grudge Ghost Spirit has exploded in Miracle City. Its strength and status are second only to Sakura Dragon and Ashina Jinakairo, and the spirit it produces is as high as level 3 and 4 stars. Give up again. Generate the third mark. Baihajusher successively abandoned 3 rare spirits, making himself full of rich marks, thus completing all the preparations. Under this circumstance, he challenged Ashina Ishin and completed the game, and consumed all the marks of abundance at the time of settlement, raising the evaluation of this adventure to the highest grade 3A evaluation in one breath. This is how he successfully revealed the Ashina Sword Saint, Ashina Ishin Spirit. Awesome. This is so difficult that ordinary people can't learn it. Yes. The mark of abundance can only take effect on the same day. It is not easy to condense 3 such high marks of abundance within a day. This alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Even a big shot can only play without mistakes in the second or third brush, plus good luck to achieve this effect. Ashina Ishin is a rare spirit of the 3rd level and 5 stars. Although it still has not reached the level of rare treasures, the rare quality also has high and low levels. Ashina Sword Saint is definitely the top 3rd level rare spirit, not to mention that it is a named spirit, and its value is not inferior to Sakura Dragon. In terms of collection value, because the named soul is unique. So it is far superior to the Sakura dragon. After Wanshan Guheng and other adventurers learned about the process of the explosion of the Ashina Ishin spirit, they also showed their admiration. The explosion rate of high-level spirits in Miracle City is too high. This old adventurer is just a late-stage second-level cultivator like me. Compared with the Ashina Ishin spirit, Lian Feiyu was more shocked or ecstatic about the explosion rate of the third-level spirits in Miracle City. Before coming to Miracle City, in order to obtain a third-level spirit, Lian Feiyu spent a whole year in a dungeon, almost vomiting, and even doubting his life, but in the end, not a single one was produced. This led to the fact that he was already very close to the perfect level of the second level. But he felt that it was a long way to break through the third level, and was almost discouraged. Now, as a second-level adventurer, Baihajusher has produced so many third-level spirits in one day. Although he prepared for 2 days before this, and the old adventurer's level is also very high, the explosion rate is still shocking. This old adventurer is very powerful. He is indeed qualified to obtain this spirit. Wanshan Guheng commented. When he saw Meng Yingxue still regretful that such a precious spirit did not fall into Qishan City in the end, he comforted, "You don't have to feel sorry. Although you can't get Ashina Ishin anymore, the Ashina Sword Saint spirit is still very valuable." Ashina Sword Saint. Ashina Ishin spirit is different from Ashina Sword Saint spirit. The former is a named spirit. The latter is a regular spirit. Named spirits have greater potential, and can add a lot of energy to adventurers. They can be summoned by special summoning methods, and can act independently with their own intelligence. In the future, they can even become partners and comrades of adventurers. Because of their unique scarcity, their value is naturally 10 times that of unnamed spirits. But if we put aside these increases and spirit intelligence, the ability increases brought to adventurers by the two in most cases are actually similar. The unnamed Ashina Swordmaster spirit is still a precious rare spirit, and its value is far higher than that of most third-level rare souls. It is enough to give adventurers powerful abilities, and is worth pursuing by adventurers, especially the main body adventurers, because the most difficult named souls have been exploded. In the future, it will be easier for adventurers to brush Ashina Swordmaster spirit. Maybe the A-level or double A-level evaluation has a chance of explosion, so there is no need to pursue such an extreme highest evaluation. Think about it from another angle. It may not be a bad thing. At this moment, all the adventurers in Miracle City are also congratulating Baihajusher. Mingwei Xiaoxue. Congratulations, old man. According to your cultivation progress, it is estimated that you can return to the third level tomorrow. Congratulations, Mr. He. I wish the old dean to return to the peak soon. Baihajusher was close to the peak of the fourth level in his heyday, which is much higher than Wanshan Guheng now. Although his cultivation was completely lost and fell back to the first level, the growth rate of the recultivation is several times faster than normal cultivation. Due to the extremely high quality of the Miracle City Secret Realm, it took only 1 month to reach the second level and approach the third level. The current second level soul cultivation is as high as 94%. Tomorrow, he will definitely complete the breakthrough and return to the third level. Baihajusher is old, and the level upgrade can increase lifespan and enhance physical condition, which is very necessary at present. According to the plan, if Ashina Ishin was not exploded this time, he will most likely contract the Ashina Jinakairo in his hand to break through the third level. Now that he is lucky enough to get Ashina Ishin, he will not be able to use Ashina Jinakairo anymore, and this spirit is not suitable for Mingwei Xiaoxue. He is in urgent need of contribution points recently, and he is grateful to Miracle City. Shirakawa handed over the named spirit Ashina Young Master, Ashina Jinakairo in public without hesitation. He got 6,000 contribution points for himself. He can buy another house. The adventurers in Qishan City realized that just today, Shirakawa was the only one. He contributed Headless Spirit, Broken Monk Spirit, Grieving Ghost Spirit, Ashina Young Master, Ashina Jinakairo to Miracle City, a total of 4 rare third-level spirits. Chi-Ji's mental power expenditure was not small. He consumed nearly 10,000 mental power for Baihajusher alone, but compared with the 4 third-level rare spirits he got, it was definitely a big profit. Miracles have a high explosion rate. The recovery rate is even more outrageous. Miracle City adventurers are particularly loyal to the territory. Wanshan Guheng, Meng Yingxue believes in spirits like Ashina Jinakairo. If it is taken to the adventurer world to find a suitable channel for auction, it is at least worth hundreds of thousands of soul sands, which is at least more than 10,000 soul crystals. According to the current exchange rate, it can be directly exchanged for more than 10,000 contribution points. Baihe did not go through this circle to maximize his own interests. This may be due to the limit on the amount of soul crystals exchanged for contribution points and the long cycle, but the main reason is definitely out of sentiment. Miracle City adventurers do not want the high-quality spirits of Miracle City to flow out, and they must stay to shine and generate value for the territory. This kind of consensus and unity is extremely rare among the profit-seeking adventurers. Huashan Guhong has been to many dungeons. The current Miracle City is definitely not large in scale, but there has never been a dungeon with such a good atmosphere. This dungeon. How could it not rise? It's great to have the honor of encountering such a dungeon. Only by joining such a dungeon can I go further, and even reach a height that I dared not think of in the past. Huashan Guhong became more and more excited as he thought about it. He just happened to have withdrawn from all organizations and forces. Therefore, there is basically no external resistance to joining Miracle City. The only trouble is that as a 4th level adventurer, he must find a way to obtain a 4th level spirit, otherwise he can't keep the 4th level cultivation at all, and he doesn't know if there are any 4th level monsters in Miracle City at present. When the adventurers of Qishan City were brushing the secret realms, Huashan Guhong was not in a hurry to challenge the secret realms. He wandered around the main city hall, Titan, Free City, end of the world arena. These secret realms that the Dark City could not enter were presented one after another. Each one was extremely well made. Each one was full of characteristics and shock. Even in Free City, the 2 secondary secret realms of end of the world arena were beyond imagination. If they were placed in other dungeons, they would be the trump cards that could support the facade of a top dungeon. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than to come early. Today, a challenge team of end of the world arena made it to the finals of the King of Fighters Championship. Huashan Guhong became interested and squeezed into the crowd to watch. There was no plot interpretation. There was no additional exploration area. The secret realm mode of end of the world arena is composed of a series of arena matches with different characteristics. At most, there are some scenes in the middle of the arena, but adventurers are not required to participate in the interaction. Simple and rough, with a fast pace, just fight and it's over. Huashan Guhong learned about the background of the secret realm. The organizer of the final arena competition is a force called Tianshu Group. This group is a mysterious multinational technology giant created by Qi Ji. It has advanced quantum technology, bionic prosthesis and energy technology, and claims to be committed to the development of human potential and global energy innovation. Therefore, every year, the world's top fighters are gathered to launch a super-large global fighting competition, that is, the King of Fighters Championship. The current adventurer is participating in the 97th competition, so it is also called the King of Fighters 97. If you break through the arena, pass the final test, then you can re-enter the competition or participate in the 1998 competition, and so on. After understanding the worldview, mode and gameplay of end of the arena, Huashan Guhong was shocked. This seemingly small secret realm is actually very playable. Theoretically, adventurers can participate in the competition all the time, and play more than 10 or even dozens of sessions. The content is extremely rich. What's more, the end of the arena is not only the King of Fighters competition. The battle mode between adventurers is the highlight. This secret realm is enough for adventurers to play for 10 or 8 years without getting tired of it. Its operating life must be 100 years, which is definitely a masterpiece that can only be encountered by chance. At this moment, the team composed of Black Kite, South Mountain Guest and Crazy Eyes War Maniac broke through the arena competition. Among them, Black Kite used Kusanagi Kyo, South Mountain Guest used Nikaido Benimaru, and Crazy Eyes War Maniac used Qingguahan. The three challenged the King of Fighters tournament for 6 or 7 days, and failed 4 times. They had to start all over again after each failure. Now they finally defeated all opponents and entered the final part. At this moment, the cutscene appeared. The 3 adventurers were taken to the headquarters of Tianshu Group. To be more precise, it was a mysterious ruin near Tianshu Island. The adventurer fighting trio will encounter the ultimate team created by Tianshu Group here. They are Kijiash, Chris, and Zyrmai. In fact, these 3 adventurers are not unfamiliar, because they have also appeared in the character pool. Why are they the 3? Why did these 3 guys become the ultimate test of the organizer? I have used Chris before, and I feel that his strength and moves are average. He is only 14 or 15 years old, just a child. During the discussion among the adventurers, I only saw the cutscene continue. Tianshu Group injected the power of a certain ancient god into the 3 people. Finally, they created the awakened forms of power of the Earth Kijiash, Flame of Destiny Chris, and Mother of Thunder and Lightning Zyrmai. Each of them has greatly increased their strength, and their moves have also changed greatly. All the adventurers were stunned. Is this the method of Tianshu Group? It can make people change so much. Awesome, worthy of being the ultimate team. The average strength of this team is probably above the second level 3 stars. This is not a low difficulty. The strength of the characters in the final arena is very average, and each of them can only exert the strength of the second level 1 star. The opponents and enemies encountered in every arena match in the past are the same. The ultimate battle at this moment. For the first time, an asymmetric battle appeared. This will be a great test of the adventurer's strength. The 3 Black Kite were still full of confidence, because they had each used their current characters and had experienced 100 or 200 fights, so both the running in and proficiency had reached the extreme. Finally, under the control of the Tianshu Group, the 3 adventurers and the awakened trio fought in the ruins arena. The battle process was very thrilling and exciting. The 3 adventurers fully demonstrated the strengths of Kyo Kusanagi, Benimori Nikaido, and Shin Guahan, and contributed at twists and turns to everyone. Good. Well done. Awesome. The big boss of the first pass of the King of Fighters tournament finally appeared. Wait. Something is wrong. Look at this cutscene. It seems that something else is happening. After the adventurer team went through untold hardships and narrowly defeated the ultimate team awakening trio, a new cutscene appeared. Chris absorbed the power of the ancient gods in the bodies of the other 2 and underwent a strange change. The boss of King of Fighters 97, Orochi. Officially born. This is the ancient god that Tianshu Group wants to revive. The purpose of their King of Fighters competition is to select the strongest fighter to defeat the trio that merged the power of Orochi. Only in this way can the complete awakening of the ancient god's consciousness be stimulated. At this moment, the ancient god has absorbed enough spiritual power, and at the same time devoured 3 carriers as sacrifices, and descended into this world in a brand new form. An existence that is nurtured by the world consciousness and has divinity? When Wanshan Guhong saw the Orochi in the cutscene, he immediately realized that this existence might not be very strong, probably only 1 star of the 3rd level, but it must be a person with extremely rare abilities and characteristics. If the spirit can be exploded, its quality is estimated to be very high. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a miracle city. Even a secondary secret realm contains treasures of astonishing value, which makes him, a 4th level adventurer, jealous. Chapter 190. The secret realm end of the arena in Miracle City is based on the King of Fighters series, but it will not be limited to King of Fighters in the future. Fighting games such as Street Fighter and Fatal Fury will be integrated into it. Even non-fighting games. As long as the material is suitable and does not destroy the competitive balance, it can be added, thereby enriching the experience of adventurers and constantly updating the content of the secret realm. Chi-Ji set up the Tianshu Club to facilitate the integration of various resources to improve the background and worldview of the secret realm world, and to provide a reasonable explanation for the continuous holding of the competition, the appearance of various characters, monsters, and boss. At this moment, the final secret is revealed by completing the competition. Adventurers will face choices. The first choice is to end the challenge and get a clearance. Although the reward will be lower, you can get the clearance achievement and unlock the qualification to participate in the next King of Fighters 98 competition. The second choice is that Tianshu Group will invite adventurer teams to test the strength of the ancient gods. If the adventurers accept, they will usher in a difficult boss battle. If you win, you can get clearance, achievements, and higher rewards. But if you lose, you will be directly regarded as a failure in this round of challenge, and you have to go through the process of reforming a team and fighting again and again. The right to choose. In the hands of adventurers. Tianshu Group has integrity. After all, there are new projects every year, and new competitions need to use these fighters. They don't want to exhaust the resources. Since they have successfully resurrected the ancient god, the goal has been achieved. Whether the fighter accepts the test invitation or not, it will not be difficult. Black Kite, what do you mean? Crazy Eyes War Maniac, need to ask? Fight to the end. Nanshank, although the risk is great, this is also an opportunity. If we get the first pass and the first kill at the same time, there is a high probability of getting spirits or other high-value loot. May fail, losing the achievement of the first pass. But once successful, not only will the benefits be huge, but also fame will be made. How many people can resist such an opportunity? Adventurers are not a bunch of quiet guys. What's more, the 3 adventurers joined forces to impact the King of Fighters 97 tournament. The opponents they met and the rules they encountered became more and more difficult, but they still succeeded. Now they have absolute confidence in the characters they control. Fight. Take a gamble. Don't be afraid of him. The adventurer decided to challenge the snake. The snake is being imprisoned in the ruins by the Tianshu group with special energy. It needs to be challenged in turn in a round-robin manner to facilitate the Tianshu group to collect energy and data in the process. This battle has become the new focus of Miracle City. There are already many people around the secret crystal. Although the opponent is very strong, this wave of 3 against 1 may not be impossible to win. I want to see what's so great about the snake made by Chi Laoza, and he dares to be called a god. Come on, boss. Take down the snake. The market is open, and betting starts now. If you want to play, hurry up. I bet 1 miracle copper coin. Hidden level. Officially opened. I go first. Crazy-eyed war maniac entered the field first. The fighter he played is Qin Guohan. This character is nicknamed Big Pig. As his name suggests, he is a ball giant with a height of 2 meters and a body weight of nearly 500 kilograms. He is wrapped in a thick iron chain, and the iron chain is connected to a huge black iron ball. As for the boss Orochi, because it was bred from the fighting boy Chris, it retains male characteristics: white hair without a shirt, well-proportioned muscles, covered with black tattoos, and wearing Chris's white pants. He radiates a faint light. His feet are 1 foot off the ground, floating weightlessly, full of mystery. The silly goose couldn't help but say, "Fuck, it's full of style." If you get such a spirit, regardless of the performance of the spirit, it's also very good to show off. The Pig King, it's a bit interesting. The Lone Wolf, it's a pity that it's not easy to beat the King of Fighters tournament, and it takes a lot of time, otherwise I will get the Orochi spirit no matter what in the future. The White Deer, although the Orochi is in human form, the sense of oppression is so strong, giving people a feeling that he is not a human. The moon shines on the snow, he is indeed not a human. From the cutscenes and clues, it is not difficult to guess that the Orochi is a planet in this world. One of the Wills. Yes. He existed billions of years ago, when the planet was just born. When this guy was born, there was no concept of human beings in this world. I think to the snake, all living beings are the same, but it happened to be revived in Chris's body, so it took on a human form. I see. The Wool Warrior suddenly had an idea. So if the carrier of this resurrection is something else, such as a chicken that can just withstand the power of the snake, then the form of the revived ancient god is a chicken. That's possible. There are also adventurers who are making suggestions. The fighter is only at the 2nd level, while this ultimate opponent is at the 3rd level, spanning a large realm in 5 levels. It is very difficult, and can't be too ambitious. Feng Zhongmian suggested, since this battle is set as 3-on-1, it also means that it is difficult to win by one's own strength. It is best to delay the time as much as possible and consume the opponent. It is recommended to focus on testing moves in this battle. Agree. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Orochi's strength is above that of a fighter. If you still can't figure out his moves and routines, you will be too passive. The longer Crazy Eyes Zhang Kuang uses Qin Guohan to delay, the greater the hope of winning this battle. Because the longer the delay, the more moves the snake will expose, making it easier for adventurers to understand his routines. In addition, this can not only cause a certain consumption of the snake, but also allow the other 2 adventurers to gather energy in advance to prepare for battle. Fighting games all have energy mechanisms. When the energy tank is full, you can get an energy beam to release a special move. After the King of Fighters series became an inspiration crystal, various details and settings were automatically optimized and completed. The fighters' energy beams were presented with the concept of warrior's true chi, and adventurers could also condense true chi in advance while waiting off the field. Therefore, how to arrange the order of battle is an important strategy and game in the final arena. The starting character has no chi, and there may be a restraint relationship between the moves of different characters. These are all issues that adventurers need to consider. While everyone was discussing, Crazy Eyes War Maniac officially faced the boss. The snake said expressionlessly, "Humans, you have destroyed the balance of nature and tried to steal the power of taboos. This is self-destruction, and I will enforce justice for the heavens." Can this guy speak? Crazy Eyes War Maniac was stunned for a moment. He should be talking about the Tianshu group. The supergiant in this secret realm not only excavates ruins and studies the power of ancient gods, but also actively develops various biochemicals, modified humans, and artificial humans. It is indeed an organization with no taboos and great ambitions. I am not interested in what Tianshu group is doing, and I don't want to comment on it. Crazy Eyes Zhang Kuang sneered. I only have two ideas now. One is to kill you, and the other is to be killed by you. The snake said lightly. Don't overestimate your ability. Crazy Eyes Zhang Kuang wanted to continue talking trash to delay a little time, but suddenly felt a strange breath gathering from all directions to the floor behind him. When he realized that his anus was in danger, he was frightened and reacted quickly. Although Chen Guohan was obese, his actions and reactions were very agile, and he fell down in an instant like a rolling meat ball. Bang, 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 3 consecutive shots. The floor shattered wherever the adventurer passed, and sharp energy columns burst out. Their power was no less than that of a sharp blade or even a knife or a gun. If they were hit, even a second-level body would not feel good. Watch this. Crazy Eye Zhang Kuang jumped up suddenly, and while the iron chain was pulled, the iron ball hit the snake with a force of 10,000 kilograms and at an extremely fast speed. As a result, the latter's figure disappeared at the moment of hitting. Bang! The iron ball hit the floor. The power of this attack instantly caused cracks on the ground for several meters. The snake used teleportation to avoid the iron ball attack, and unexpectedly appeared behind Crazy Eye Zhang Kuang in an instant, kicking the fighter with a lightning-like kick, and a violent force directly kicked him several feet away. It's not over yet. The snake quickly flicked his fingers in the void, and 3 strange black particle waves tore through the space and chased at an extremely fast speed. Each attack had the destructive power and lethality comparable to a sniper rifle. Not good. Crazy Eyes Zhang Kuang was already seriously injured after being kicked. If he was hit by 3 particle waves, even if he survived with his second-level cultivation and thick skin, he would probably lose his ability to resist. Quickly pull the iron ball in front of him. Several black particle waves hit the iron ball. Although Crazy Eyes Zhang Kuang blocked this attack, the hasty defense was not enough, so he still felt a violent shock all over his body and suffered a lot of damage and impact. The battle has just begun. Teleport. Divine Finger. Rebound Shield. Black Particles. Aura Column. Black Particles. The snake's moves were extremely fast, and there was basically no pre-swing. It also has the ability to teleport and attack from a distance. His Divine Finger and Rebound Shield are the nemesis of melee and long-range combat respectively. Black Particles can be used for long-range and fast attacks, and Aura Columns can be used for sneak attacks. A series of dazzling attacks stunned the audience. So strong. As expected of a third-level character. The moves are so cool. This snake has just revived. Although its mechanism and characteristics are very strong, its attack power is not too high. Otherwise, the mortal fighters in this world cannot compete with it at all. The War Maniac is really powerful. He can use the big pig so flexibly. If it were me, I would have died 10 times. Although Crazy Eyes War Maniac dodged fatal attacks again and again, with his superb running in with the character, superb reaction and judgment, it was obvious that he was suppressed throughout the whole process and had no power to fight back. He couldn't even get close to the snake. It's impossible to win. Simply give up fighting back. Crazy Eyes War Maniac used evasion and defense to delay time. The two sides entangled and pulled each other for 30 or 40 seconds before the winner was decided. Crazy Eye Zhang Kuang was getting more and more embarrassed in dodging the black particles coming from all directions, and the spiritual energy columns that burst out at any time and anywhere. Finally, he was exposed and hit by a string of black particles. He was instantly broken by the powerful energy wave and suffered considerable damage. The next moment, the big snake teleported. He used a new move, Soul Digger. He passed by Chen Guohan at lightning speed and took out a purple energy from his body, which condensed in his palm like a beating heart. Fuck. Crazy Eye Zhang Kuang was shocked that he had completely lost consciousness. Bang. The moment the big snake crushed the soul heart, Crazy Eye Zhang Kuang suffered huge mental and soul damage, and died on the spot without any suspense. Complete defeat in the first round. The big snake was not injured at all. The other adventurers were amazed at the big snake's strength and envied its methods. Wan Shan Gu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "This snake's moves and methods are too strong. Teleport, rebound, energy wave, and soul attack." The third-level spirit of Ashina country, Wu Shou, is also a third-level 1-star with many rare characteristics, but this snake is much stronger than Wu Shou, and the value of the spirit is absolutely extremely high. Its quality is likely to have reached the level of rare treasures, a secondary secret realm. Such precious materials were put in. Wan Shan Gu Hong didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Is Lord Qi so talented that he has nowhere to put it, or is he extremely extravagant and wasteful? But it is undeniable. This end arena is not only rich in content, but also has the ultimate in viewing, entertainment, economy, and challenge. One Shan Gu Hong has seen many competitive and fighting secret realms, and some dungeons even use this style of secret realm as a trump card and facade to operate, but their secret realms are not even qualified to carry shoes compared to the end arena. Orochi, don't think you win just because you have the upper hand. I've seen through your moves. Let me show you how I punish you this time. Nanshank, who plays Nikaido Benimaru, enters the arena. Orochi's expression is cold. He just waved his hand. Black particles. Nanshank quickly dodged, and a stone pillar behind him was blown up. He couldn't help but show a look of fear. Orochi's moves are not only powerful, but also have almost no pre-swing, so they can't be pulled away. But Orochi's soul digging and divine fingers are extremely powerful means. It's very tricky to deal with. Give it a try. Nanshank has condensed a stream of true energy off the field, and now he directly activates the violent energy technique, which can consume true energy and greatly increase the body's various functions in a short period of time. At this moment, the comprehensive strength has reached about level 2-3 stars, although it can only last for a short period of more than 10 seconds. But it should be enough. The snake kept teleporting and approaching quickly. Nanshank noticed that although the teleportation was very fast, there would be a slight sway after the end, so he launched a thunder fist to test it. Divine finger, the snake pointed at the void. A space mirror appeared in front of it. When Nanshank's thunder fist hit the mirror absorbed all the power and released powerful energy at the moment of breaking, which directly bounced Nanshank out. Aura column, the ground shattered. A stream of energy shot out. Nanshank was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly flipped back to stabilize his body, and then jumped left and right to avoid it. Nikaido Benimaru was good at leg skills, and was very flexible. Because of the increase in body functions in the explosive state, he narrowly avoided the attack. When the rhythm stabilized a little, he launched an active attack again. Flying drill kick, folding knife kick, super lightning kick, Nanshank was like a phantom ghost. When faced with various flexible and sharp kicks coming from all directions, the snake didn't even move. A layer of invisible spiritual shield formed on the surface of its body, blocking the sharp attack like a copper wall, without any damage. At this time, the explosive state was about to end. If the enhanced state can't threaten the snake, what can I use to fight it when this enhancement disappears? I must fight. Human, your attack is meaningless to God. The snake sent out another string of black particles, and Nanshank used his agility to slide and dodge, and then quickly jumped on the stone pillars and stone walls to run and maneuver, avoiding a series of spiritual pillar attacks, and finally pounced on the snake. Do you want to use flying drill kicks or thunder tough fists again? The snake was disdainful, and was about to break it with the divine finger. At this moment, Nanshank clearly felt that another new true energy was successfully condensed in the Dantian, and there was only 1 second left for the explosive state. It was calculated just right. This is the moment I was waiting for. The success or failure of this battle depends on this one move. Big Thunder Fist. Nanshank used the super killing Thunder Fist in midair. Because he was in a state of explosive energy that stimulated his potential, the power and nature of the Thunder Fist also changed. The lighting released was not only red, but also more twisted and violent, as if it could twist the space. Boom! Thousands of lightnings tore through the spiritual energy protection. The big snake was hit by the violent force, and was blown away 10 feet, and smashed several stone pillars. It was seen that its whole body was burned by the electric current. Even a strong man like him suffered a lot of damage. Great. Success? Is this the Great Lightning Fist? It's so powerful. Even if a Tier 3 unit is hit by it, most of them will not be able to bear it. Countless adventurers are cheering for Nanshank. It's not difficult to see that Nanshank has a clear mindset. From the initial burst of anger to several rounds of attacks, it seems meaningless, but in fact, it is all paving the way for this move. Finally, it succeeded. This punch is enough to kill most Tier 2 units in seconds. If it can't kill a guy like Orochi, it can also seriously injure him. It's no wonder that Nanshank has played the role of Nikaido Benimaru in nearly 100 ring matches. Not only has he mastered all the moves, but he has also mastered the use of this character. It's the first time for most adventurers at the scene to see the Great Lightning Fist. It's also the first time to see someone use this move in midair. This performance is absolutely super cool. It's amazing. Go to hell. Nanshank is ready to pursue the victory. A flying drill kick is about to attack the severely injured Orochi. At this time, all the fragments of the stone pillars were pushed aside by anti-gravity, and the big snake had stood up again from the collapsed stone pillars, facing the kicking skills that came at a 45-degree angle like a drill. This time, the big snake had no defense. The ancient god, who was the incarnation of the planets, had lost his patience. He crossed his hands, and in an instant, powerful spiritual energy gathered above his head, and then turned into a small supernova that exploded, instantly releasing a powerful light that enveloped the entire ruins. The big snake's super-killing move, Sunshine, this attack covered almost all corners, and could not be avoided at all. Nanshank only felt that the scorching energy instantly enveloped him, and it was also mixed with a powerful mental attack, which made him feel like he was being cut into pieces from his physical body to his spiritual soul. Screaming, Nikaido Benimaru was flung dozens of meters away. When he fell to the ground, his body was burnt black, and he had lost his breath. Killed another one, and the method used by Orochi. All the adventurers present were stunned. Mingwei Xiaoxua widened her eyes. What kind of move is this? It has such a large attack range, and such a powerful attack effect. Blackstone Hammer King, what is the difference between this 360-degree attack with no dead angle and a map cannon? Feng Zhongmian, good skill, definitely a top-level, third-level secret skill. If the spirit cannot be exploded, exploding this skill stone will also have great value for Miracle City, or even greater value. It's so terrifying. It's bad, there is only one left among the three big guys. If Black Kite also fails, it will be a complete failure. Orochi's performance amazed and shocked the adventurers. This super special move Sunshine is a magical skill with dual attributes of light and spirit. If it can be widely spread in Miracle City, it will play a huge role in group battles in the future. In addition, it is not difficult to see. The black particles, soul digging and other moves and special moves of the snake are dark or soul attributes. This guy has both light and dark rare element attributes, as well as spirit and soul abilities. He also has means such as space teleportation and energy control. Although his rank is not high, his mechanism and characteristics are ridiculously strong. The last person appeared. It was Kyo Kusanagi Black Kite. The adventurer's nerves were tense, because the next battle will be the final decisive round. Qin Guohan Crazy Eyes War Maniac used a series of defensive pulls to delay time, giving the latter two people the opportunity to observe his moves and gather true energy in advance. Nikaido Benimaru Nanshank further pulled the opponent by cleverly moving around, and fired a lightning punch that hit the snake accurately and severely injured it, and at the same time, he tested the snake's super killer move. It can be said that, although the first two people were defeated, but it paved the way for the third person. It would be much easier for Hei Yuan to fight the snake than the first two people at this moment. However, because all the hopes were on her, she would inevitably feel nervous and even her heartbeat would accelerate, because the next battle was related to personal honor, and it was related to the team's results for many days, and whether the efforts and struggles would come to nothing. I can't lose. Must win. Hei Yuan exploded as soon as she came on the stage. As the last fighter to appear, she had already condensed 3 true chi at this moment. She used one to improve her strength first, and only in this way could she more calmly fight against the snake in front of her. Outer style, booming axe, Hei Yuan shouted, and rushed out like an arrow from a bow, raising his right leg high, kicking at the snake fiercely with blazing flames. The snake teleported and disappeared. When the attack missed and fell to the ground, the entire ruins was shaken by the violent force. Hei Yuan had already figured out the snake's displacement routine, so he turned back without hesitation and punched, starting with a wild bite. A large amount of flames burst out of his fist and hit the snake's body full of spiritual energy. It was blocked. Hei Yuan did not stop. The derivative moves were released in succession. 9 injuries, 8 spot, non-ace. The flames of the 2 fists did not go out. On the contrary, they continued to explode more fiercely. A set of combos, although it did not cause effective damage, it temporarily suppressed the snake. Super Snake Nagi. Without giving the opponent any breathing space, Hei Yuan launched a super killing move in the explosive state. His whole body became as hot as magma, and the violent flames gathered at his fingertips, releasing them like a phoenix spreading its wings. This attack was extremely powerful. Even the ground was burned and melted into a gully. The protective aura around the snake was directly burned out. Although it offset most of the damage, it was still inevitably damaged. At the same time, it was forced back several meters away and lost its defense ability in a short time. The ancient god was already angry. He crossed his hands again. It was the super killing Sunshine that he had just used. Nanshanka screamed, "No, this move is very dangerous. Once you are hit, you will be killed instantly." However, it was too late. The snake's moves had almost no pre-swing, or the pre-swing was very short. Yuan had just released the big move and had no time to attack immediately, but she decisively took countermeasures, closing her eyes and circulating the protective true chi for defense. The next moment, a pressure like a mountain pressing down on one's head came. Although it caused considerable damage to the body, it did not cause a fatal effect. Huh? Defended? Really? How did you do it? The other adventurers were all surprised. Wanshan Guhong had already seen the clue. So that's it. He commented, this move of the snake has two parts, light shock and mental shock. The latter needs vision as a medium to take effect. Therefore, as long as you close your vision and don't look directly at the light, you can be exempt from mental shock. The adventurers suddenly realized. Wanshan Guhong also looked up to the young female adventurer Yuan. Even with my experience, I can only see it now, but it's not easy for this young man to make an accurate judgment on the spot. Orochi's super ultimate failed to kill Yuan, and for Yuan, the last chance to counterattack, and the only chance to win, has now appeared in front of her. She still has a breath of true energy to use. Orochi was hit by a super snake's protective aura, and it has not recovered yet, so it can't defend against the super ultimate attack at this moment. He released the ultimate move Sunshine, causing his body to be temporarily weak and unable to counterattack immediately. The strongest secret, Zero. Yuan released a flame, and a giant fire column exploded to cover the big snake, causing its defense to completely collapse, and then turned into a residual image and roared while waving his fist wildly to release the Kusanagi flame to bombard the big snake. Violent energy. It made the whole space shake. Orochi completely took the whole set of super ultimates. Even as powerful as he was, he couldn't bear it, and his body turned into light and disappeared in midair. Black Kite was obviously weaker, but he suppressed the ancient god with an absolutely strong attitude, and defeated him completely with two sets of special moves. The whole process made the adventurers outside excited and cheered loudly. Challenge successful. You have passed the final arena. You have won the King of Fighters 97 champion medal. This challenge evaluation. AA. You have won the trophy. Ancient God Serpent Spirit +1. You have won the trophy. Skill Stone. Black Particle +1. You have won the trophy. Skill Stone. Sunshine +1.